Chapter 22. The first thing I see when I wake up is the expanse of his chest, gently moving up and down with his breaths. All smooth and rippling flesh, sleepy flesh. I think he looks darker first thing in the morning, all flushed with heat and slumber. I also think that I can't believe the way I fell asleep last night, that I didn't even realize that he was sleeping beside me. I didn't even realize, until now, that his heavy arm is thrown around my waist, and our heads are so close together that we're sharing one pillow, with me on my back and him turned toward me. His lower half is covered with the blanket, the same one that I've got on. But I can see a slight peek of his happy trail, that fucking amazing V, and, oh my God, the tight globe of his ass. You know how when a guy's ass is so muscular and tight that it has dips on the sides? Yeah, I think he definitely has that. And it makes me swallow and move my thighs restlessly against each other, which in turn makes the soreness between my legs flare up, and I wince. You hurting still? The question is asked in a deeply hoarse voice, and my eyes fly up to find that his are open and clear, meaning he's been up for a while. You're up, I whisper, taking in his features. Even though it looks like he's been awake a while, his features are still relaxed and flushed with sleep. His hair's all messy, messier than usual, waves falling all over his forehead with abandon. His mouth is softer than it's ever looked before. God, he's beautiful. Thank you for the bath last night, I whisper shyly, looking down to his throat. I was so completely out of it that I didn't get to tell me how much. I lift my eyes then, noticing a frown marring his relaxed features. It's not, tell me how much it hurts. I know he isn't going to like that answer. But I also know that he isn't going to let this go, so I reply, going down to his throat again. A little. His arm over me squeezes my waist in a silent command to look up. How much is a little? I do look up, but it's not easy. Not a lot. His jaw clenches. Tempest. Now I frown. Hey, you never call me by my name. What? You always call me Firefly, I tell him. And? I keep frowning. You calling me Tempest like that, all low and growly. Is that your way of telling me I'm in trouble? His arm squeezes my waist again. That's my way of telling you to answer the fucking question. I don't think I appreciate your tone, Ledger, I say, just to be difficult. I don't give a fuck. You should if I'm going to be... The breath gets knocked out of me at what I was going to say. The mother of your child? I was going to say that. And I have no right to, right? I mean, I still haven't told him the truth. And I had so many opportunities last night to spill my guts. But I chose to hold my silence, all because I wanted to have sex with him. All because I knew that if I told him, he was going to put a stop to it and quite possibly hate me forever. And despite all that, I prayed for a baby last night. I prayed that his seed will take root and that I do get to have a piece of him. God, I'm so selfish. He moves his arm from around my waist and slides it down to my stomach. He settles his palm on my lower belly and splays his fingers wide, pressing the heel into my pelvis, making me arch up. Then, moving up on his elbow so he can lean over me, making himself my entire vision. And you should tell me the truth if I'm going to be the father of your baby. I flinch, but he keeps going. Which is going to happen, Tempest, isn't it? I'm going to put a baby in your belly. He digs his heel even more deeply into my soft flesh, and my spine bows even more. Right here, in this spot. This is where your womb is, isn't it? Ledger, Without easing the pressure, he rubs it, my pelvis. And oh my God, why does that make me all swollen down there? Why does it make me rock my hips and press my thighs together? You know how big my dick is now, don't you? Really, you know that if I put my mind to it, if I really fucking work for it, I can get it this high up. I can fucking get it this deep, right at your womb. And I can fill it up. I can fill it up with so much cum, Tempest, that you won't be able to hold it. Like last night, I'll run out of you like a river, smearing your thighs, pooling on the sheets. But it won't matter, will it? Because whatever escapes, I'll just put it back in. So I can still leave you full of me, full of my dick, my cum, my fucking baby. So you better tell me the truth. I'm undulating at his words, rocking my hips up and down, twisting them side to side, even though I feel all sore and achy. My arousal for him is bigger than any little discomfort lingering from last night. My arousal seems even bigger than the problem at hand, the truth. I know he isn't asking about the big bombshell of a truth that I'm hiding from him. He can't, can he? But it still feels like it. But instead of being smart and brave, like he told me last night I was, I whisper, I hurt down there. It's not as bad as it was last night, but I do feel it when I move too much. He watches me for a few seconds, something unreadable on his face. Unreadable but harsh that makes him breathe out sharply. It also makes his jaw all firm and set in stone almost. Then he gives me a sharp nod. So then you're not going to move. And with that, he gets up from the bed, all naked. His tight, muscular ass with those dips on the sides. Yes, he has them. On full display. In addition to his back and shoulder blades, they're rippling, moving, twitching, and all he's doing is walking to the bathroom. I keep lying down and simply raise my head a little to try to see him as I ask, "What are you doing?" The door to the bathroom is partially open, but I can't see him. I hear him, though. The sound of him peeing, and I have to press my thighs together again, because I'm hit by how intimate this is. Him peeing with the door half open. So intimate that I don't even think girlfriends and boyfriends do this. At least not in the beginning of a relationship. I think this is reserved for married couples, or couples who have been together for years and years. The fact that he's doing it now, all shamelessly, fills me with something very akin to joy, also lust, which is not good because I need to focus and tell him. I hear the flush then, and the tap comes on, which is when he says, "You'll eat, you'll take meds, and then you'll go back to sleep." I frown. Why? He doesn't answer for a couple of minutes, probably because he's brushing his teeth, freshening up or whatever. Again, something so normal and so intimate, something that makes me move restlessly under the sheets despite the soreness. Then, appearing at the door, he declares, "Because you need to rest." Oh. That comes out breathy and totally without thought, because he's still naked, and because I'm busy staring at the front of him. Not his chest or his arms, though. I mean, they're beautiful and all, but I've seen them plenty of times. I'm more focused on his dick. Holy fuck. In the light of day, I think it looks even more intimidating. It looks like a tree trunk, so heavy and ruddy and veiny. No wonder I'm so sore. Even half hard and resting against his thigh, it looks so large and powerful. Plus those ladder-patterned studs. They make it more rugged but beautiful. "Stop fucking staring at it," he snaps, still standing at the threshold. My eyes jump up to look at his face. It's so big. His eyes narrow. "If you don't stop staring at it, it's gonna get bigger." Like, huge. He sighs in response and walks further into the room. I turn my head on the pillow to watch him go to the chest and open a drawer. Has it always been this way? I ask out of curiosity as he retrieves a pair of gray sweatpants. When he silently starts to put them on, I continue. I mean, like, were you born this way, with a larger than average-sized penis? He's done putting his pants on, but still hasn't said a word. As he slams the drawer shut, I ask, "Is it heavy? Does it, like, move around when you walk? Can you hold it with one hand? Do you need both your hands to hold it? He turns to face me. No, but you would. I would what? Need both your baby hands to hold it. I ignore his condescending comment and ask, do they make condoms your size? We don't need to worry about condoms now, do we? Do you think if they did, they'd name it quadruple X or something? For measurement purposes, of course. How about we find that out by sticking it in your mouth and measuring it against your gag reflex? That's why you're always bragging about your dick, isn't it? If it keeps hurting you every time I stick it in your pussy, then I don't think I've got anything to brag about. Swallowing, I bite my lip. It's just that I've never seen a dick this big. You've never seen a dick other than mine, period. Not even in porn. Fuck porn. You don't need porn now that you've got me. Do you think every guy... You're not allowed to think about other guys. My belly flip-flops. And the girls? I have no interest in thinking about other girls. My belly flip-flops harder. Were you serious? About what? That you hadn't slept with anyone for 3 years. His jaw ticks. What do you think? I can't believe you did that. His jaw ticks again. No one does that. I do it, he says then. It doesn't even happen in romance books. Then maybe you should read different books. I open my mouth to say something, but my words seem to have gotten stuck on the tip of my tongue. And there are 2 reasons for it. 1, I realize that I'm naked. Something that I should have clued into way before this, but I guess I had lust-colored glasses on. And the reason I realize this now is because I make my first attempt to sit up ever since I woke up, causing my cozy little blanket to slide down my body. And when I go to catch it, I run into the second reason. This being that I can't catch it, I mean, or at least not as easily as I would have liked. Because my arm is stuck. Both my arms are stuck. And while they're stuck with enough of a give that I do manage to solve my blanket predicament, my main problem still remains. Both my arms are stuck to the bed. No, they're tied to the bed. With a rope. Looped around my wrists and those slats that we were talking about last night. I stare down at them for a couple of seconds, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing, trying to determine whether or not this is real. Even after attempting to understand it, though, I don't. I have no clue as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So I look up at him in confusion. What is this? He, on the other hand, looks calm. He looks completely unaffected, the opposite of confused. He even goes so far as to lean his hips against the dresser, crossing his arms across his muscular chest as he replies, a rope. The fact that he's so blasé about everything is making me even more confused and scared. Then, twisting my tied-up wrists that I can only bring forward slightly, I ask, why is it tied around my wrists? You shouldn't do that, he says. Shouldn't do what? He jerks his lightly stubbled jaw to point to my wrist. Twist your wrists like that. The knot's loose enough not to leave any marks, but you shouldn't push your luck. Right. Okay, so he's giving me advice about the rope. It makes me even more scared. Because I don't think... Oh, God. Let me breathe for a second. I don't think this is an accident or a joke or done without purpose. My luck, I murmur, dread squeezing my heart. Yes. Can you explain to me, though, how I pushed my luck anyway so that I ended up tied to your bed? Something menacing flashes through his eyes. You ended up tied to my bed because I don't want you to go anywhere. And where is it you think I'm going to go that you had to tie me up? That's what I intend to find out. Okay, just relax. I'm sure there's a good explanation for this, although so far he hasn't given me any. But it's okay, I'm fine. Just stay calm, I tell myself. Then, clutching the sheet tightly under my arms. Ledger? What the fuck is going on? Needless to say, that didn't sound very calm just now. But I don't really care. I need him to give me a straight answer or I'm going to lose my mind. Sucks, doesn't it? He murmurs then, his voice soft, not knowing. What are you talking about? His jaw clenches, his biceps flexing. I'm talking about the truth. What? That you still haven't given me. I flinch, then deflate. As if with his words, he'd popped a balloon inside of me, and all my anger fizzes out. The only thing that remains is the guilt, which I think is easy for him to notice on my face, because he says, You haven't, have you? I swallow and shake my head. No. He moves his jaw back and forth, watching me and watching me. Then, so let's hear it then. So this is it. The time is here to tell him the truth, and I realize that the guilt is not the only thing that is inside of me. There's also sadness, abject misery, a deep, dark well of it. Because once I tell him, this will be over. This thing between us. Because he's going to hate me, isn't he? I'm the girl who was going to use him. I was going to make a fool out of him and leave him behind when my purpose was over. And even though I'd already decided not to do that, I still should have told him before we had sex. I got selfish and greedy and, God, I deserve his wrath and hatred and whatever else he chooses to give me. My heart twisting in my chest, I begin, Well, you already know that I want a baby. You know that I want to move on and live my life. Free of you, I mean. Free of heartbreak and sadness and all that. But I wasn't going to tell you if and when I got pregnant. I wasn't going to tell you that there's a baby. Ever. Pin drop silence meets my confession, which isn't what I was expecting at all. I don't know what I was expecting exactly, but him watching me with a blank expression was not it. It's as if he didn't hear me at all. Or maybe he did, but didn't really grasp the meaning of what I'm telling him. So I go on, insisting, I was going to lie to you. The second I found out that I was pregnant, I was going to break off our relationship and leave. And never, ever, not ever, tell you that we made a baby together. I was going to disappear for a while and come back when I had the baby. And I was going to... I'm cringing. Absolutely fucking cringing on the inside. Pass it off as another man's. Yes, that was exactly what I was going to do. And when I did come back, I would have come back married and telling everyone that the baby belonged to my new husband, Ezra. Although that's not my immediate concern right now. My stupid, naive revenge plans. I'm more concerned about the fact that he still hasn't shown any reaction. He still hasn't moved or twitched or flexed a single muscle in his body. And I wanted to do that. I wanted to lie to you and use you and leave you because I wanted revenge. I wanted to teach you a lesson. I wanted you to know what it felt like when someone dupes you and uses you for their own purposes. I guess I thought if I did to you what you did to me, I'd finally get closure. I'd finally stop feeling so foolish and stupid for the way I ran after you. I'd finally move on. But then I realized something. Actually, you made me realize it last night. You made me realize that I have nothing to be ashamed of. I have nothing to feel stupid for because all I did was listen to my heart. All I did was go after something, someone that I loved. And I was brave to do that. I was brave to put myself out there, to go for what I want, to love you to the point of recklessness. And bravery does require that, doesn't it? Recklessness and thoughtlessness. If we always listened to our survival instinct, no one would ever scale a mountain or dive into an ocean. If we always kept protecting ourselves, we'd never venture into the unknown. No one would ever change the world, either their own or someone else's. No one would ever create something, invent something, discover something. No one would ever fall in love. And I don't think I want to live in a world like that. A world without the romantics and the dreamers, the poets, the storytellers. Anyway, I needed that. I needed to hear that. That's what I needed. To be able to move on, to get closure, to get my life back. And you did that for me, Ledger. You... I sigh, my eyes stinging. I used to think that what you did was unforgivable, that it was the most horrible thing that anyone had ever done to me. And that may be true, but I also think that you're not alone in acting out your anger. I'm the same, and I've been angry for so long, you see. I've been angry and bitter and just miserable for so long. And I don't want to be angry anymore. I don't want to hate you anymore. I'm done hating you. I'm done looking back. I'm done. I guess I put you on a pedestal back then. I thought you were this perfect guy, and I thought you could do no wrong. But that's not fair to you. You're human. You make mistakes just like the rest of us. And so I forgive you for whatever you did, for however you treated me. Not only that night, but before that too. I forgive you for everything, Ledger. Until I said it all out loud, I hadn't realized how true each word is. I did put him on a pedestal. I did expect too much from him. I expected him to give up his lifelong issues for me, his anger, his ego, his rivalry with my brother. I expected him to choose me over his forever dream of soccer. And while anger is never a good thing, and revenge and rivalry will only hurt you in the end, I had no right to expect him to change all of that for me. If he ever wants to change, he needs to do it for himself, not for anyone else. So I guess it's time to put the past to rest. It's time to grow up and accept that I was too young for him back then, and he was too angry for me, and that it's for the best that we never came together. Some stories are just not meant to be love stories, and our story is one of them. But our story doesn't have to be a hate story either. Although it may not be in my hands anymore. After what I just told him, there's no way that he doesn't hate me or isn't angry with me. I don't know what he's thinking right now, though. I don't know what's going through his head. Anyway, it's not about that. It's not about the past. Not anymore, at least. I know I should have told you all this last night, before we had sex, and I was going to, but I got scared and selfish. I wanted to have one night with you, where it was just you and me and nothing else. But I guess I was wrong, because we did have something else in between, and I put it there. My lie. And all I can say is that I paused to take a shaking breath in. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Ledger. I know it's not enough, and I don't expect you to accept my apology when I didn't accept yours. But I wish I hadn't done what I did or what I was planning to do. I guess I got too caught up in revenge and hate, and I twisted it all up in my head. It's not an excuse, but it's all I have. I think it would be best if I just left. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. I shouldn't have— No. What? Finally, I see a movement on him. His feet shifting and his spine going even straighter. It's hardly anything, but I'm glad that it's there. I'm glad that he's responding. For some reason, it's better than his absolute silence so far. You're not going anywhere. I blink. But I just told you that— I know what you told me. He cuts me off. That still doesn't change the fact that you're not going anywhere. I don't— Just because you wanted to punish me doesn't mean that you shouldn't get what you want. He states, his voice sounding determined. What you've always wanted. All I can do is breathe in this moment. Breathe and blink at him. Because I definitely wasn't expecting that. He stares at me for a few seconds as if collecting his thoughts before saying, I don't blame you for wanting revenge. I get revenge. Revenge is the only thing I get, and I admire you for wanting that. I admire the fuck out of you for wanting to put me in my place. So no, you're not going anywhere because I intend to keep my promise. I intend to give you your dream. Then, I broke your dream once. I'm not going to do that again. That finally gets me speaking. But my dream wasn't your responsibility. I just told you that. I just told you that I put you on a pedestal, and Ledger, you don't have to. I have to, and it is, he says, determination lined not only in his voice, but also on his features, all over his hard body. My responsibility, my job. I watch him for a few seconds because I don't know what else to do. I don't know what I can do except memorize his sun-drenched features, the shadows and grooves of his bare chest, the exact shade of his bronzed skin, those gray sweatpants both loose but still somehow molded against his strong thighs, that messy, crazy hair, those dark eyes. He's too beautiful to be true. What he's saying is too beautiful to be true as well. So then, I swallow. We're doing this? We are. I'm still stunned. I'm still in quite possibly the biggest shock of my life. But I have enough life left in me, enough hope that I start to smile. Until he says, was it going to be him? What? Who? He unfolds his arms and brings them down to his sides, his fingers immediately fisting, the veins running up and down his forearms immediately standing taut and tight, threateningly. How veins can be threatening, I don't know, but his are. And so are his fierce eyes, his clamped jaw, as if he was waiting for everything else to be settled first, the truth, his promise, before getting to this, to whatever it is that he's asking me. Which I understand when those fierce eyes of his drop down to my belly. Looking up a second later, he goes, was it going to be that fuckface from the restaurant? Fear curdles in my belly. Ledger, it was, wasn't it? I shake my head. It doesn't. His jaw clenches and clenches. The guy you were going to pass off as the baby's father. My baby's father. Shit. Shit. Jesus fucking shit. How does he know? How does he fucking know? And God, I can feel it. I can feel the air turning. I can feel it buzzing and growing heavy. With his anger, with his fury that appears to be mounting and mounting. And I try to get up on my knees, which is also when I realize that I'm still tied up. But thrusting that away, I hasten to explain. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it was going to be or anything like that. I'm not going to do that, Ledger. I'm not going to keep your baby away from you. I won't ever keep her away from you. I won't. My words come to a screeching halt when he pushes away from the dresser. When he takes me in, my flushed face, my heaving form, my tied-up hand, as if for the last time, before leaving the room, before leaving me here. What are you doing? I ask, frantic. Where are you going? My words don't stop him from turning and heading toward the door, and my voice becomes even louder and shriller. Ledger, where the fuck are you going? Where? He stops at the threshold. I'm going to get you breakfast and some pain meds. It sounds so bizarre, so crazy in the face of everything that's happened, in the face of his anger that I can still detect on his features, in the air. Not to mention the fact that I'm still tied up. What? As I said, you're going to eat and then rest. Save your strength. Save my strength for what? For the things I've got planned for you. You're being crazy. And your ovulation window. He finishes his sentence that sounds more like a threat. Dread has permanently made a home in me now, in my chest, my belly. And I can't help but pull at the rope, twist my wrists, trying to break free. His response to that, in a very matter-of-fact tone, only makes it worse. I told you not to do that. You told me? I take a deep breath. Untie me, now. No. Ledger? I tell him, my entire body shaking. Untie me right now. When he simply keeps staring at me, I continue. You can't leave. You can't. While I appreciate the spirit of revenge and deserve every bit of it from you, I'm also not going to let you fuck me over. But I just told you I'm not. Yeah, I'm having a little trouble believing you. God, Ledger, please, okay? I pull at the rope again. Let's talk about this. As much as I enjoy bantering with you and your constant babbling, I think I'm going to pass. Because I don't think we've got anything to talk about. That's not true, I burst out, straining against the rope. We do have things to talk about. Because what we came here to do doesn't involve a lot of talking, does it? It does involve your mouth, though. But only to the extent where I tell you to open it so I can stick my dick in and throat fuck you like the treasured, cherished whore you are. I go to say something, but he gets there first. But I don't want you to worry, yeah? I'll still nut where I'm supposed to. Can't waste my load down your throat when I'm saving it for your fertile little pussy, can I? I try to speak, but again, he gets there first. But if you interrupt me again while I'm talking, I may have to change tactics and come down your throat after all, just to teach you a lesson, which can start right now if you like. Instead of breakfast and soothing your hurting cunt, I can give you a belly full of my cum and a sore fucking throat. And since you're tied up, you won't be able to do anything about it. So I suggest you shut your fucking mouth, keep the talking to a minimum, and be a good girl for me. Or you won't get my cum where you really want it.
Chapter 23. Her beautiful Thorne. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have tied her up in the first place and then left her there screaming and crying. It takes running about 17 laps around the woods and chopping enough wood to last through this winter, if not the next, for my anger to calm down. I knew it. I knew before she even told me that she'd been hiding something similar. I knew that whatever it was, it would make her run. Take her away from me. Not that she's mine to keep, but yeah. And I wasn't lying when I said that I understand her need for revenge. I even admire that she tried to put me in my place. I deserve nothing less. What I don't deserve is her forgiveness, especially when she doesn't even know what my true crime is. She doesn't even know that I had something far worse than revenge on my mind that night. That I wanted to trap her, wanted to entwine her life with mine, tie her to my selfish, sorry ass, despite knowing that I've got nothing to give in return. But that's not important right now. What's important is that she'd go to him. She'd all but admitted that. If she left here, she'd go to that little shit stain from the restaurant. Someone better than me. Someone who hasn't hurt her the way I have. Someone who knows how to take care of her. Who knows how to love her the way she wants to be loved, the way she wants to be cherished. Someone better to give her the dream that she's been harboring all her life. Someone whose life, whose career isn't such a mess. And I can't let her do that. I can't let her go to him. Not yet. One day, yes, but not now. Not until I give her her dream. And hopefully by then, I will have figured out a way to let her go. But yeah, not now. And speaking of career, I need to do something. It's something that I've been thinking about ever since I brought her here. Actually, even before that. Maybe the night she told me about her dreams and I decided that I'd be the one to give them to her. Standing under the afternoon sun, sweat dripping down my neck and my bare chest, I whip out my cell phone from my running pants and dial the number that I've dialed countless times before, but never thought I'd be dialing it again so soon. Especially after avoiding his calls and texts for weeks. He picks up after one ring as if he's been waiting for my call all this time. "Ledger," he says by way of greeting. "Is everything okay?" I grit my teeth, both at hearing his voice after weeks and weeks and the concern in his tone. My oldest brother Conrad and I have never gone this long without talking before. Even when our mom was alive and he was away at college, he'd call home every 2 or 3 days to check up on us. Mostly because our mom was sick during those months, but also because that's who he is. He's responsible. He's a caretaker, a guardian, and he'd made it a point to talk to each one of us. And then, when we all scattered around and went away for college, he still carried on that ritual and called up individually every week. All his calls always started with, "Is everything okay?" as if some invisible danger always lurked around us Thorns. Although when he asks me this question, he usually means, is everyone around me okay? Or have I broken any new bones lately? Ignoring the twinge of longing at his voice and my irritation at his age-old question, I say, yes, everything is okay. Then, everyone around me is fine too. I hear him sigh. Something else that he does a lot when I'm around, sighing and deep breathing, sometimes praying for patience, other times irritated and annoyed. This one's irritated as he says, I've been calling you. We all have been. Yeah, I know, Stellan told me when he showed up at the house last week. I'll tell you the same thing that I told him. Which is what? I lost my phone. Another sharp, irritated breath. You think this is a joke? Holy shit, he said the same thing. I let out a humorless chuckle. Well, then I told him, enough. I grit my teeth at his tone. I grit my teeth harder when he speaks. I don't fucking need a blow-by-blow of your conversation with Stellan. I already know what happened and what a dumb little shit you are who isn't done fucking around yet. And then maybe because he can't stop himself, he keeps going. You do understand that everything you've worked for is hanging by a thread right now. That the board isn't happy with you. You're losing endorsements left and right, and the press is going nuts about that. Pretty soon, no amount of PR damage control is going to help you. The team's going to drop you to save their own asses, and you'll be left with nothing. Everything that you've worked for, everything that we fought so hard to give you, me, Stellan, Shep, all of it is going to go away. Just because you can't get your head out of your ass and... Yeah, I know. I cut him off then. And like you, I don't need a blow-by-fucking-blow of what Stellan already told me. The familiar burning starts up in my gut. The familiar tightness, the itch that threatens to take over everything and color my vision red. The silence on the line stretches for a few seconds before he clips. Well, at least you were listening. I was, I tell him, my muscles tight. So if you don't mind, I'd like to get to the point. By all means then, let's get to the fucking point. I'll do it. Do what? Go to fucking therapy. It was hard to push those words out. It was hard to push any words out except fuck off. To him, and by extension to my other two brothers too. That I'm done with this. I'm done being beholden to them. I'm done being their hot-headed little brother that they can all boss around and keep in line. I can do this on my own. But that's the thing, isn't it? My reputation precedes me, something my agent likes to remind me every other day. It doesn't matter how good of a player I am, how valuable to the team. They will drop me. And if it gets out, why, then no team in their right mind would take me on. And if it was just me, I wouldn't care. It would hurt, yes, that my dream of being the best, going to the European League would be destroyed, but I'd live with it. If it meant finally breaking free of my family. But it's not just me anymore. It's her, too. The girl I left in my bedroom with the door locked, even though she's still tied up and can't go anywhere. You're a fucking psycho, aren't you? Yeah, only for her. My firefly, and her as well. That tiny baby girl in her belly. I don't know if she's there yet or not, but I know that I'm doing this for her too. Because I'm the one who's providing for her. No matter what happens in the future, where or who, the anger jumps in my veins at the thought. My firefly ends up with, I will always provide for her and our baby girl. I'm not going to be like our father who abandoned everything, every responsibility, and left us to struggle in his wake. I'm not going to ever, not ever, abandon them. And if I have to go to therapy and have my brain analyzed because of my fucking issues in order to do that, I will. I'll do anything for her. For them. Because I finally have something worth fighting for. I finally have something bigger than soccer, my ambitions. Them. You will. I clench and clench my teeth for a second or two. Yes. What changed? That's none of your business. It is, because I'm not only your brother, I'm your coach, and I need to know if I can trust this sudden change of heart or not. You can. No. You don't get to hear why or how. All you need to know as my coach is that I'll do it. I'll do my time, and then I'm coming back and taking my fucking place on the team. He doesn't utter a word, but I can feel him grinding his teeth. I can feel how much he hates not being obeyed. At least there's some satisfaction in that. But it only lasts a few seconds before he speaks. Fine. If you want things to be that way, it's up to you. But now, as your brother, let me tell you something. I don't trust you. I've never trusted you. Not with this thing inside of you. This boiling anger. This heated rage. Your hot-headedness. And I've tried my very best to stamp it out of you. I've tried to do everything that I can to erase that from your system and get you to straighten the fuck out. And for a little while, I thought you had. I thought that you'd found something to keep your anger in check. Soccer. I thought soccer could finally fix you, make you better, make you responsible, help you grow the fuck up so I don't have to get a call every other day that my little brother is starting shit again. That my little brother is the bane of everyone's existence, including mine. But apparently not. Apparently you haven't changed. You're still my little brother who kept me up at night sitting by the phone expecting bad news and who fucking embarrassed the shit out of me wherever I went. And as your brother, I have to tell you that I'd hoped better for you. I'd hoped that you wouldn't still be fucking around. And as your coach, if I find out that you're not holding up to your end of the bargain or are a liability to the team, I'll cut you loose so fast that you'd think twice about playing games with me. There's a sting in my eyes, a burn. It's different from my anger that's always lurking under the surface. It's more devastating and painful than that. And it's something that I've only felt around him. Sadness and loneliness. Don't worry, coach. The only game I intend to play is the one I was born for, I say. And as your brother, let me tell you that you don't have to worry about me ever again. You're off the hook and relieved of all your brotherly fucking duties.
Chapter 24. He's sleeping, with his arm thrown over my waist and his front molded to my back, or rather my back molded to his front. He's too hard and unforgiving to bend to someone else's shape or will, and if there was ever any doubt about that, it was cleared today. Especially when not only did he leave me tied up in his bed this morning, causing me to childishly decide that I'd never speak to him or look at him again, but also when he made me break that promise only a few minutes later. I did look at him and speak to him, mostly to hurl insults and threats, like, "Get out of my sight, you motherfucker!" and "I don't want your stupid food or your stupid meds," when he brought breakfast and painkillers. "I don't need to go to the bathroom. I can hold it. Don't show mercy on my account when we both know what a monster you are," when he came over with the intention of untying me and letting me use the facilities. I pray that we never have a baby. I pray that your dick falls off. If you bring that Godzilla of a thing anywhere close to my pussy, I will fuck it up. If you think I'll forget about this, then you're wrong. Do you get that? I'll never forget about this, Ledger. Never. And trust me, my brother will hear about this. My brother and your sister. And the cops, because I'm dragging you to court, asshole. I'm done protecting you. You just watch and wait. Not once did he say anything back to me. And yes, I ended up doing all the things that he wanted me to anyway. Eat, go to the bathroom, take medication and all that. But of course he didn't do what I wanted him to do. Untie me and let me go. So I sat there, naked and tied up and angry. although my anger turned into frustration and despair real soon. So after sitting on my ass for a couple of hours, I curled into myself and started crying into the pillow. At which point he came into the room, but I didn't give him a chance to state his intentions. I threw a pillow at him and told him to get the fuck out. And then I somehow went to sleep. I think I slept, on and off. When I was off, I could sense him coming into the room to check on me, but I pretended to be asleep. Until dinner time when he came over again with the food. And by then I was so tired that I didn't say a word and simply ate what he gave me, even though I hated how tasty it was, lasagna. I hated that he also gave me dessert, cotton candy ice cream, my favorite that he must have bought for me specifically when we drove to the cabin. But more than that, I hated that after a while, coming in and out of slumber, I couldn't hold on to my anger. I couldn't hold on to my ire and outrage and the sense of unfairness and blame. Because, well, I did lie to him, knowing that it was wrong, that it was extremely fucking unethical and, of course, as unethical as his actions from last year, which was the whole point, but still. So I deserved his anger and his wrath, however that came about. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to take advantage of this opportunity. This opportunity being, I'm untied. I woke up about 10 minutes ago and realized that I'm finally untied. And God, I have to get out of here. I have to run. I can't stay here all tied up until he's done with his anger. Not to mention how ballistic he got when he assumed, rightfully, that it was Ezra that I was going to go to after I got pregnant. Which I'm still going to do, aren't I? I have to. It's not like I have a choice. So yeah, I need to run. I need to leave because we can't do this. We can't make a baby. So with bated breath, I move his heavy arm off my body and ignore how I instantly miss his heat, the weight of his corded muscles. Somehow it was keeping me grounded and safe. I clench my eyes shut at the thought. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think that this was the first time since I got forcibly engaged that I'd felt safe somewhere. Actually, this was the first time I'd felt safe ever since he left me in that dorm room over a year ago. I need to focus. Once his arm is off and I'm sure that he's still sleeping, I slowly creep out of bed and put my feet on the floor, hoping for no loose floorboards. But the threat of a creaking floor isn't enough to stop me from making my attempt, and neither is the fact that I notice something around my wrist. It shines in the darkness, under the pearly moonlight streaming through the window. A stark white bandage. He's taped up my wrists that were bound the whole day, probably because I kept twisting and twisting them, trying to get free, but mostly trying to rebel against what he told me. I push away all the angsty, tender feelings that the thought of him taking care of me, and tiptoe around. Thankfully, no loose floorboards so far, and hunt for something to put on. I pick up the first thing I encounter, his discarded t-shirt, lying on the floor at the foot of the bed. I put it on and once again ignore the cozy warmth that slides over my skin and how soft his t-shirts are. Once I'm dressed, it's go time. I realize that not only is it the middle of the night, but we're also in the middle of the woods. I have no idea where I'm going or how to get out of here, but I don't care. I need to leave. Taking a deep but quiet breath, I walk toward the bedroom door, which is thankfully open. But before I step out of it, I pause and look at him. I study his slumbering form for a second, trying to commit it to memory. He's lying on his side, just like he was yesterday when I woke up, all lusty and warm. He's got his one arm under the pillow, and the other that I removed from my body lies right beside it. I'm momentarily entranced by how the moonlight dances over the ridges and curves of his muscles, creating shadows and patterns. How his hair's all messy and almost fanning out on the pillow, his soft lips relaxed and parted. How even in his sleep, he doesn't lose even a drop of his power, his beauty. But most of all, I notice how peaceful he looks. Usually when he's awake and going, there's always something tight and strained about him. Either there's a light frown on his brows or his jaw is clenched, or maybe the slant of his shoulders is too severe or the line of his back is too straight. The only time I've seen him completely at peace is right now, while sleeping, or when he's with Halo. And I can't help but put a hand on my belly, flat and empty. My heart clenches, and I hesitate once more. Probably because when he finds out that I left him in the middle of the night, his hard-won peace is going to evaporate. Not to mention, I'm leaving him alone, and hasn't he always been alone? It's not your responsibility, Tempest. You need to leave, now. Fisting my fingers at my sides, I cast a last look at him and turn away, heading for the front door. I open it without any issues, and then I'm out, into the night that seems bright even through the canopy of the trees, the moonlight and the stars lighting up my path. Thanking the universe that at least one thing is going in my favor right now, I take off. I run in the direction that I think we came in. Although honestly, every direction looks the same to me right now, and my only goal is to get as far away from the cabin as possible. So I keep going, my bare feet crunching the leaves, stepping on stray branches and rocks, stumbling every now and then. But it's okay. I'm not going to give up that easily. Nothing can stop me. That's what I think until I hear a huge bellow that rends the air, cutting it in half and halting me in my tracks. At first I think it's an animal, a wild, feral animal, something that I didn't think about before but should have. We're in the middle of the woods. But then that animalistic roar calls out my name, and I realize that it's worse than an animal. It's him. And along with being wild and feral, he has a one-track mind, to come after me, to hunt me down and trap me. So like the frightened prey that I am, I start running again. I run harder this time, stepping onto jagged things that I'm sure are cutting into my skin and making me bleed. But I can't afford to care about that in this moment. Tears make my vision blurry, and my heart pounds so fast and so hard in my chest that I know it's going to burst right out of my body any second now. But I don't stop. Until I step on something too sharp and I stumble. And this time, I do it so hard that there's no way I can save myself from falling. When something stops my rapid descent, a large hand wrapped around my bicep that jerks me back, and I go crashing into a heated and sculpted, safe wall of muscles that easily takes the brunt of my body and the speed with which I was running. He not only takes the brunt of it, but gives me a soft, again, safe landing as we both meet the ground. With him below me, cradling my back and keeping me securely tucked against his chest. I ignore the security and safety and all the cozy things that he provides, though, and start struggling against him. I kick out my legs, claw at his arms that are now wrapped around my chest and my waist, trying to subdue me as I scream and wiggle and twist my body, trying to get free. If anything, his hold on me tightens up, and somehow he rolls us in a way that I end up underneath him, his powerful body in a position of dominance, jammed up between my spread thighs with his heavy torso pinning me to the ground. My arms are still free, though, and until he takes them as prisoners, I fight. I hit him and punch him and keep clawing at whatever I can get my hands on. His shoulders and neck and face, his hair, all the while chanting, "Let me go, let me go, let me go!" He responds to my assault with heavy grunts and growls, and giving more of his weight to my small body. Not that I care. He can suffocate me with his muscles and bury me in the ground, but I'm not going to stop. Until he manages to get both my hands locked down on either side of my head, stopping my assault. "Enough," he growls then, his face somehow both shadowed and clear, jacking up his dangerous aura. Panting, I still try to buck him off, twisting and rolling my torso. "Let me go!" He growls at my attempts and presses my arms into the ground. "No." You're such a... Not until you calm down. I don't. I fight him harder, kicking at his thighs with my heels, rolling my hips. Fuck your calm down. Fuck you. Fuck. Jesus Christ, he snaps. Calm the fuck down or you'll hurt yourself. I open my mouth to tell him that he'll be the one ending up hurt at the end of this, when his torso slams down so hard on me that I lose my breath, making me think that up until now, he wasn't really trying to subdue me. He wasn't really trying to pin me under him like the firefly I am. But he is now, and I have no choice but to lay still under him. Still and panting and hating. When he knows he has me under his control, he loosens his grip from around my wrists. Not enough for me to be able to do something about it, but still loose enough that he isn't cutting off my blood supply. He's panting too. But I think it's more because of the agitation, the absolute concern that I see on his face. Are you insane? He asks, his voice rough and raspy. No, you are. If you think you can keep me here, are you fucking insane? His face drops closer to mine, his voice rough but now rising in volume. I get up in his face too. Let me go. He narrows his eyes. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Where the fuck do you think you're going? Where do you think, asshole? I buck my hips again. Or rather, try to, but of course get nowhere. Away from you. Did you, for 1 second, he goes on, slowly, kinda menacingly, stop to think about how dangerous it is to be out in the woods in the middle of the night? No? I clench my teeth and fist my fingers, because I'm willing to take my chances out here rather than be in there with you. A muscle jumps in his cheek, jumps, and he gets so close to me that the tip of our noses brush against each other with every breath we take. Especially, he rumbles roughly, when you could be pregnant. I swallow and suck in my belly, because I feel a twinge, a tug in my womb. But more than that, I swear he can feel it. He can feel that pull in my belly because in response, he presses back with his stomach. Especially when you could have gotten hurt out here. Then, you and her. I swallow again. I also steel myself against him, against his concern, his very obvious distress that I've been ignoring ever since I got a glimpse of his face. It's becoming harder, though. Much harder as the seconds pass, and as I wonder if what he's saying could be true. What if she is in there, and all this running and stumbling has hurt her? I know all of this is irrational and crazy, and just a figment of our imaginations. I read online that it could take up to 5 to 15 days for the implantation to occur, or whatever it's called, but just the idea of hurting her is abhorrent to me. Just the idea that maybe she's trying to work her way to us inside of me right this second makes me want to kick myself for being so reckless. Nothing has happened to her, I tell him. He clenches his jaw. You don't know that. Well, you don't know if I'm pregnant yet. You fucking could be. I'm not, I insist, even though I'd like nothing more. And just because I'd like nothing more, I add, and I hope I'm not. Not with your baby. A sting pierces my heart, and it's so vicious that I flinch. He flinches too, I think, but I can't be sure. Don't you fucking understand, he says then, his voice sounding even rougher than before, more sanded down, more guttural. Understand what? You could've. I could've what? He doesn't reply right away. First he swallows, thickly and jerkily. Then his eyes rove over my features, my throat, down to my chest, and I think it's not without purpose. I think he's trying to check me out, determine whether I'm okay or not. When I woke up and didn't find you in the bed, I thought... Another jerky, awkward swallow. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought you ran away and something happened to you. Something bad, something awful. These woods, they're not... You can't wander through them if you have no idea where you're going. You can't. Then, with his fingers squeezing my wrists, "You were about to fall." "I was fine," I tell him, struck by how he's stumbling and tripping over his words. He mashes his teeth before he attempts to speak again. You could have twisted your ankle. You could have broken your leg, hit your head on the ground. You could have been." He clenches his jaw again, bleeding, in pain, and it could have taken hours for me to find you, hours for me to get to you and come to your rescue, and if something had happened during that time, But nothing happened, I'm fine, I blurt out, unable to stop myself, finally unable to ignore his concern. His chest presses into me with another one of his erratic breaths as he says, "If something had happened to you out here, if you'd gotten hurt, I would have lost my fucking mind. I would have..." Another clench of his teeth. "I would have lost my fucking sanity if you and her... If I lost my family. Again, I would have... Your family?" I breathe out. He flinches again, as if he hadn't realized that he'd said it out loud, as if he hadn't realized that he'd exposed a particularly vulnerable nerve in his body, a secret vein in his rapidly beating heart, as if he hadn't realized that, without me having to lift my finger, he's made it so that I'm touching his pulse. And I knew, didn't I? I knew his secret wish, and that's why he looks so undone. That's why he looks so crazy and animalistic, beastly and primal under the moonlight. Because he thought his family was hurt. "You think I'm your..." I begin, but have to take a moment to myself. "I'm your family?" His chest crashes against mine with the feral breaths he's taking. "I think that you could be pregnant with my baby, and you shouldn't be running around in the middle of the fucking night when you could injure yourself or get hurt." I shake my head, adamant on talking about this. "No, but you just said that we are..." He flexes his grip on my wrists again. "If you're so fucking good at listening to me, then I want you to listen to this. Don't you ever, not fucking ever, do what you did tonight. Don't you ever fucking put yourself in danger like this." He stares down at me for a second, then, "Is that fucking clear, or do I have to make it clear? And trust me, you're not gonna like how I do it." I should be annoyed at him, angry, for being so high-handed, so dominating and controlling, especially after how I spent the entire day today, being tied to his bed. But I'm not. What I am, though, is sad. So fucking sad. Because he's right. To do this, I mean, he's right to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Because for a moment, I'd forgotten that I can't be his family. In fact, I can't be anything to him. Not only because I'm going to be someone else's soon, but also I don't want to. Right? I mean, he's the guy who broke my heart, and while I've forgiven him, I haven't forgotten. I still haven't forgotten that he has things in his life that are more important to him than me. His ego, his anger, his career, his hatred of my brother still. Just because he's regretful of how he treated me and because he's agreed to help me with my dream doesn't mean that all of the other things have vanished from between us. No, they're still there. So there's no use talking about what he's just revealed. Actually, we should talk about something else, something even more important. So fisting my hands, I focus. Why? Is it going to involve ropes again? His jaw ticks. Are you going to tie me up to the bed and keep me here, against my will? Another tick, but then he replies, Shouldn't have done that. What? His chest crashes with mine again as he breathes deep. Shouldn't have tied you up. Shouldn't have left you there. I was jealous. I complete the sentence for him, trying to sound stern even though a little steam has left my body at such an easy acknowledgement. Yes. Because you thought Ezra— Don't, he growls, tightening his grip, thrusting his torso into mine. Don't fucking say his name. Despite it being inadvisable, I can't help but arch my back under him. I will, if I want to. This time his growl comes from the center of his chest, a mean, threatening sound, unaccompanied by words. And it's none of your business. I swear to fucking God, Firefly, if you— No! I cut him off, and even though I hate what I'm going to say next, I still do because it's the right thing. It's the only thing to do in the face of his crazy jealousy. The only thing that will get me out of here and away from him. I can't have him complicating my already complicated life. Don't you see? You can't get jealous. You have no right to be jealous, Ledger. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not your wife. I'm nothing to you. My throat feels filled with sharp glass. And after what you did today, I'm also not the mother of your baby. Because we're not having a baby together. Just because you keep calling me yours doesn't mean that I am. And I'm allowed to say his name if— Don't say it, he warns. And I'm thankful for it, for his warning, for him cutting me off. Because it was getting painful to say those things. It was getting physically impossible to push the words out. They were making me bleed. They were scraping my tongue, banging against my teeth. So I needed a break, a pause for a couple of seconds before resuming and doing the right thing. I open my mouth to continue what I was saying, but then I whisper, Ezra. Fuck. Why would I do that? Why would I provoke him like this? And I have provoked him. Because as soon as I say it, his nostrils flare. His entire body tightens up over me, thrumming. And I don't know why, but I say it again. Ezra. And this time, I keep going. Ezra. And then I find I can't anymore, because his mouth slams down on mine, hard, capturing my words, kissing the breath out of me under the moonlight. Chapter 25. This is crazy. This is insane. This isn't supposed to happen. We're not supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to provoke him further, egg him on like this. I shouldn't open my mouth quite so much and let him plunder inside. I shouldn't be giving him my tongue so he can suck on it. God, and I shouldn't be biting his lip so he bites mine back. No, I should push him away. I can't be giving him mixed signals. So somehow, I start to do that. Now that my hands are free, he let my wrists go so he could thrust his long, mean fingers in my hair and maneuver my face the way he wants to. I start to tug at his hair. I pull at the messy strands. I scratch the side of his neck. I dig my nails in his shoulders, rake them across his back, along his dense biceps. I rock under him, buck and roll my hips, twist them, all in the hope of getting him off me. All in the hope that he'll stop kissing me and I can tell him to let me go, to take me back. But what happens is the opposite. What happens is that he's groaning and grunting at the sting of my nails, and he's thrusting back, matching the rhythm of my hips, thrusting and pushing against that place in between my thighs, that sore and hurty place. And oh gosh, I realize that I'm not wearing any panties. Which, of course, I knew. I didn't have the time to put on any when I ran away. But what I hadn't realized, or let myself realize until now, is that he's bare as well. At least he's bare-chested, and now my naked pussy is rubbing against his naked and rigid abdomen, painting his skin with my arousal, making it slippery and sticky and all messy, like he's always wanted to paint mine with his. And that's only making things worse. It's arousing me like nothing has ever aroused me before. And instead of trying to get him off of me, I'm only bringing him closer. I'm only kissing him and kissing him back. Just when I think I'll run out of air, though, he breaks the kiss and I take my chance. Let me go, I tell him as his mouth moves down to my neck. Let me go, Ledger. He doesn't. He bears down on me and goes for my freckle. He sucks on it and sucks on it, definitely leaving his teeth marks. I pull at his hair again. Stop kissing me, you asshole. I don't want this. I have to stop on account of a gasp I emit because he chooses that moment to really dig his teeth into my skin, possibly as a punishment to what I'm saying. And my whole body arches and rocks under him as if electrocuted. That's psycho. I start slapping him then. His shoulders, his arms, his jaw, whatever I can get my hands on. And he does it more. He bites me more and... God, why does that feel so good? Why does everything that he's doing feel so good? Every bite, every lick, every suck, every push of his lips is making me crazier and crazier and fucking crazier. You can't tell me what to do. You can't... Not after you tied me up, I say, still going at him with my nails. You fucking tied me up, and you left me there. You just left. I was so scared and afraid and so mad. I wanted to hit you. I wanted to punch your face. I wanted you. God, I wanted you so much. In the midst of my rant, I realize something. I realize that his bites and hard thrusts have become soothing sucks and gentle rocking, and his growls and grunts have reduced to guttural chants of, "I'm sorry." His fingers that were fisting my hair are now cradling my cheeks, and oh my God, his lips are moving now. They're leaving my throat and are making their way up, stopping to suck at my jaw, lick at my skin, and I realize that I'm crying. My tears are streaming down my cheeks, and he's drinking them up, licking them off as he repeats the same thing over and over and over. Which is when it happens. Which is when I lose all sense of rationality, I think. I lose all my resistance. Not that there was a lot of it before. I was barely hanging on by a thread, but I still had some concept of right and wrong. I still had some concept that we shouldn't do this. But all of it is gone now. Along with licking my tears off, he's robbed me of all sanity. And I grab his face and whisper my own apologies. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for lying to you, for keeping the truth from you. I can't believe I was going to do that I was going to take her away from you. I dig my fingers in his cheeks while he rubs his open mouth all over the side of my face. She's yours, just yours, and I'm sorry for provoking you, for saying his name. He jerks over me, his own fingers tightening over my jaw, my chin. I was just trying to make you jealous. I don't know why I do that. I don't know why I want you to suffer like you make me suffer. I don't know. You should make it so that I never do that. You should... He shuts me up with another kiss, and this one I return without any reservations, like I wanted to do with his last one. But it's over all too soon, and suddenly I find myself looking up at his dark eyes, darker than the night. Suddenly, I find my wrists trapped just like before, and I want to get free. Not because I want to run away, but because I want to touch him. I want to go back to feeling his dense and solid muscles, his smooth skin. But I won't fight him. I won't. I don't want to fight. I just want him. I should, he rasps, his lips hovering over mine. I lift my head, trying to capture them. Yes. He keeps them out of reach, though, as he says, "And how do you think I should do that?" I don't know. I don't know what... I do. How? With my dick. Yes. I nod eagerly, rolling my hips under him. Just put it in me. Tell me where. This, I definitely know the answer to. In my mouth. Yeah. Yes, I reply eagerly. Coming down again, he rasps against my lips. Tell me why. Again, I try to capture his mouth, but fail to. Because. Because what? I'm breathing harshly, restlessly as I look up at him. Because I said his name. His jaw clenches, and a ripple goes through his body.
You did.
I try again to reach him, his lips, but to no avail. Yes.
And just the fact that I had to kiss you on that same mouth to shut you up is pissing me off.
I know, and I'm sorry.
Another tick of his jaw. Sorry doesn't cut it though, does it?
Swallowing, I shake my head. No.
Sorry doesn't make it okay that you said his name when I specifically asked you not to.
I know.
So then you're right. I need to make it so that you don't ever do it again. I need to make it so that no one else's name comes out of that mouth other than mine.
Yes.
And there's only one way to do that, isn't there?
Uh-huh.
It's to make you gag on my cock.
I swallow again, nodding. Yes.
His fingers tighten on my face. It's to make you fucking choke on it.
Yes. God, please.
The only way to get the taste of that motherfucker's name off your mouth is to wash it out with my cum.
I twist my wrists in his grip, my thighs clenching around him. Yes, the only way.
And that's because you're my whore, aren't you?
I jerk under him. I am.
My fucking whore, he bites out. My fucking property.
I am.
And no matter what you say, no matter how much you deny it, it still doesn't change the fact that you're my firefly. Mine.
I know he's throwing my own words from earlier back at me. I know I pissed him off by saying those things. And I also know that I should argue with him about it right now. But as I said, my concept of right and wrong has completely cracked down the middle. I've gone as crazy as him in this moment, and I don't care if it's toxic or poisonous or a train wreck. I want him, and I want him to do to me whatever he likes. Okay. He grinds his jaw then, looking menacing as ever.
So let's go then, he says. Let's get to fucking work. Let's baptize that cotton candy mouth with my dick so it's fit to be called mine again.
With that, he gets up and away from my body. He comes up to his knees between my spread thighs, spread and wet and smeared with my juices, so wet that my skin shines in the moonlight. His skin does too. His abs, that little happy trail, all drenched in my cum and so shiny looking. As beautiful as the sight is, though, I can't waste my time on it. Not right now when I'm being punished for saying someone else's name, and my focus should be on the tool of my punishment, on the heavy bulge in his gray sweatpants. Heavy and throbbing. I swear I can see it pulsing through the fabric. But more than that, I think I see a wet spot on it, making me realize that he's dripping. And God, I can't let it go to waste. When it belongs in my mouth, so I can be a good whore again. His whore again. So under his intense scrutiny, I raise myself up from my prone position and come down to my hands and knees. I see his muscles shudder, his chest heaving and his abdomen flexing. And then I start to crawl toward him, causing his eyes to narrow down to slits and his jaw to turn to granite. It's not a long distance, of course. He's right here. But the couple of steps that I do have to take seem longer than usual. Probably because of the way he's watching me, with hunger and desperation. Impatience, too. Because when I do get there, in between his spread thighs, and go for his waistband, his arm strikes out of nowhere, and his fingers bury themselves in my hair, fisting the strands. He gives them a jerk then, pulling me up and tugging me toward his body.
You didn't think I'd forget, though, did you?
He rasps. My hands go to his sides and hold on. Forget what?
That you aren't the only one who needs baptizing.
I don't understand. Tightening his fist in my hair, he jerks me closer.
I fucked up too, didn't I? I tied you up, left you alone. All because I was jealous and angry. All because the moment you said his name, it fucked me up. And it fucked me up so bad that all I could see was red. For hours and hours after that.
You don't...
So, he tugs my head back. While you choke on my dick, I'm going to drown in your cunt.
While you drool over me, I'm going to drink every drop of your juices. And while you struggle to fit me inside your mouth, I'm going to jam my tongue inside your tight little pussy that I'm pretty sure has by now snapped back to its original pinprick size, even though I stretched it out last night. And fuck it until you gush all over my face and turn me into a new man. A man, he bites out, worthy of calling you his whore. He doesn't give me a chance to respond to that, because he starts putting me in position and rearranging my body. First, he lies down on the ground with me draped over him, my thighs straddling his hard stomach. Then, in all his athletic grace and glory, he spins me around and settles me back down, but this time facing away from him. And then he goes for my t-shirt, or rather his t-shirt, and takes it off. He throws it to the side, baring my body to the moonlight in the woods. And honestly, I'm so turned on and so hungry and so ready for it that I don't object. I don't make a sound. I simply let him pull me back to where I'm straddling his face, while mine is where his throbbing dick is, all the while pulling his sweatpants down to reveal the thick and veiny and bejeweled cock. And I fall on him then. I wrap my lips around his head and moan at the first taste of him, making him tighten up, his abs bunching under me, while he lets out a long sigh as if he's home now, as if all the trauma of tonight, of finding me gone from his bed and saving me from falling, is finally draining out of him. It's finally leaving his body, and I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more relieved myself at that. But only for a second or two, because after that his mouth takes the first taste of my pussy, and I'm in shambles. I'm ruined, my body falling apart just like that. And I could have put myself back together if he hadn't gone for that second lick, and third, and fourth, and then completely latching onto my pussy, drinking from it as he'd said. And he likes what he's drinking too, because he's grunting and groaning and slurping, making noises that are hitting me right at the center of my belly. It's so intimate. God, it's so fucking intimate, him licking my pussy. For some reason, fucking it with his cock, as amazing and earth-shattering as that was, doesn't sound as intense as him sucking on my pussy. And oh my God, that was my clit, wasn't it? He's sucking on my clit now, and I think it has to be the most intimate thing anyone has ever done to me. Anyone could ever do to anyone. And I hear it first, rather than feel it, his palm smacking me on the ass. Did he just spank me? Before I can adjust to the sudden turn of events and the burn on my ass cheek, he growls. This is a lesson, remember? You want to be a good whore for me, Firefly? Then get to fucking work. I'm not letting this pussy come until I'm touching the back of your throat, and all you can breathe is me. He finishes that with another smack, and despite the burn and minor annoyance, I do get to work, because I can't be selfish. Although I don't know if sucking his dick is much of a lesson or even a punishment, because again, as soon as I lick the tip, I moan. His cinnamony flavor explodes on my tongue, and this time, without getting distracted, I crack my jaw wide open and envelop him with my lips. And when I do that, I get to touch those ladder-like studs, and yeah, not a punishment at all. More like a reward, for me and for him as well. He got them to hurt himself, didn't he? To punish himself for that night? So tonight I reward him. I make him feel good as I lick them and flick them with my tongue, feeling the delicious weight of the metal on my tongue, their delicious taste mixed in with his cinnamon flavor. And I think I do a little too well, because not only does his body jump and twitch under me, but his mouth on my cunt falters. It makes me smile and suck on him harder. Grip him with both hands. He was right, though. I do need both hands to hold him, and just go crazy over his beautiful cock. Although I'm not sure how he knows that I'm reveling in making him lose control, but he does, because he smacks my ass again, making me jump and undulate my hips. And he uses those rough, large hands of his to part my cheeks and really go to town on my completely exposed pussy. After that, it becomes a contest, I think. We're both licking and sucking and rubbing. I'm riding his face while he's riding my mouth. I dance over him, my hips writhing, and he shakes under me, his thighs straining and jumping. I'm opening my mouth as far as it will go, uncaring of the pain, the soreness that's starting to creep in and will be in full swing tomorrow, and taking him in deep, choking with my tries, gagging and making a mess on his dick and his balls. And he's sucking on my pussy lips, nudging my super sensitive clit with his nose. And gosh, I can feel it. I can feel my juices gushing out and him drinking them as fast as they come, transforming him, making him reborn, making me even more determined to make it good for him, the best he's ever had. So I don't give up. I keep trying to take him in as much as I can, going up and down on his length that's probably as slippery with my drool now as my dripping pussy, all the while feeling something swirl and tighten up in my belly, rocking my hips over his tongue, riding his face. I think I have it all under control, though. I think I'm going to last until I make him touch the back of my throat. But all my plans are derailed when I feel a pinch, down there. It's not from his fingers or his lips. It's from his teeth. From the little nip he doles out to my clit. And all my focus, my hard-won control, and my dedication to worship his dick goes down the drain. And I come. His length slips out of my mouth, and I arch my back, moaning and shaking, and thinking that this will never stop. This earthquake in my body, in my pussy. Especially if he doesn't stop sucking on it. The more he sucks and drinks me down, the more I drip and gush, and the more my thighs shake. At one point, I think I pass out, even though my body is still jerking and writhing, because the next thing I know, I'm on my hands and knees, and he's behind me. I have no clue as to how that happened, how he managed to get away from under me and position me without knowing anything at all. All I know now is that he's lining up his saliva-drenched cock with my still clenching pussy, ready to enter. And I say, wiping the drool off my mouth, "Wait." He looks up, his chest all shiny from sweat and my juices, his chest heaving so rapidly like a hurtling train. "You haven't." I can't quite catch my breath, but I persevere. "You didn't come, and..." My words end in a startled gasp and a shocked, high-pitched moan that's almost a scream, because he chooses that moment to thrust inside of me. And I would have fallen face down on the ground with the force, the slight pain of his invasion, if he didn't have a hand gripping my hips and his arm around my trembling belly. As it is, all I do is scream and shake, with his dick throbbing inside of me as he pulls me up, my spine bowing and my head resting on his chest. "Again," he growls in my ear. "You didn't think I'd forget, did you?" He's pumping inside of me, prolonging my orgasm from before, so it's hard to focus. But I still say, "Forget what?" "That my load's supposed to end up in your womb, not down your throat." He finishes that with a violent thrust of his hips, and my hands fly back and hold on to his rippling obliques. I don't know where the flash of clarity is coming from, but I do remind him, but I don't want... "You do." Another jerk of his hips as one of his hands leaves my hip and clutches my throat. "You fucking do want my baby." Arching my back, I revel in his control as I insist, for no reason at all. "No." He tightens his hold around my neck, pulls my head back some more so I'm looking at him upside down. Then, "You know what these are for, right?" He squeezes a part of my body, hips, that makes me jerk against him and moan, because that's the only thing I can do. He doesn't seem to need an answer from me anyway, because he gives it himself. "These soft, meaty hips. Each word is punctuated by the slam of his cock, and each slam of his cock is punctuated by my whimpers and moans. These soft, meaty hips are not only something for me to hold on to when I fuck you like this, and trust me, there's going to be a lot of times when I pound this pussy from behind like I'm an animal and you're my bitchin' heat. He squeezes my hip again, making me bite my lip at the pleasure/pain of it. These are also for when I give you a baby. These are what they call childbearing hips, Firefly, and you've got them in spades. You've fucking got them for days, and if you think I'm going to let them go to waste, then you better think again, yeah? I'm panting and whimpering, and my eyes are about to flutter closed, but he squeezes my throat, making me pop them right open, and I gasp again. Eyes on me, he growls with clenched teeth, when I'm fucking educating you about birds and bees. I shiver at his tone, my pussy spasming over his rod, gushing cum that not only drenches him, but also my thighs. And God, he doesn't stop. He doesn't stop pumping inside of me. And now there are noises. There are squelching noises with every thrust he delivers. Still, I hear him, though. I hear what he says. And these? Leaving my hip, he goes up to my breasts and squeezes one. Haven't you ever wondered why these are so plump and ripe? Why your nipples look like juicy cherries? He rolls one between his thumb and finger, making me go, ugh. And why, when you walk, these titties jiggle under your dress as if dying to pop out and find a hungry fucking mouth that can latch onto them. He squeezes my flesh something fierce at this and goes, the only hungry mouth you need to worry about right now, though, is mine. Just FYI, don't get any fucking ideas in your head, yeah? These are mine. Again, he punctuates his words with harsh slams of his hips, and again I go, And for the baby that I'm going to give you, because these are what they call milkmaid tits, Firefly, and these tits are made for milking, for suckling, for fucking drinking from. And again, if you think I'm going to let them go to fucking waste, then maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. He looks like a beast right now. Dipped in silvery moonlight, his eyes jet black and his features tight and flushed. And I can't help but wonder how it is that I got caught up with someone like him. How it is that he's got me so in his clutches that I don't want to leave, that I never, ever want to leave, that I always want to live here in his violent arms and his animal heart. And then, he rasps, his thrusts slowing down a bit, letting me catch my breath. There's this pussy. His hand that was grasping my tit, after smacking it once and making me moan, travels down to my pussy. Why do you think it's so tight, baby, huh? Why do you think God gave you such a tiny fucking pussy that's not only so hard to get in, but also to get out of? Why do you think God made it so that not only does your pussy get wet like no one's business, but also so clingy that when you do try to get out, it won't let you go. It won't let you leave, so you have to stay in. You have to pump into it. And before you know, or can even think about maybe pulling out and doing the right thing by leaving you unbred, you're already dumping your load in it. You're already filling that tight fucking snatch to the brim like a motherfucking teenager who's never pumped into anything except his fist. I have no clue what he's saying. I have absolutely no clue at all as I roll my head back and forth on his chest and whimper and jerk and twist my hips. Because he's not just whispering these things into my ear, but also rubbing my clit at the same time. And he's right. He's so fucking right that my pussy gets wet like no one's business. Because those squelching noises have jacked up. I can hear myself getting wetter and wetter. I can hear myself juicing up. So yes, he whispers again, you do want a baby. Because that's your purpose, Firefly. That's why you were put on this godforsaken earth with a body like that, with hips so fleshy that you can't help but smack them until they turn red, with tits so milky that you can't help but bite into them, and a pussy so tight that you can't help but come inside of it. That's why. Do you understand? That's why you've got such tight curves and a body made to fucking breed. And who's going to breed you, baby? You, I whisper back, even though I have no idea how I did that, how I formed a word and how I knew when to say it. Exactly. He keeps rubbing his fingers on my pussy as his dick pumps in and out of me at a slow and a lazy pace. Me. And why is that? My vision is going in and out of focus. Because I'm your firefly. Uh-huh. And because I'm your thorn, aren't I? You are. Good. He presses a soft kiss in my hair. So then no more fighting, okay? No more arguments about whether you want my baby or not. Because we both know that you do. And we both know that I'm going to give it to you. Drugged and hypnotized, I nod. Okay. Although, he breathes on my forehead for a second as if it's getting real hard for him to keep up a conversation now that everything's settled and the pleasure is getting unbearable. I do have to say that maybe you were right to run from me. I stiffen then, but he keeps going. Because with a body like that, I'm gonna want to breed you over and over again. I'm going to want to put my baby in you as soon as your tummy goes back to being all tight and trim. So a piece of advice, okay? Don't let me catch you like that. Don't let me catch you without a baby in your belly, because if I do, I'm going to hold you down wherever I find you and stick my cock in your tight hole and fuck you until I breed you again, yeah? And with your fertile pussy and my superior dick, you know I'd do it. And thankfully I'm not required to answer that, because that's the moment he not only smacks my pussy like he'd smacked my ass and then my tits, but I also come. And I come like a hurricane, this orgasm even more intense than my last. Although to be honest, I've been coming ever since he started licking my pussy and then whispered filthy things in my ear. Although this time I'm at least aware of when he pushes me down, making me go on my hands and knees, and resumes his pumping at a breakneck speed. He fucks me like he just said he would, by holding me down, his hand now wrapped around the back of my neck, and his hips slapping against my ass. I wish I could turn my head and watch him, though. I didn't realize it, but that was one of the highlights for me, along with his dirty but erotic words, and of course his cock inside of me. But not only is he keeping me leashed with his hand, but I also don't have the strength to do anything but take whatever he gives me, my body jiggling and my hair flying around my face with his brutal thrusts. Oh, and coming. Because I haven't stopped doing that yet, not even when I feel him reach climax and come himself. In fact, my never-ending orgasm becomes even stronger as I feel his dick jumping and pulsing inside of me, dumping his load. That I know I will want over and over and over again, even when he gives me a baby and all of this is done. Because if my pussy is made to breed, then his is the cock that's made to breed me. And the thought is so dangerous and so sure, like the sun rising every morning. I think I see stars. I think I see pieces of them falling all around us, and I smile, still feeling his dick throbbing inside of me, still coming myself. But then I realize these are not stars. These are fireflies. Tons and tons of them, surrounding us, lighting up the night for us. And they're so magical. Magical and majestic. Beautiful. They're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And a few minutes later, when Ledger's done and pulls himself out of my body, only to pick me up in his arms, bridal style, they still stay and frolic around us, and I can't help but whisper, "Fireflies." Holding me in his arms, he begins to walk. Yeah. I look up at his face, illuminated by these tiny creatures and the mighty moon. Is that why you call me Firefly? Because they light up your favorite woods? His eyes glitter. I call you Firefly because you light up my life. My heart races, even though it hadn't calmed down much after our mind-blowing sex. They're beautiful. He doesn't move his eyes from me as he says, "Yeah." And I think instead of the fireflies, he's talking about me. I'm also talking about him when my heart whispers, "You beautiful thing, you." Chapter 26. Why do you want a girl? I ask him an hour later, when we're back at the cabin and in the bath. It's steamy and hot and absolutely perfect. I hadn't realized how exhausted I was after a day of crying and being angry and then running and, yes, the epic sex in the woods. And apparently, he's exhausted too because he takes a little bit of time answering me. And it's kinda adorable. Him waking up now after having almost fallen asleep. The way he blinks his eyes open, his brows bunching up slightly in confusion. And the way he breathes all sleepily, his warm chest moving beneath my cheek. Not to mention, his arms that were around me like he couldn't bear to let me go, jerk slightly before tightening up. "Hi," I whisper, looking up at him. Finally, he dips his face, focusing on me. "Because I like the idea of a little girl with blue-gray eyes and dark hair, who will love cotton candy and have a tinkling laugh like wind chimes." I blink, then, "You think I have a tinkling laugh like wind chimes?" His gaze roves over my face. "Yeah." I lick my lips. "You've never said that before." He gazes down at my lips. "I've also never said that your voice is loud." I gasp. "How dare you?" But I find it peaceful. My eyes are wide. "Peaceful?" "Yeah." "Then, why else do you think I ask you to tell me stories at night?" "Because I can't believe I'm saying this. I give you peace." "Sure," he says, his voice strangely sounding amused, "and put me to sleep." I open my mouth to say something, but then realize what he said. Swatting his chest, I say, "You're such a jerk. I'm never telling you a story ever again." He chuckles lightly. "You will." "I won't." "Only so you can torture me." That gives me a pause. "Actually, that's not a bad idea." He smirks. "That's my bloodthirsty girl." I blush then, for more reasons than one. Not only is he right about my bloodthirsty and revenge-thirsty ways, something that I didn't know I had until I met him, honestly, but also because I did draw literal blood tonight with all my scratching and digging my nails. He's got scratches all over his back, his sides, his neck. Something that so totally horrified me when I saw them in the bathroom's mirror. But all he did was smirk and said, with pride even, "My girl's got mean nails." "I'm so sorry," I'd whispered in distress. "It's okay, though. I've got a mean dick, or even." God, he's crazy, isn't he? Despite blushing, I raise my eyebrows. "Well, given what a firecracker I am, are you sure you'll be able to handle not one, but two of me?" His amusement increases. "I think I'll be fine, given that I'm the thorn and I'm the only one who knows how to handle my firefly." I shiver at his affectionate but also determined tone as I tell him, "And what if she turns out to be a hopeless romantic like me?" "I hope she's a hopeless romantic. She may even read romance novels." "I hope she reads romance novels. Then, in fact, I'll buy her one when it's time." "And what about high heels?" "What about them?" "What if, like me, she likes high heels?" "If she does, then I'll make sure she never falls." "What if she does fall?" "Then I'll be there to catch her." Damn it. I hate when he does that. I hate when he's sweet like that. I can't be mad at him or annoyed with him. Shaking my head, I whisper, "She'll drive you crazy." "It's her God-given right to drive me crazy." "And the guy she falls in love with." That gives him a pause. Then, with a light frown between his eyebrows, "The guy she falls in love with." "Or a girl," I tell him. "You know, someone special in her life." His frown thickens. "No." "What?" "I don't know." I frown too. "You don't know what?" If there will be someone special in her life. I don't, besides me. I blink silently. Then, you? Yeah. I open my mouth to respond, but then close it. I do this for a couple of times before I ask, are you saying that you don't want there to be someone special in her life? No, he explains with a deep frown. I'm saying that there's no need for someone special in her life when she's already got me. I look at him then, at his angry frown, the stubborn jut of his chin, his arrogant brows. Yup, he's crazy. And, yeah, I think it's adorable. That's very... I search for a word that won't offend him. Sweet. Although I don't think I was successful because his frown only grows. I keep going, though. But, Ledger, I need you to prepare yourself for the eventuality that she's going to have someone else in her life. I don't need to prepare for anything. I press my lips together to stop the burst of laughter. I mean, of course you're going to be her first love, but... And her last. There's no but. Okay, he's making it real hard for me to keep my laughter at bay. But somehow I manage to stay sober. But there's going to come a time when she'll find someone. He opens his mouth, but I speak over him. Who'll, I don't know, take her to prom or the homecoming dance. Or like on dates, or I'll take her to prom and homecoming. They're extremely overrated, by the way. But yeah, if she wants to go, I'll take her. And she doesn't need an asshole boy to take her out on dates. I'll do that too. In fact, I'll teach her how every guy she'll ever meet is never going to be good enough for her, and so she'd better stay away from all of them. Then, or a girl. No girl is good enough for her either. But it doesn't matter, because as I said, she already has someone special in her life. You mean? Yes. You sound completely insane, you know that, right? Better than being a loser dad who lets his baby girl go out on dates with douchebags. I go speechless after that. Only able to study his damp hair, his wet eyelashes, the droplets all over his flushed, bronzed skin. Dad. He's going to be a dad, isn't he? I don't know why it's hitting me like this. Or more than that, the fact that if he's going to be a daddy, then I'm going to be a mommy. Which is equally, if not more, life-changing, but all I can think about right now is that he already is more of a daddy to our little girl who may or may not be there yet than our fathers ever were to us. His abandoned him and his siblings the moment he could, and mine, while present all my life, is more of an evil presence. How could I have ever thought of keeping her from him? Keeping his family away from him. I want to stay here. I blurt out with no finesse whatsoever. His arms around me flex. What? I know it's a shock to him. It's a shock to me too. Before I said the words out loud, I didn't know that I was going to say them. I didn't know how badly I want to stay here, at the place that gives him peace. Because apparently it gives me peace too. After months and months of living in fear and on the edge because of my father, I want something calm and simple. I want something that gives me joy. And being here with him, despite what happened today, has been the most joyous thing that's happened to me since last year. I know it is the same for him too. This is his favorite place, his place of solitude. And I know something is going on with his brothers and soccer. Maybe if we stay here, I can figure it all out and help him, like he's helping me. So fuck the ovulation window, fuck reality, fuck everything for now, and live in paradise.
At the cabin.
His frown is back, and I explain, I don't want to leave tomorrow, like we'd planned, but...
But what?
I turn toward him a little more, because this is important. This is something that needs to be said and decided before we both say goodbye to real life for a while. You'll have to promise me that you won't do what you did today. You have to promise me that you won't get jealous. I watch his jaw clench, but I keep going. I know you don't like to hear this, and it might piss you off. But Ledger, it's the truth, okay? You can't be jealous. You have no right to get jealous. He's just a family friend. He's a family friend. Yes, I tell him firmly. There can never be anything between us. Not like that. He stares at me for a few seconds, and I hope that he buys it. I know I have twisted around my words a little, because there is something between us. But even though we're engaged, there never can be anything between us because he's gay. When he keeps his silence and doesn't catch me out on my sort of lie, I continue, I'm not yours. Not really. I never was and I never will be. And I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry that I even thought about keeping her from you. But I promise that I won't. I will never, ever keep this baby from you, Ledger. And I promise to myself that I will find a way to make it happen. No matter what my future holds and where I go, I will make sure that Ledger is never away from her. Because just like we're his family, he's ours, he's mine. And I will stand by him as much as I can. I know it's not going to be ideal. My life is more complicated than anybody realizes. But I'm nothing if not resourceful. I'm nothing if not a fighter. I'm brave. He told me that. And I will find a way. But I need him to promise me that he can't do what he did today. I reach for his face and cradle it with my palms. I meant it when I said that that's all I want from you. A baby and nothing else. I don't want... My heart clenches in my chest. And us. There is no us. So I need you to promise that you won't get jealous and territorial because... He straightens up then, and for the second time tonight, works his athletic magic to position my body. He picks me up by the waist and turns me around, so rather than sitting between his thighs like I was up until now, I'm straddling his hips. Bringing his hands down to my butt cheeks, he goes, "Because my dick's the only thing you want." I flinch, my hands settling on his shoulders. I mean, when you put it like that, it does sound very crass, but he squeezes my butt cheeks. No other way to put it, Firefly. I blush. No, it's not... I mean, yes, I realize that, but it's not really like that. I only said that because I just don't want there to be any confusion between us and... Confusion? Yes, I squirm on his lap, and he squeezes my butt cheeks again, stopping me. Listen, this is coming out all wrong. What I meant was that we both need a break from reality, you and me. I know you haven't said anything, but I can guess. There's something going on with you and your brothers, and it's affecting your game. And I just want to help and don't need your help. But what I really need to know, though, he cuts me off, is what's your reality? Nothing, I say quickly and unconvincingly, tensing up. I'm guessing your asshole dad. That's not important. I try to push away from him. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that he doesn't let me go, keeping his hold on me firm and tight. That all you want from me is my dick. I wince again. Look, I didn't mean that. I meant you should have, he says then, because I don't have anything else to give you anyway. That's not true. That's... Determination lurks in his features as he goes back to the topic I've been trying to avoid. Are you going to tell me what your piece of shit father is doing to you? I regard him silently, cursing my own mouth for leading me down this path. Then, no. A muscle jumps in his cheek, his eyes dark and displeased. Because, as I said, it's not important and I don't want to talk about him, or anything related to real life, I tell him resolutely. I just need you to promise me that you won't act out like you did today because you're jealous, and that you'll let me leave when I want to. Still, he remains silent and displeased, and I have to whisper, "Please, Ledger, promise me." Are you going to run out on me like you did tonight? He asks at last. I shake my head. I won't run, I promise. You promise? Yes. I won't worry you like this. His eyes rake over my features. Fine then. We can stay here at the cabin. and you can leave whenever you want to. But when I find out what your father is doing, I don't want you to blame me for what I do to him in return." His threatening tone sends shivers down my spine and warms me from the inside out, even though I will make every effort so he never finds out, because like my brother, he will lose his shit too. He'll lose it bigger than my brother, actually. But I'm not going to think about that now, when I've gotten what I wanted. So smiling, I whisper, "We're staying here then." "Yes." "I can't believe it," I grin. "I'm so happy." He rakes his eyes over my features. "I can see that." "I'm going to go swim in the lake every day," I say happily. "And we can have a picnic by the water. We can look at fall leaves and—" "I think you need to shut up now." I jerk back, offended. "What?" "Because I think if I let you talk any longer, you're going to put me to sleep." I gasp, but he keeps going. "And then this big fat boner that I've had ever since we sat down in the tub would just go to waste." "That's very—" "And then where will your poor little cum-hungry pussy be?" "I hate—" He puts a hand on my mouth. "Shh, so less talking and more fucking, okay?" With his other hand, he smacks my ass. "Come on. If I'm going to be stuck here with you, you might as well make yourself useful. Because my dick isn't going to fuck itself, now is it?" Ugh. He's so arrogant. But I love it anyway. Chapter 27. Every night starts the same. He takes a shower before bed and, when he's finished, appears at the threshold all naked. I'm already under the covers by then, and at the sight of him, I feel a quickening start up in my belly. He starts to prowl toward the bed, his eyes pinned on me in a way that I can only call predatory, and my grip on the sheets tightens the closer he gets to the bed. I don't mean to do it, clutching my sheet to my chest as if I'm trying to protect myself from him, but it's something that happens every night. Maybe because he looks so large and threatening. A beast, really. A creature of these woods with no clothes to tame his bursting muscles. No cover of civility to hide just how powerful and strong and raw he is. Plus, his dick is right there. All hard and studded with twinkling jewelry and pulsing with every step that he takes toward me. It makes my thighs thrum and my core clench. That trunk of flesh rising from a thatch of dark hair. And I can't wait for it to get here. I can't wait until he puts it in me, which is why it always surprises me that when he does reach me, I try to lean away from him. Not that I go anywhere. His hand strikes out like a rattlesnake and grabs me by the throat. My pulse flares under his grip, jumping and leaping under my skin. He uses his hold on me to bring me back where I belong, close to him and up on my knees. It only takes a few seconds, but by the time I get where he wants me to go, I'm halfway to breathless heaven, where he controls the air that goes into my lungs and doles out only a handful of heartbeats per minute, making everything slow and sluggish and sticky. "Let go," he growls softly, referring to the sheet. I blink and do what he asks me to. He looks down at my nightie then, with a displeased frown, keeping me pinned in place with his hand around my neck. He uses his other to pull and snap the delicate spaghetti straps of my peach-colored nightie. I jerk each time it gives in to his superior strength, and each jerk of mine makes his dark eyes darker. It makes him press his thumb on my freckle, my pulse, as if impressing upon me once again that he's in control. He's the one who decides when I breathe and when my heart takes a beat. "What number is this?" he asks then. 7. "And you still don't learn. Because you like it." "I like what?" "Tearing them." He pulls at my neck, bringing us even closer. "I do, huh?" My hands automatically go to settle on his heated abs, tracing the ridges, the rungs of his damp muscles. "Yes. I think you secretly like tearing my nighties. That's why I wear them." And good thing that he stopped by my apartment a few days ago and got me a ton of extra ones now that we're staying here for a while. He hums, maybe. Because you like proving that nothing can stop you from having me. He licks his lips with both satisfaction and hunger. And no one can they? I press my thighs together at his gesture. No. So maybe you are learning after all. I nod, biting my lip, which is when he comes at me with a kiss, and I latch onto it with all that I am. But like always, his kiss comes to an end all too soon because he pushes me down and gets between my thighs, lowering himself on the bed and putting his mouth right there on my pussy. When he doles out the first swipe of his tongue, I come off the bed, my back arching up, my thighs spreading wider than before, but they're never wide enough that he can fit easily between them. He still has to put his hands on my limbs to open them more, to make the gap wider. Not to mention, I have the tendency to snap them closed when he covers my entire core in his mouth, sucking at my slick lips and jiggling my tight little clit against the roof of his mouth, like he's doing right now. So he has to keep his hands there, his large fingers dimpling my flesh and pinning me to the bed, which, of course, I love. I love being pinned down by him like the firefly I am. I also love it when he pins me down with his dick in my mouth. You know the 69 we did back in the woods? It's been over a week since then, and now it's become my favorite thing in the world. Well, apart from him actually fucking me. And he knows that. He knows how much I love being choked by his cock while he's eating my pussy, and how much I like it when he does it in the way that I can't move at all, with my head hanging over the edge of the bed and him bent over my shaking body to get to my cunt. And yes, he does it while I'm tied up. I never had a problem with the rope. My only problem was that he wouldn't let me leave, so I love it when he does that. I love it when he ties me up and fucks my mouth, taking away my control. Something about his dominant position, with him stabbing his dick in my throat over and over as he lashes his tongue on my clit, covering my pale body with his tanned one, makes me come so fast and so hard that I don't stop for ages. But sometimes he likes to simply spread my thighs and eat me out. He likes to slurp at my pussy, growling and grunting at my taste. He likes to move his head side to side as if bathing his mouth, his jaw in my juices. And trust me, there's always a lot of it, my juices, my cum that keeps rushing out of me continuously, streaming down my thighs, soaking the bed sheet, but mostly ending up in his mouth. Soon I'm grabbing his damp hair and getting him to come closer, my thighs coming to bend at my knees, my heels pushing against his shoulders, beating at them, which I guess is a signal to him that I'm close, and then it's up to him whether he wants to take me there or take his time with it, driving me even crazier and hungrier. Tonight, however, he takes mercy on me, and so when he notices my telltale signs, he pushes his tongue inside, spearing my little hole with it and giving me a hint of the electric pain to come, and bites at my clit. And as soon as he does that, gives me the hurt that I've come to love, I break apart. It's always a revelation, the way I come for him. My legs shaking uncontrollably, my pelvis contracting, and my wet-as-fuck pussy clenching and clenching, squirting without my say-so. The way my body gives away all that I am and completely empties itself out for him. The way I never, ever came for myself. And why wouldn't I? I mean, look at him. Look at him rising from between my thighs, his mouth wet, his throat glistening. Even his heaving chest and contracting abs are drenched. My cum clinging to his hot bronzed skin and dense muscles like little raindrops that he then rubs into his skin. Like some kind of an animal, bathing himself in his mate, making himself smell like me. And every time I watch him do that, a mini orgasm runs through me. Even so, I want his cock now. Instead of him pumping it in his fist, I want him to pump it in my hungry pussy. Plus, it looks so hard and ruddy and so thick right now. Thicker than ever. Meaning he's hornier than ever. Which doesn't bode well for me and my tiny pussy. Which, in turn, means I'm going to fucking love that. He runs his eyes up and down my bare body, and I arch my back, thrusting my tits up, shaking them just the way he likes, and open my wet thighs some more for him. I even go so far as to touch my pussy, run my fingers through the center of my messy, sloppy core as I watch him back. And like always when I do that, his eyes narrow to become slits, and his jaw clenches so hard that I almost stop tormenting him. Growling, he knocks my hand away from my pussy like only he has the right to touch it, not even me, and motions with his fingers for me to turn around. It's such an arrogant gesture, bordering on rude, like he can't even be bothered to use his words or be civilized about it. And I love that so much that even though I'm still shaking, I do what I'm commanded to. I turn around and get on my hands and knees for him. And then he's there, where I need him the most, right behind me and thrusting inside before I can even blink. And I'm dead to the world and alive only for him. The very first thing I feel is pain. It's always there no matter how many times he's fucked me in the last week. The struggle to get inside at first, his frustrated groans, my pained and horny moans, my own attempts to get away from him that he thwarts very easily when he grabs my meaty, childbearing hips and pulls me back. But after 5 or 6 strokes, my pussy has no choice but to give in and bend to his will, stretching itself open to make space for his hard and thrusting, mean cock. So the pain eases, but the sharper edges of pleasure still remain. And I think it's because, like this, he touches places inside of me that I don't think are possible in any other position. I don't think those ladder-like studs of his can rub against these places, stroke these intimate parts of me any other way. So even the pleasure becomes something that I have to suffer through, with broken moans and clenched teeth and teary eyes, as I push back into his powerful thrusts. But as addictive and earth-shattering as all of this is, the best is yet to come, and I'm hoping and praying that it does tonight. It starts with his thumb on my ass, right where my second tiny hole is. My entire pelvis contracts, including my slick channel, making him groan and pound into me harder for the next few seconds. Then with his other arm, he reaches out and grabs my hair in his fist, pulling me up, making me arch against his chest. It also makes his thumb push itself into my hole. Only a tiny bit, though. But it's enough to make me whine. No. Slowing down his thrusts, he grabs my throat then so he can look at me upside down. His favorite way to look at me, I found. No. Reaching back to grab his thighs, I whisper, "No, please." A muscle jumps in his cheek as he challenges. "Why not?" Because. Because what? It'll hurt. Yeah. He squeezes my throat and delivers a hard thrust, making my milkmaid tits jiggle. For you? Yes, but it'll feel like a dream to me. But you can't be selfish. Yeah? Why not? Because I have to stop here to go, because he delivers 3 thrusts in a row, hard and fast. I'm going to have your baby. We don't know that yet, but I'm really hoping that it happens soon. He chuckles cruelly, harshly. All the more reason to use your other hole now that I've used up your pussy. It sends firecrackers rushing through my veins. His threatening words, his threatening tone. Just the fact that I know he can do it, but he won't. Not without making it good for me. So I whisper like I always do. Just 1 stroke? And as always, he scoffs. You know I won't stop at 1. But I won't be able to sit down for a week. Another sharp thrust that makes my teeth clatter. Your problem, isn't it? Not mine. Or walk straight. Again, not my problem. I dig my nails in the backs of his thighs, my core clenching around his length. But what if someone asks? He watches me with horny, narrowed eyes. Asks what? I lick my lips. Why I'm walking funny. You can lie, can't you? You're good at that. He taunts in a raspy whisper. I shake my head. I can't. I promised you that I won't lie. Are you saying you're a good girl now? Yes. So what's a good girl going to say if someone asks why she's walking funny? Oh, my breaths jar out of me when he pounds into me again, his torso smacking against my ass. I'll have to tell them that you did it. You put your dick in my asshole and it was so big, it wouldn't fit, but you didn't care. He completes my sentence. No, you still put it in there. Yeah, I still put it in there. And it hurt. Poor baby, he murmurs, coming down to kiss my forehead as he flicks my back hole with his thumb once again. I jerk and squeeze his length with my pussy. And you were so mean to me. I was. I didn't want it. Yeah, you kept saying no, didn't you? Yes. But I wouldn't listen to that either. I told you to stop it, that I don't like it. But I told you that I fucking love it, and so you need to suck it up. Yes. Because ass fucking is for the guys, not the girls, isn't it, baby? Yes. Plus it's going to be over soon anyway. It is. But of course I lied. You always do when you're fucking me there. Tell me why. Because you always say... My breaths are stuttering now like they always do when I'm spinning this dirty, filthy tale, driving him and myself all crazy and horny. That my ass feels like heaven. Yeah, it does, he says, his mouth rubbing over my forehead, his thumb almost inside my ass, and his lazy thrusts giving me life. Your asshole feels like I've died and gone to heaven. And I know it's a mistake. I shouldn't be in heaven when my name's probably been written all over hell since the beginning of time. I don't, but then, I'm not going to be that dumb motherfucker who misses out on the opportunity, am I? I'm going to stay here, fuck the tight asshole of an angel who made the mistake of bending over in front of me until they tear me apart from her and put me where I belong. I try to warn him then. I try to tell him that I can't play this game anymore. The game where I'm a powerless firefly and he's my selfish thorn. The game where it seems like he's the only one winning, but in reality we both win. That I'm going to come. But I guess he already knows that, because he pushes me over the edge with his next words. So how about we make a deal then? How about if I make you come right now, I get to fuck your asshole? Because if you come, it means you like it, don't you? No matter how many times you say no. Because if you come, you can tell them that even though I fucked your ass without your consent and made you hurt, you still came all over me, like a good little whore. At this, the orgasm that overcomes me is even bigger than the orgasm that came before. It's so massive and painful and electric that it sends me into a whole other stratosphere altogether, where I don't know who I am or where I begin, or what's happening around me. But I do know when he comes, when he fills me to the brim with his cum, his seed. And then, like always, he picks me up and runs a bath for me, where I instantly fall asleep as he washes my hair and soothes my still trembling body. So yeah, that's how our nights go. Our mornings have a routine too, though. He's always the first to wake up, and God, he wakes up at a really ungodly hour like 5 a.m. every morning. But instead of getting annoyed by it, I like to enjoy the show. After his morning ritual, he comes out as he does after his shower, naked, dropping his towel on the floor and going to the dresser to pull out his running clothes. With the sheet wrapped around my chest, I prop myself up on my elbow, watching him put on his running pants. You do know that you don't have a magical cleaning fairy who cleans up after you, don't you? He turns toward me then, his chest still bare and his pants sitting low on his hips, displaying his V, looking all daisy fresh and ready to go for the day. But I do have a firefly who does it for me. Oh, you do you? He nods slowly, his eyes taking me in from top to bottom. Yeah, and I'd say she's pretty magical herself. My heart skips a beat. Pick up your towel, Ledger. And deprive you of the pleasure of doing it yourself? He deadpans. Not even in my dreams. I do not get pleasure in cleaning up after you. It's a total lie, but whatever. He smirks, folding his arms across his chest, flexing all his muscles and making himself look even more appealing. Yeah? Is that why you almost have an orgasm every time I leave my dirty laundry on the floor? I sit up, offended, still clutching my sheet. I do not almost have an orgasm. Fine, a mini orgasm then. You're such a jerk, okay? I do, though. I swipe my hair off my face, glaring at him. You do what? Almost blowing my pants when you bend down to pick up my towel. Ha ha. I stab a finger at him. Very offensive and such a cliché in the porny housemaid genre. Unfolding his arms, he approaches the bed. And when you run around the kitchen, your cheeks all flushed from the heat, your tits jiggling to get me my cookies or cupcakes in time for dinner every night. Again, cliché, but mostly. He reaches the bed and, putting a hand on it, he bends down. I'm this close to creaming all over myself when you write out your lists for me. Okay, that's a new one. I blink a couple of times. The grocery list? Yeah, he says, his eyes flicking back and forth. Because it makes me feel like you depend on me for things. That if you want something, I'll be the one to give it to you. You know that I'll be the one to give it to you. My heart is banging in my chest now, and I say breathily, for the third time, cliché. Then I add, although this one's in the uber-masculine caveman genre. Amusement runs through his eyes, and he murmurs, well, it's a cliché for a reason, isn't it? His eyes rove over my face. Because if I'm ready to blow in my pants right now, you're dripping onto the sheets. My core clenches. I am not. I can smell you. You can't smell me, that's absurd, but true. You know what? You should go. Yeah? Yes, you're getting late for your stupid workout. That also gives you a mini orgasm. I roll my eyes even though he's right. You really should leave now. The wood won't chop itself if you stand here all day staring at me. Because that's what he does. He chops wood, and then he runs laps and laps on end around this place, while I lounge around in bed, watching him through the window. And yes, having mini orgasms. No, it won't, he agrees. So then, I think if I stand here staring at you all day, no power on this earth can chop this wood, let alone me. I nod sagely. Exactly. Then, confused, What? What would? His mouth pulls up in a smirk. Why don't you think on it while I do this? Do what? His hand shoots out and grabs the back of my neck, pulling me toward him. At which point, he kisses the breath out of me, and when he's finished, he straightens up and, grabbing a t-shirt, leaves. He's almost to the door when I gasp. I just got it, I say to his retreating back. Your stupid, immature wood joke. Then before I can think about it, I grab a pillow from beside me and throw it at him, making him chuckle. With a sigh, I settle back against the pillows, and I do it smiling. As always, though, I fall back to sleep after watching him wield the axe and his hypnotic, rhythmic movements, only to wake up an hour or so later, which is still early for me, to start my day, which usually includes prepping breakfast before he comes back, all sweaty and panting, all delicious. So I guess he was right. I do run around the kitchen, trying to get everything ready on time. Whatever. Anyway, where we eat that breakfast depends on what the weather's like. Sometimes when it's sunshiny, we go out and have a picnic by the lake like I told him I wanted. We swim in the lake, we take walks and whatnot. But sometimes when it's cloudy and raining, we stay home after finishing our breakfast. We hang out in the living room, especially by the big window that overlooks the pretty rain and the woods. We usually end up on the cozy rug with me sitting propped up against the couch and him, believe it or not, with his head in my lap while I read him my favorite romance novels, which, of course, he makes fun of, if he doesn't fall asleep after a while, which I don't mind at all because he looks so peaceful like that. But sometimes he stays awake, and that usually happens when the book is super angsty. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but he is a big chicken when it comes to angst. What the fuck? I stop reading. What? They're about to fuck in his office, he states like I don't know. Well, yeah. So? So? He frowns, the lines around his mouth pulled tight. They're going to get caught, aren't they? I close the book and set it aside as I answer. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to spoil it for you. His jaw clenches. I don't care. We're not reading that shit. Why not? Because it's bullshit, he goes, that frown thickening between his brows. Because they're idiots. Because why the fuck would they take that risk, fucking in his goddamn office? And because if they're going to fucking do that, be stupid like that, I'm not going to waste my time reading about it. Take your fucking pick. Just for context, I'm reading a particular favorite of mine where the hero's a poetry professor and the heroine is his student who gets obsessed with him and stalks him. And I've hit the part where the hero and the heroine are about to do it in his office. I purse my lips together lest I burst out laughing. Although I don't think I'm doing a very good job of it, because his frown thickens even more and he glares up at me. Somehow I do get control of my amusement and say, running my fingers over his forehead, You do know this is just fiction, right? I don't care. And it's romance. They are going to get together in the end, just so you know. I don't fucking care if they get together at the end. I'm still not wasting my time reading their dumb story. I trace my fingers along the side of his face, his high cheekbones and the slant of his jaw. I think you do care. No, I don't. This time I can't stop my smile as I reply. I think that big bad Ledger Thorne, aka my beautiful Thorne, that everyone is afraid of, is a teeny tiny bit afraid of angsty romance novels. His eyes narrow. Is that so? Yep, I nod, grinning like a fool. I think you're a big, bad baby when it comes to even a little bit of drama in love stories. His jaw ticks for a bit before he murmurs, And that's funny, huh? I chuckle. A little bit, yes. And then I lean over and kiss his displeased frown. But then I think maybe I should kiss him some more, a lot more. So I place kisses all over his face, from his sharp cheekbones to the tip of his arrogant nose, from one side of his sculpted jawline to the other, before coming back and pecking him on his downturned mouth. He lets me do it for a bit, probably for half a minute or so, before he comes for me. Before his arms shoot out and he grabs the back of my neck with one and my hair that was making a curtain around us with the other, fisting my strands and pulling me back toward his lips, he gives me a proper kiss. A kiss the way that he likes it, wet and thorough, that I like as well. Not for long, though, because pretty soon he breaks away and then he's tackling me to the floor. He's sitting up, but bringing me down on the rug, maneuvering my body under him, rolling it on the cozy rug and going for the attack. By that I mean not the sexy kind, but the other kind, the ticklish kind. And I can't stop squealing and writhing and laughing and screaming for him. I can't stop pushing him away and going breathless when it doesn't work. I even warn him that I'm going to pee if he doesn't stop torturing me. But of course he's not afraid. Just when I think, though, that I'm either going to pass out or really going to pee, he stops and stares down at me, panting and all flushed. I'm flushed, too. Probably more than him. I'm definitely panting more than him for sure. I swallow, tightening my fists on his shoulders. You're a jerk. His own hands, which have somehow ended up framing my face with his fingers buried in my hair, tighten. Better than being an asshole who doesn't make you laugh. I don't know how it's possible, but my rapidly beating heart squeezes. You're beautiful, you know that, he rasps, his eyes glittering, swimming with things. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Sometimes I don't know whether to wrap you up in the softest silk and feed you cotton candy while you sit in my lap. I think you need to stop talking, or burn all of your clothes so I can keep you naked 24/7. Stop talking, Ledger. And choke you with my cock when the mood strikes. I blink my eyes. Okay, I'm gonna cry now. He rubs his thumbs over my cheeks. Yeah? Yes. I hike my open thighs up his body and wrap them around his hips. You can't be all poetic and filthy and expect me to keep my cool. His lips twitch. Well, if you cry, I'm here to wipe your tears. I sniff. With your dick? If I want to. I don't get a choice? He hikes my thighs even higher then. When have you ever gotten a choice? My eyes almost glaze over. Oh, good point. And he does. Wipe my tears with his dick. Well, first he makes me shed them while I'm on my knees, struggling to fit his big cock in my mouth. But yeah, he totally gives me what I want. Which is how all our breakfasts and romance storytellings go. Sometimes I don't want it to end, my time here. I don't want to go back to reality, back to Bardstown, where everything is bleak and hopeless. That's why I also keep my texts and phone calls with my friends short and sweet. I've met them a couple of times, but not as frequently as I used to before. They got a little worried in the beginning, but I assured them that everything was fine, so they've backed off now, which is great. But I guess you don't always get what you want, do you? Because reality comes knocking when I get my period. I've been watching the calendar as the days pass, and for a little while it looked like I got my wish. My period was late, and given that I've always been fairly regular, I couldn't help but hope. But all my hopes are dashed when one morning, after days of being late, I wake up with telltale signs of the time of the month. And since my period is always bad, I have bloody thighs and excruciating pain in my belly. So much so that this becomes the first morning where I wake up before him. In fact, I jump up from the bed and run to the bathroom when, along with waves of pain in my pelvis, I also feel a surge of nausea. While I'm throwing up in the toilet, Ledger rushes in and I wave my hands at him, telling him silently, while puking, to go away. But he comes even closer and, dropping down to his knees, he holds my shivering, shaking body in his arms. He pulls my hair back as I empty my stomach. When I'm done, he helps me flush the toilet and stand up on trembling legs. He opens the tap at the sink, and I throw water in my face and brush my teeth. All the while, slowly dying inside. And all the while, he stands behind me, rubbing my back, majorly concerned. I can feel the tightness in his body, but patient to what I need in the moment. I wipe my face with the towel that he hands me, and I think that I'm okay now. I think I can calmly tell him what's going on, but when our eyes meet in the mirror, I can't stop it. I can't stop the tears or the sob that bursts out of my mouth. And he spins me around and plasters me to his chest. He cages me in his warm embrace, and I sob and shake against his sturdy frame as I tell him in broken and sputtering words that I just got my period. I don't know how I was expecting him to react to this news, but all he does is rub my back some more while chanting, it's okay, I've got you, baby." I dig my nails in his bare chest and sputter, she's... That's all I manage to get out, but he doesn't mind. He keeps doing what he's been doing, rubbing my back, squeezing my body to his, lending me all his warmth while making shushing noises. But I try again, looking up. She's not here. His jaw clenches and it makes me sob even more. He's disappointed, isn't he? Of course he is. He wanted this as much as me, but all he does is wipe my tears and says, "It's okay. Well, no, it's not," I snap, or rather try to while also hiccuping. "She's not here, Ledger. I'm not pregnant. I thought I was when I didn't get my period, but it was just late and it's here and she's not and I look up at him with pleading, begging eyes. What if there's something wrong with me? It has occurred to me in the dead of night, see, that even though I want this badly, and I've always wanted this badly, there are no guarantees. And what if something is actually wrong? What if... He squeezes my body, breaking my thoughts. There is nothing wrong with you. And he means it, I can tell. What I thought was disappointment on his face is actually determination. He's firm in making this happen. In fact, he has absolute faith that it will happen. And I want to melt, then. I want to melt into his chest, his warmth, his words. I want to let him reassure me and then carry me back to bed and keep me in his arms forever. But I can't do that. I have to say something to him. I have to tell him something. Listen, I say, getting my misery under control and putting my hands on his harsh jaw. I know you want this. I know you want her, but... I take a deep, shaky breath and forge ahead. If I can't, for some reason, for any reason, give her to you, then I want you to go find someone else. Do you understand? I want you to go out there and find it with some other girl. Who could... I don't get the words out, because he swoops down and captures my mouth in a kiss, effectively shutting me up, which is both good and bad, because I don't want to talk about him building something with another girl. I don't want to even think about that. And I know how selfish that sounds, given that I can't build anything with him. Because my period isn't the only reality that we have to face, isn't it? We have other things coming, and soon. My period is late again, and I wake up with slight nausea for the third day in a row. After last month, I know what it could mean, but I also know what it couldn't. There's one way to find out, but I've been afraid. What if it's not what I'm thinking? What if all of my hopes are for nothing? Even so, I can't hide under the covers forever, can I? So I make myself climb off the bed and go to the bathroom. I open the medicine cabinet and get out the simple test that'll tell me the truth. Well, 99% of the time. A pregnancy test. Something Ledger bought tons and tons of without me ever putting it on the list. I quickly take the test and then wait the appropriate 2 minutes as directed, which turn out to be the longest 2 minutes of my life. When the time's here, I grip the stick tightly as I check my fate. At first, I can't believe it. I think I'm seeing things. But somehow it registers. And when it does, the knowledge hits me in my belly, right in my womb. Before I can give it a conscious thought, I'm running out of the bathroom. I'm dashing down the hallway, throwing the front door open, hurrying to get to him. I know he's doing his workout thingy, chopping wood. I could see him through the window before I went to do the test. Plus, I can hear him, the hypnotic thwack that I always fall asleep to. Even through the noise, though, he hears me coming. Which is a good thing, because as soon as he turns around and spots me, his forehead bunching into a frown, I jump into his arms. But thanks to his fiendish workout schedule, he hardly gets jarred. I wind my arms around his neck, and for the first couple of seconds, all I do is breathe his musky, cinnamony scent. And I think he does the same with his palms under my ass, clutching my panty-covered cheeks and his nose buried in my neck, our chests moving in a rhythm. Then I whisper, panting, "I think you should get your tux ready." "What?" Because it looks like you're going to the prom." He doesn't respond to it, but I know he heard me. But more than that, I know he understood me, because his fingers on my ass squeeze tightly. But still, I don't want there to be any confusion, so I continue, "Daddy." At this, he goes completely still. His wildly breathing chest freezes, and I don't detect even a single twitch on his body that I'm plastered to. Squeezing my thighs around his naked hips, I'm about to break away from him, but he does it himself. One of his hands snaps up to my hair, and he yanks my head back, which is when I realize that all his emotions, all the life in his body has been reflected in his beautiful, dark eyes. "What did you say to me?" he rasps, barely able to get the words, his voice even, out. My lips pull into a smile. "I'm pregnant." "Pregnant? With your baby." "My baby." My smile blooms into a grin then, even as my eyes tear up. "She's here. She's coming. We did it." Finally, a shudder goes through him, a tremor, bigger than ever, bigger than the jolt that had hit me when I saw the test myself. So I slide my hands up to his face and cradle his cheeks and ask him what he asks me every day. "Are you happy?" With his eyes looking liquid and flickering with 1,000 emotions, he rasps, "Fuck yeah." At which, my tears spill out, and he comes down to lick them away before sealing our lips in a sweet, sweet kiss.
Chapter 28. Her beautiful thorn. There are certain moments in your life that you remember forever, that you know you'll remember forever. Not because these are happy memories, most of them aren't, but because they are the memories that have shaped your life. The day your father left and your mother wouldn't stop crying, the day it really sank in that he wasn't coming back, the first time you punched someone and it felt so fucking good, the day your mother died, the first time you wanted to run away from home. It was either that or kill your own big brother and his rules. The first time you held a soccer ball in your hand. The very first goal you scored. The day you saw her for the very first time, sitting on the hood of her brother's car. The first time she came to your soccer game. The first time she smiled at you. The day you broke her heart and left her crying in her dorm room. And then there's the day when she tells you she's pregnant with your baby. And immediately after telling you that and changing your whole fucking life and making you the happiest son of a bitch on this planet, she texts a guy named Ezra. Ezra Vandekamp. That's his full name. He's a real estate mogul and the heir to the Vandekamp empire. Currently in Korea for a big-ass merger and the groundbreaking for a construction project of a hotel building. They're calling it the next masterpiece of architecture, and him a genius for managing both the business side and the design side of it. They're also saying that he may be what the Vandekamp empire needs to keep pace with the changing architecture and real estate markets. There's a whole interview on him in Architectural Digest and Forbes. I looked it up online. I'm not into reading, so I didn't read the whole thing. Plus, I didn't think that I could. Not after reading her texts, or rather a couple of them. For the record, I hadn't gone snooping on her phone. It was right there on the nightstand, opened on the texting app. She'd just gone to take a shower after I fucked her against a tree right after she told me the news. I found that I couldn't stop myself from making that connection with her, even though what we'd set out to do had been done. Turns out, she didn't mind it either. So I fucked her like an animal and then carried her back into the cabin where she fiddled with her phone for a bit. I remember that specifically before going for a shower, and I'd been hunting for a fresh pair of pants. Which is when I saw it. The text. Her. Can't wait until you get back. We have so much to talk about. Him. Still trying to wrap things up here. Will keep you updated on my return. That was a week ago. In the week that has followed, I've tried to put it out of my mind. I've tried to ignore it. Every time she picks up her phone, I've tried to not focus on it and wonder who she's texting now. Why is there a fucking smile on her face? Has he updated her on his fucking return? Are they fucking making plans to meet up with each other? Mostly, what are they going to do when they do meet? Is she going to smile at him, just the way she had been back at the restaurant when I saw them together? Is he going to try to touch her? Because if he is, I'm going to fucking break every bone in every finger that makes contact with her creamy skin. Actually, I'm going to break his every finger, period. And his toes. He may be a real estate mogul approved by her daddy, but I'm the angry Thorne. I can break him into two if he so much as looks at her. Because he is that, isn't he? Approved by her daddy. No, I haven't forgotten about that. About what she told me at the restaurant a few weeks back. About her piece of shit father wanting her to get together with him, wanting her to mingle with him, and neither have I forgotten about the fact that she wants to stay here to escape reality, that I already know has something to do with her father. So what? Is he fucking forcing her to marry Ezra? Is she saying no and her father is not letting it go? Would he hurt her? Hurt the baby growing inside of her if she didn't agree to his demands? What is it? What the fuck is it? If I don't know, then how can I protect her? So, as I said, in the week that has followed, I've tried to not think about it, but ended up obsessing over it anyway. Which is why I'm doing this. On the surface, it may appear criminal, and yeah, it is. Breaking and entering into someone's apartment and stealing important documents is criminal. And it may also appear that I'm breaking my promise to her. The promise that I gave her weeks ago, about not getting jealous and letting her leave when she wants to. But I'm not. I want to be very clear about that. That this is not me breaking the promise. This is me specifically taking measures to not break it. This is me putting my obsession over this piece of shit Ezra, my jealousy that she specifically asked me not to feel, to rest. And of course trying to protect her from whatever danger is waiting for her in the real world. I have no intention of ever holding her to what's about to happen here. Why would I? She doesn't want anything from me except a baby which we've made, and I've got nothing to give her. Even though I'm going to regular therapy sessions with an old woman called Dr. Mayberry who watches me far too closely for my liking, I still haven't been allowed to go back to practice. Apparently it will happen when I've completed a certain number of mandatory sessions, meaning my career is still a mess. And frankly, it's going to remain so until I get out from under my brother's thumbs. And while taking care of her and our baby has become my priority now, rather than soccer or European League, I'm still the same guy who hurt her. I'm still the same guy who hardly knows anything about love or softer emotions or tenderness. I still can't give her a romance novel life. So all of this is to protect her and get my rage under control. Could it all turn out badly? Fuck yeah. Could she see it as me betraying her? Also fuck yeah. But I don't care about that right now. Right now, I need to do this. I need to calm the beast, clear my head, my vision that's been painted red ever since I saw those texts. So I don't make it worse. I don't break the promise that she specifically asked me to make and kill Ezra. And maybe, just maybe I can protect her from her father in the process too. I need you to sign these, I hear myself say to her. Sitting at the dining table, she barely lifts her head from the grocery list she's making. Sign what? Standing over her, I clench my teeth. These papers. What papers? She asks, then to herself. Wait, do we have that tomato sauce you like, or are we all out? You know what? Let me go check and... She's about to get up from the table when I stop her, my voice more severe than I want it to be. You can check later. Just sign the fucking papers. She finally looks up, her frown in place. That was very rude. I'm doing it for you, because if I use a different kind of tomato sauce for the pasta, you get all snippy and fussy. I do not get snippy and fussy. For anything, ever. but I don't want to argue with her right now when I'm already on edge and shaking with impatience. It'll take 2 seconds, then you can go back to making all the fucking lists you want. Her frown only grows. What are these papers exactly? Insurance. What? I exhale sharply. I want you on it, on my medical insurance. So I had my manager get the paperwork started, and he needs your signature before filing it. I hate that I'm lying to her, or rather not telling her the whole truth, because there are indeed insurance papers in the bundle that I've given her. It's just that there's something else in there too. Her face softens and she presses a hand to her still flat belly. For her? Fuck. Why does she have to be so goddamn beautiful? So heartbreakingly beautiful. Her blue-gray eyes are shining and there's a rosy flush on her cheeks. Her dark hair is tied up in a messy knot like it usually is by dinner time, with a few tendrils of hair teasing her neck. And I don't see any other way. I don't see how my anger can be abated if I don't do this. I don't see any other way to protect her either. Glancing at her small hand on her tummy, my chest tightens and I rasp. Yes. If possible, her face grows even softer. Fine. Gimme. Before she can change her mind, I slide the papers toward her. She picks up her pen and signs on every page where I tell her to. And then it's done. Since I already roped in a couple of bought witnesses to sign the papers before, with her signature, the deed is fucking done. She gets up from her chair then and flits over to the fridge, once again mumbling something about the sauce that I like. But I don't hear her over the roar in my blood, the thunder in my heart, the ringing in my ears. I can actually feel my restlessness, my jealousy abating. The red leaches from my vision and I can finally see the world clearly. I can finally breathe. The first free breath I've taken since I saw those texts. Mine. She's mine. Even though that's not what this is about, I can't help but feel a rush of satisfaction coursing through me at the thought that Ezra can't take her away from me. Her father can't take her away from me. No one can. No power on this earth or the sky. Because now I'm standing between them and her and our baby. Me. Her husband. And she's my wife.
Part 4. Chapter 29. Are you okay? I ask the dark interior as soon as the truck comes to a stop. He doesn't answer me, however. He keeps gripping the wheel just as tightly as he's been doing for the past hour, while driving all the way from the cabin to my brother's house. I don't take offense at his silence, though. I know there are various reasons for it. First, because I didn't want him here in the first place. We had an argument about it too, which he won, obviously. And even though I'm secretly happy that he'll be here with me, I'm going to need all the moral support that I can get tonight. I still think it would have been better if he'd stayed away. For his sake, I mean. Because I'm going to tell my brother that I'm pregnant, with the baby of the guy he's hated for years. Not to mention, this also means that by extension, I will be telling my best friend as well, who may or may not have a clue about my history of obsession with her brother. Well, if she didn't know before, she'll know after tonight. My brother will as well, because time has come to spill all my secrets when it comes to his high school rival, who still hasn't spoken, so I try again. Ledger. He gets out of the truck then, cutting my words off. And I want to jump out as well, but I know that will only piss him off. These days he gets really mad when I do things by myself, including putting away groceries or opening my own doors. So I wait for him to round the vehicle so he can do it for me. And I climb out, slowly. Again, something he gets really mad about. When I do things at my pre-pregnancy speed, I don't know whether to be mad at his craziness or simply laugh at it because it's cute. Yes, but totally unnecessary, especially at this stage. when I'm only 7 weeks pregnant, which is still surreal to me. That it's been 7 weeks already, when it feels like it was only yesterday when I found out about my pregnancy. We even got the confirmation from the doctor yesterday. We wanted to go sooner, as soon as we'd found out a few weeks ago, but the people at the clinic advised me to wait some, because sometimes it's hard to detect a heartbeat that early. So, yeah, 7 weeks, which means the time has come to tell my brother and my best friend that we're having a baby. And that's the second reason why he's so quiet and stressed, at the fact that I'm telling them anything at all. He doesn't think they need to know. He doesn't think it's any of their business, what we do, what happens between us, what happens to this little secret in my belly. Something that is very ironic because once upon a time he was all about bragging and exacting revenge, which only goes to show that we've come so far, he and I. And I do agree with him to some extent, that this isn't any of their business. We're both adults and we both made a decision, but they're still a part of our lives, so they should know. So when it looks like after closing the door he's about to walk away from me, I grab his arm to stop him. It's going to be fine. He looks down at me, his eyes hard, the lines of his beautiful face firm. Still silent, still displeased. So I put my hand to his face, rubbing the muscle that's jumping on his cheek. He's my brother, okay? He doesn't run my life, but he has a right to know. That muscle beats under my touch for a couple of seconds. Then,
I want you to know that if he says something to you, if he makes you even a little upset, I'm going to—
No, you won't, I tell him with a firm but a calm tone. You won't do anything. You'll let me handle it. Like I asked you to, remember? I did ask him to do that. Before we drove over, I asked him to let me take the lead on this, to let me handle whatever happens tonight. He didn't like it, but he also couldn't say no to me. Another thing that has happened over the past weeks. He can't say no to me, for anything. It's amusing, actually. The way he pampers me and takes care of me like I'm the most precious thing to him in the world. But right now, he grinds his jaw because, as I said, he hates this. Look, I throw him a small smile and caress his harsh jaw. I know you hate this. I know you hated it when I asked you to promise me that you'd let me handle it. But trust me when I say that I know him, okay? I know how to handle him. He's my brother and you're my what? His words come to a screeching halt, which is strange. What's stranger is that he looks like he's been stunned. All color leaches out from his face, and he goes stark white. And I don't understand. What just happened? What was he going to say? Worried, I step closer to him. Ledger? What happened? His trance breaks then, and he looks just as angry as he did before, like nothing ever happened.
I don't care if you know him or if he's your brother. I won't allow anyone, and by that I mean any fucking one, to upset you right now.
I sigh at his unforgiving expression. He may get mad in the beginning, sure, but he'll come around when he sees how happy I am. At least, that's what I'm hoping. That he'll see the smile on my face that I can't seem to contain these days. The hope in my eyes, the way I walk on clouds, the way I can't stop touching my still flat belly, waiting, just waiting for it to grow and swell.
And are you?
He asks like he's taken to asking ever since we found out about the pregnancy. And he always does it with a strangely intense look in his eyes, like everything depends on my answer. His entire life depends on it. His world, his very existence. Like he won't be able to bear it if I'm not happy. It's crazy and so very sweet. And gosh, it makes me want things that I shouldn't want. Like the fact that I never want to leave. Our cabin, our little dreamland, our paradise. The fact that I want to stay here with him forever. Smiling, I nod. More than anything. His jaw clenches with emotion. Things swirl in his gaze, and I do what I've taken to doing these days. I grab his hand and bring it to my belly. As soon as his fingers touch me, he breathes out a long breath, a long, peaceful breath. That makes me think that all his worries just left his body and all he cares about is this, what's in my belly. And they are too, I add. His fingers flex and his chest shudders. They. I bite my lip, looking into his wonder-filled eyes. Both of them. He swallows, speechless. I'm kinda speechless too. Not in a million years could I have expected that when we went to the doctor's office and the technician pulled out her wand, that we'd hear not one, but two heartbeats, one after the other, totally unrhythmic, but the sweetest music to ever exist. Ledger was so shocked that for a few moments he was frozen, and when he did come out of his stupor, I noticed that his eyes appeared the prettiest that they've ever been, because they were glistening. Before I could point that out, though, he whipped out his cell phone and proceeded to grab the video, which he watches and listens to every night before going to sleep. I don't know how you're going to decide, I whisper then, getting my emotions under control and pressing my own hand over his. Decide what? Which one to take to prom? He frowns slightly. I'm not going to. No? Fuck no, he says, digging his fingers harder. I'm taking both. I shake my head at this. You're such a girl dad, you know that? What's a girl dad? Someone like you. Someone extremely protective and possessive. Super tough on the outside, but a big softy like... Then, hey, a big softy like cotton candy on the inside. Cotton candy. Yep. All sugary, sweet soul and a glittery pink heart. He narrows his eyes, but I don't get deterred. And look, now you'll have two princesses to spoil. Are you done? I press a hand to my chest. Aw, how sweet. You're done. I widen my eyes in mock horror and say in a sing-songy voice, Ooh, I'm so scared, Big Daddy. I would have laughed at my own joke, but somehow it doesn't feel like one, not when he's staring at me like that. At the D word, I mean. With a heightened intensity and something dark, darker than the early winter evening around us, darker than his pitch-black eyes, lurking in his gaze. It makes my heart beat faster. It makes a pulse start up between my thighs, making them shake and tremble. And just when I think I'll explode with it, with the awareness and his potent gaze, he breaks it. He steps back, taking his hand off my body. Let's just get this over with. He's right. There are more important things to think about right now than the way he looks at me and makes me feel. But before I could obey him, he says, And it's 3. 3 what? His features are blank, but his voice ripples with meaning when he answers. 3 princesses, not 2. It's only when I'm halfway up to my brother's house that I get it. I get what he meant. He doesn't just have 2 princesses to spoil. He has 3, and the third is me. Isn't it? A smile blooms on my lips as I reach my brother's house. Alone, for now. The plan is for me to get there first, and then for Ledger to follow me a few minutes later, so as to look like we didn't arrive here together. I even asked Ledger to park out of sight from the house. He can bring his truck with him when it's time for him to make his entry. Only because I want to ease them into the news, not break it like an explosion. So first we're going to have dinner, which was how I proposed tonight's plan to Callie. Let's have dinner together. And then, when it's over, I'm going to ask Reed if we can talk in private, which is when I will break the news. When I knock at the door, a tired-looking Reed, messy dark hair and bloodshot eyes, opens it with a sleepy halo in his arms. Hey, bro, I greet with sympathy. Then I turn to the lethargic baby, rubbing her soft curls. How are we doing? Callie told me over the phone that Halo's having a hard time with teething, and her schedule is out of whack right now. Meaning both their schedules are out of whack, and they haven't gotten much sleep. Reed steps to the side, letting me enter as he says, "Well, we barely slept last night and haven't stopped screaming and crying all day long. So," he rubs his palm on her back, soothing her, "pretty fucking good." I give him a look at his F word. He pulls a face. "Oh, for fuck's sake. My baby girl's suffering. That's pretty much all the torture that I can take right now." Callie emerges from the kitchen, looking pretty as ever, but also the exhausted mom of a sick baby. "It's true, I'm letting him get away with it." Before I can respond, there comes a knock at the door, and both Callie and Reed frown. Reed longer and harder than Callie, because they can see who it is through the glass door. My brother's hated enemy, and my best friend's beloved older brother. With curt movements, Reed opens the door. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I flinch at my brother's rude tone, and then I flinch at the clench in Ledger's jaw. Not because I think he's going to break his promise to me, but because I know he won't. I know he's trying to control his temper right now, and I know he's doing it for me. "I was in the area," he says finally, proving me right. "In the area," Reed repeats. "That's what I said." "I live in the middle of nowhere, asshole. There's no such thing as being in the same area." Ledger shifts on his feet. "Well, what can I say? I like taking walks in the middle of nowhere." Reed fumes. "You have 5 seconds to tell me exactly what the fuck you're doing here, or I'm shutting this door in your face." And I've had it. "Reed," I snap. "Enough. Let him in. His sister lives here, and his niece." Reed glares at me for a few seconds before turning to Callie, who's shaking her head at him. Her disapproval is what makes my brother budge, and he steps away from the door, letting Ledger in. I close my eyes in relief, but then snap them open when I feel his gaze on me. He looks me up and down, takes me in, as if checking to make sure that I'm okay, even though I left him only like 10 minutes ago. As ill-advised as it is to stare at each other in front of our siblings, I can't fault him for it, because I can't take my eyes off him either. I can't help but want to go to him and put my arms around him, wanting to soothe, wanting to make his strain go away. God, I fucking hate reality. I hate the world. I hate all the people in it. I just want us to go back to our little paradise in the middle of a forest and never leave. "This is the 3rd time." Reed's voice makes me flinch, and I break my gaze away from Ledger to look at my brother. His words are clearly addressed to Ledger, so he focuses back on Reed. "3rd time what?" "3rd time I've found you here, sniffing around my sister." My heart skips a beat as Reed keeps going. "If I find out that there's a reason for that, no one, not even your sister, can stop me from feeding you your own teeth. You got that?" Ledger's jaw ticks for a few suspended moments. Then, "I wouldn't expect anything less." Not completely satisfied, because Ledger is going to stay, Reed reluctantly still jerks up his chin at him and turns away, heading for the couch where I think he was sitting, keeping Halo company and looking after her before we came. And Callie heads for her brother, wrapping her arms around his torso and face planting on his chest in exhaustion. Great. Just great, isn't it? Everything is going super well. Not. Actually, I take it back. Everything is going well, if not super well. After the initial tension between Reed and Ledger, things seemed to mellow out, quite possibly because of Halo, because both of them are trying to cheer her up and make her smile. So many times over the past couple of hours, I wanted to touch my own belly and imagine how Ledger will play with our 2 little girls, how he'll take care of them, carry them in his thick and sculpted arms, put them to sleep in his burly chest, how they'll call him Dada, how, like Halo, they'll get excited to see him too. They'll babble and coo and play with his crazy hair. They'll crawl or wobble or run on their chubby feet to get to the man who will be their best champion for the rest of their lives. God, I can't wait. I absolutely cannot wait to see my baby girls play with their daddy. and their daddy being a total pushover for them. But I refrain from touching my belly, because if that's not a dead giveaway of the secret that I'm carrying, then I don't know what is. And this is not the way that I want my best friend to find out the truth. But anyway, as I said, things have been going well. So it never occurs to me that I'll be the one to blow it all to hell. I am, though. And the stupid culprit is the carrot cake that Callie has baked for dessert. The spices in it and their normally very appealing scent. Honestly, I was kind of afraid of this. Dinner triggering my nausea. But I've been fairly symptom-free so far. I do get mild nausea here and there, but other than that, I've been okay. But then again, I'm only 7 weeks, which the doctor told us is fairly early for any major symptoms to kick in. I tuned out during her whole explanation about hormones and whatnot, but from what I understood, the next few weeks could be brutal. If they are, there's nothing to worry about, because my body is simply doing its job. Besides, I figured if I want to ask questions later, I can always go to Ledger. Because, believe it or not, the man was taking notes and asking questions. About what, I don't know. I did hear something about how to relieve the symptoms if they do show up, and if a twin pregnancy is different than a single pregnancy, and if that's likely to cause me more stress and severe symptoms. But anyway, the fact that my nausea is at its worst right now, and every breath I take seems to make it worse, is not what I need right now. I can't even swallow. Everything feels heavy and sticky in my mouth, in my tummy and my chest. I don't want to make anyone suspicious, though. Not before I tell them. So I have no choice but to take bites out of this giant piece of carrot cake. "You okay?" Callie asks, concern a thick frown between her brows. "Mm-hmm," I say, pursing my lips and making a very difficult swallow. "You don't look so good," Callie goes on still. "No, I'm..." I exhale slowly. "Fine." "Why do you look like you're going to be sick?" That's Reed, both with his big brotherly concern and disgust. And that spooks me more, because being my big brother and my only caretaker all my life, he does know what my sick face looks like. Instantly, I shake my head, trying to deny it, which turns out to be a mistake. "If you're going to throw up, Pest," Reed goes on, "you better..." "Can you leave her the fuck alone?" Ledger snaps. "Let her breathe, for God's sake." I glance at him then. I've been trying to avoid looking at him all throughout dinner, even though I felt his eyes on me from time to time. Looking at him now helps a little, makes me feel safer and that things are going to be okay. "Yeah? What do you know about it, asshole? Who the fuck are you to tell me how to talk to my sister?" Reed growls. "Can we please keep it down?" Callie chimes in. "Halo's sleeping down the hall and..." I'm pretty sure she's saying something more, but I can't hear her because, in the next second, I'm shooting out of the chair and running out of the dining room. I burst through the bathroom door down the hall, and my legs give out, sending me down on the floor and in front of the toilet where I finally throw up. God, I've never felt such relief in my life like I do now. Although it only lasts a second or maybe 2. Because first, when I stop gagging and can breathe, I hear noises behind me, scraping of chairs across the floor, thuds of footsteps, raised voices, mostly masculine. And second, when I think it's over, my urge to throw up, and I can run out of the bathroom to see what the hell is going on, it comes right back. And it comes back with a vengeance. That makes me keep throwing up until I have nothing left in my body, but my muscles are still contracting in a major way. When I think I might pass out, I feel a hand on my back, a soothing, cool hand, to match the soothing, cool voice of my BFF. "You okay?" Panting, I hug the toilet. I don't... It's okay, she coos, rubbing my back as if I'm her distressed baby girl. "It'll pass, I promise." I shake my head. What's What's happening out there? You don't have to worry about that now, she says, pulling my hair back and away from my face. You just take a few deep breaths. I try to pull myself up and straight. No, I think I'm fine now. Just give it a minute, she advises, still rubbing my back. Sometimes it feels that way, but then it hits you out of nowhere and she gets cut off because she's right. Just when I thought it was over, it comes right back again, and then for the next however many minutes, I'm still throwing up in the toilet. When I'm done and my muscles are all sore, Callie reaches out from behind and flushes the toilet. She helps me stand up and walk to the sink, where she opens the tap for me, and I proceed to rinse my mouth and clean up. She's holding me throughout all this, and I'm thankful for it because it doesn't look like I can stand on my own. So how far along are you? At her question, I jerk my eyes up and meet hers in the mirror. They're knowing. She knows. Maybe because, like touching your belly, throwing up from a random food, something you really liked pre-pregnancy, is another dead giveaway. Plus, she's been through all this herself. So, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to deny it to her. And honestly, I don't want to anyway, and I whisper, 7 weeks. It's his, isn't it? She asks next, her eyes frank and her tone clear. My brother's. I swallow, trying to gauge her mood, but I get nothing. Besides, again, it's the truth, so I nod. Yes. Then, just don't tell. I hear the door slamming against the wall then, and I straighten up from the sink, throwing the towel away. He knows too, doesn't he, my brother? Callie grimaces. Well, there was no way to hide it. When you were throwing up in here and Ledger was going crazy out there, trying to get to you, he kinda figured it out. Now I'm feeling nauseated for another reason altogether. I need to go out there. No. Callie stops me. What you need is to gather your strength. You need to relax and maybe lie down. I can't lie down, I say frantically, turning away from the mirror and facing her. They're out there and I'm pretty sure Reed is trying to commit murder right now. Callie is still unbothered. Well, if he is, then I can assure you that Ledger can take care of himself. They've done this before, remember? They both know how to handle themselves. Your health is more important right now, especially when it's only going to get rougher after this. No, they haven't. What? I can't believe I'm standing here, explaining things to her when Ledger is out there, going through God knows what. But the sooner we finish chit-chatting, the sooner I can go out there. Listen, the reason I came here tonight was to tell you guys, you and my brother. I was going to explain everything to you guys and somehow, some way, diffuse the situation enough so my brother doesn't end up killing your brother. And he can do it, okay? Reed can and will kill Ledger if I don't go out there and interfere. Because in my stupid infinite wisdom, I told Ledger to behave. Callie is still confused. You told him to behave? Yes, I say frantically, my dread mounting by the second. I told him not to antagonize Reed. I made him promise, so we need to get out of here and save his fucking life. She still doesn't move. You made him promise. Yes, I say exasperatedly. Why is that such a big deal? Because, she replies slowly, no one can make my brother promise anything. He's a hothead, remember? Completely unpredictable and, you know what? I fold my arms across my chest, still feeling weak, but not too weak to make my point. I find it very offensive that you'd talk about your brother like that. He's not a hothead. Then, okay, maybe he is, but that's not all that he is. There's more to him than just being the angry Thorne. So, yes, he's done some unpredictable crap in the past and made some mistakes, but who hasn't? Are you saying that you're so perfect that you've never made a mistake? He cares about people, okay? Maybe he doesn't show it all the time, but he does. And yes, I made him promise and he agreed to it, and okay, I get it. Callie says, her face lined with something very akin to amusement. My brother is a saint. I never... She reaches out and squeezes my shoulder. Hey, I'm glad. I'm actually pretty thrilled about all this. You are? Yes, she smiles. Not only because we get to be double sisters now, but also that my brother has found someone who finally understands him. Ledger has always been different, you know, from the rest of my brothers. Well, he's the same in so many ways, but he's his own person. His personality is different, and I always wondered growing up if we ever understood him completely. And the fact that you get that you can actually see beneath the surface is the most wonderful news ever. Then she grins. Plus, you guys are having a baby together. This is amazing. This is like the best news I've ever heard since my studio told me they're opening up an on-site daycare center. Then, even more excitedly, oh my God, I need to decide what to wear to your wedding. Gasping, she goes on, Can Hayla be your flower girl? Please, I'll train her. She looks so happy right now. Something that I didn't expect. Not right away, at least. I thought I'd have to do more convincing, and I never thought I'd say it, but this is worse. This is worse than the worst. Because I'm not marrying Ledger. We're not even together. Yes, we will raise our babies together, but from a distance. It's going to be a harmonious co-parenting situation. Right? Well, it has to be because there's no other option. Listen, Callie, the thing is that... She slaps a hand to her forehead. Oh my God, what are we doing? We need to get out there before my husband kills your future husband. Holy shit, yes. And so we both rush out of there, and by the time we get outside, I'm relieved to see that Ledger is alive, but distressed at the fact that he looks wrecked. His eyes are already swollen, and there are bruises all over his jaw. Plus, his lips are bleeding, and he's pinned against his truck with Reed at his throat. I rush down the front steps as I snap, Reed, stop it! My plan is to physically separate my brother from Ledger if I have to. But it falls apart because Ledger snaps his eyes over to me and thrusts his hand out. Stay back. I come to a halt with Callie at my side. Ledger, you... Stay the fuck back, Tempest. He pants out, his chest heaving. But my protests come to a halt when Reed pulls at Ledger's t-shirt, jerking him away from the truck, before slamming him right back. Hard, making Ledger grimace slightly and me gasp. Then... Answer me, motherfucker! Is it because of what I did to Faye? Is this your idea of payback for getting your sister pregnant? Roman, let him... Reed snaps his eyes over to Callie, his gaze full of venom. Don't. Callie bites her lip and stands down. And I hate that I'm coming between them. Reed never, not ever, denies Callie anything. He'll walk through broken glass if it means he can watch Callie smile. So for him to say no to her makes my heart squeeze, painfully. Reed, please, I implore then. Let him go, let him... No, Ledger says then, replying back to Reed's question. Ignoring me and Callie, Reed turns back to him. Then, as if I hadn't spoken, he tightens his grip on Ledger's t-shirt and goes, So what, you wanted to do it? Ledger licks his bloody lip. Yeah. It's the wrong answer, because Reed decks Ledger under the jaw, making his head snap to the side. I scream again for Reed to stop. Callie does it too. But he doesn't listen. He doesn't even turn away from Ledger. Are you saying that you wanted this? That you did this to her on purpose? You knocked my sister up on fucking purpose? Ledger faces Reed again, wiping the dripping blood from his mouth. Yeah. I wanted to knock up your sister on purpose, so I did. Again, it's the wrong answer. Actually, it's probably the wrongest answer in the moment, because it sends Reed into a rage. And when he starts raining down punches on Ledger, he doesn't stop. He keeps going, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make my brother stop, except to shout at the top of my lungs, It was me, okay? I asked him to. I even try to ignore Ledger's command from before and rush over to the pair of them. But this time, it's Callie who stops me. She shakes her head at me as she whispers, You can't, not in your condition. So helpless, I try again. Reed, please, stop it. Let him go. I told him to do it. It was me. My decision. Something about what I said penetrates through the fog, and Reed finally stops. Thank God. Although if Ledger was wrecked before, he's completely destroyed right now. His t-shirt is torn. There's blood everywhere. Bruises and cuts are blooming left and right on his face. And not once during all this did he try to fight back. Actually, not once did he try to defend himself even. Not once did he try to dodge my brother's wrath or protect himself in any way. All because he made me a promise. All because he's my beautiful thorn and I'm his lovelorn firefly. And I stand here, watching him with all the misery and all the sorrow in my eyes, while he stares back with all the concern in his. Because of the bout of nausea that I went through and all the stress that I'm going through now in my condition. Finally, I give in and put a hand on my belly to tell him that they're okay. We're okay. Your decision? Reed says, still keeping a hold of Ledger but now focused on me. I sniffle and wipe the silent tears off my cheek. Yes, it was me. My brother's jaw clenches. Why? I rub my belly in short strokes. Because I always wanted a baby. At this, my brother's gaze goes to my belly. Then, looking up, why him? Before I can say anything to my brother, Ledger growls, leave her alone. Reed ignores him, though, as he repeats, why him, Tempest? Because once upon a time, I loved him. And I loved him like crazy, and all the dreams that I'd ever had became attached to him. And even though things are different now, I'm not in love anymore, and he will never be. Plus, both our lives are messy. I still wanted a piece of him. I still wanted something to remember him by. Because for the life of me, I can't imagine not having that. I can't imagine not being connected to him in some way. It started out as revenge, an effort for me to move on, but it has become so much more now. We have become so much more than who we were to each other. We are a family. And guess what? He ended up giving me so much more than a baby, too. He gave me myself back. For the past year, I've been living in shame. Shame for falling in love with him. Shame for pursuing him. Shame for being stupid enough to think that there could be something between us. But he taught me different. He made me realize that I'm brave. And so tonight, I'm also going to let go the shame that I've harbored even before this last year. The shame of falling for my brother's enemy. The guilt for betraying him. Because I wasn't. I was just following my heart. And doing that can never be wrong. Could I possibly hurt my brother with this news that I'm about to give him? Yes, and I'm sorry for that. I'll always be sorry for whatever hurt I'm about to dole out to him in this moment. But I'm not going to feel sorry for wanting who I wanted before and for taking him in whatever capacity that I could now. So steeling my spine, I reply, because he and we have history. History, my brother says in a flat voice. Yes, I nod, still keeping a hand on my stomach proudly. I know this will come as a shock to you because I never told you, and that's on me. I should have told you. I should have said something way before this. But for the longest time, I thought I was betraying you. I was betraying your trust for wanting the guy you hated so much. Because I did. I did want him. I more than wanted him. I loved him, and the truth is that I don't want to be ashamed anymore of the past and who I wanted, or the fact that I chose to do this. Because being ashamed of that would mean being ashamed of myself, and I'm not. I'm not ashamed of myself or what I want. In fact, I'm brave for wanting these things and going after them, even if they seem unconventional to others. I press a hand on my belly. And I know it may look unconventional to you, maybe even a mistake, but it's not. It's my decision. A very adult decision, something that I've thought about really long and hard. And if you just let him go and forget your anger for a second, I'll tell you everything. About the past, about why I chose to do this, okay? Just please, How long? Reed asks. What? How long is your fucking history? Before I can answer him, though, Ledger goes, Leave her the fuck alone. Something about Ledger's voice registers with Reed, and he turns back to him. Or what? Or it's time that I show you. For the first time tonight, he goes for my brother's fists in his t-shirt and shakes them loose. How to really lay down a punch. Yeah? What was stopping you before? Ledger's ticking jaw is his only answer. I'm guessing my sister, huh? Who's apparently your girlfriend. Well, your knocked-up girlfriend, who just told me she's been betraying me all this time. I flinch at Reed's angry tone. And I know Ledger notices, because his tone gets eerily soft. You want to be pissy about that, be my fucking guest. But if you upset her in this condition, after she puked her guts out in your bathroom, I will make you swallow your own teeth, you understand, before you can ever come for mine. Is that so? Fuck yeah. Ledger bites out. And you don't want to test me on that, because if we're giving each other high school labels now, then let me tell you that she's not my fucking girlfriend. She's the girl I'd burn down the world for, the girl I'd kill for, and then die 1,000 fucking deaths for. And yes, I knocked her up, not with 1, but 2 babies, which means I don't have just 2, but 3 people to protect now. I'd fucking bury you in the ground without so much as a thought while your wife and your sister watch. So I suggest you think really long and hard before opening your mouth. For the longest time, all I can hear are my breaths, frantic and heavy and needy. So freaking needy for him. To go to him, to hug him, to touch him, to kiss him. But then Reed speaks. Well, that was a nice fucking speech, wasn't it? Ledger growls. I swear I hear it. Color me impressed, he goes on, and completely on board with this fucking craziness you two have got going on. Except, a muscle beats in his cheek. You tell her yet? Ledger stiffens at that. You haven't, have you? Reed continues with a smirk. The girl you'd burn down the world for. You haven't told her the truth. My heart slams in my chest. It slams even harder when I feel tension radiating out of Ledger's body. Reed? I call out, not being able to stop the tremor in my voice. My brother turns to me then, his face hard and his eyes, so much like mine, appearing angry. You're an adult, aren't you? You've thought this through? Well, congratulations for hitching your wagon to a guy who's not only wrecked his career, but apparently is also a liar, and hasn't said a word about it to you. But hey, send me the wedding invitation, won't you? And save me a piece of cake, because I'd love to watch this train wreck happen in real time. Chapter 30. Okay, that should do it, I say, finishing tending to the last of his cuts. In our bathroom, not at my brother's and Callie's, because we're back at the cabin. After the fight, my brother left us all out there and went for a drive. Callie tried to make us stay, and I wanted to because Halo's sick and she could use all the help. But given that Reed literally left the place because Ledger and I were there, it was best just to leave. Although I still think we should go to an ER because I don't like the look of your nose. I'm worried it may be broken. Not the first time I've said this tonight, but so far, he's completely refused. All because I threw up a little tonight. Well, a lot, but still. It's the norm, though, isn't it? You're pregnant, you throw up. But nope. Leave it to him to make a big deal out of something that happens to every pregnant woman. When he chooses to remain silent, which basically means no again, I shake my head and pack up the first aid kit, ready to put it away, when he grabs my arm and pulls me back, and I have no choice but to look into his eyes. I wasn't until now. I haven't, ever since we left Callie and Reed's house. Not because I'm mad at him, or I believe what my brother said about him lying, but I knew that if I looked at him, I'd break down and ask him. I'd beg him to tell me what the hell is going on with him and his brothers, and why and how is it affecting his soccer. So far in the past weeks, I haven't. Mostly because we both have been trying to avoid reality and living inside our own bubble. Plus, I understand keeping things to yourself, now more than ever, when he himself suspects that I'm hiding things from him and he has respected my wishes to not poke and prod. But now that I'm finally looking at him, looking into his eyes, I'm finding it so much harder to resist. So much harder to simply stand here and not do something. Something like hug him and soothe him, while at the same time, somehow fight against the whole world for him. For his bloodshot and agonized eyes, as if someone is tearing him apart on the inside and he's bleeding. And the fact that his face is more purple and swollen than not is making it even worse. Ledger, I begin. What my I've been suspended, he says, his voice hoarse but firm. What? His chest moves with a breath. From the team. My heart thuds. Why? At this, his chest moves even more, his breath longer and noisier. I leave the stupid first aid kit and grab his bare waist, somehow knowing that he needs the support for what he's going to say next, and the fact that he puts his hands on my waist in return, as if he's thankful that I'm there, is only making me want to weep more. But I can't. Not right now when he needs me to be strong. Because I punched someone. What? Who? He clenches his jaw for a second before replying. Another player from the opposite team. And I did it at the game. During the game. On live television? Another clench, but he nods. Yeah. Then, and he pressed charges. I step closer to him. What? I spent a night in jail. Oh my God, I didn't... That's not important, though. He cuts me off. My team pulled a lot of strings to get me out in 24 hours, which got them a lot of bad publicity. The press kept saying that instead of punishing the player that went rogue on the field, they were trying to save his ass, so they suspended me for the foreseeable future. Then... forced me to take anger management therapy. So until a therapist deems me fit to return, I can't play. I can't set foot on the premises. I can't go to practice. I can't do anything. Anger management therapy? He stares down at me with harsh eyes, and his torn lips twist into a bitter smile. I'm the angry Thorne, aren't I? The hothead, the unpredictable player. Who knows what I'd do if left unchecked. But that's not all of who you are. Yes, you have your moments, but to them I am. Who are they? This is the question he doesn't reply to, but he doesn't need to. I already know. Your brothers, I whisper. Anger ripples through his features before he says, his voice low, well, they do know me better than anyone else. They don't. They absolutely do not know him better than most. I don't think anyone knows him. Not the real him, at least. Not the layers and layers that make him who he is. That's what Callie said tonight, didn't she? That no one has ever understood him, understood what's inside of him. Why did you punch him? I ask, my hands on his chest now, stroking his hot and smooth flesh, trying to soothe him. His brows bunch together. What? Why did you punch him? This guy, I explain. What did he do? His eyes look back and forth between mine. No one's ever asked me that. And oh my God, I could start crying right here. I could start bawling my eyes out at how sad and lonely and fucking heartbreaking that statement sounds. How it completely shatters my heart and seals my belief that no one, absolutely no one, knows who he is. My arms go up and clutch his shoulders then, My fingers dig into his skin, and my body automatically comes even closer to his. My curves molding themselves around his unforgiving parts so I can touch him everywhere, so I can seep into him and give him peace. I'm asking, I whisper, craning my neck up and looking at him intently. His arms do the same, going around my waist, fisting my dress. Because he was running his mouth, and not for the first time. Running his mouth about what? His grip on my dress tightens, and he takes a few seconds before he answers. The truth. I bring my hands even higher and grip the side of his neck, pressing my thumb over his pulse, like he does mine. Not in a dominating way, no, but in my way, my gentle way, trying to calm his heartbeats as I ask, what truth? He licks his torn lips. About how I never could have made it on the team, not without my brother's help. What? I was the last draft pick, he says, his eyes intent and staring. If Shep hadn't stepped in, I never would have made it onto the team, let alone any team. I never would have scored an agent, let alone such a highly regarded one at that. Shep was the one who convinced everybody at New York FC to let me come aboard. He gave them reassurances, guarantees. He vouched for me and told them that even though my reputation precedes me and I'm considered a wild card, I'm his brother. I'm talented and hardworking, and I'd never let them down. Shaking his head, he continues, I hated that. I fucking hated how he had to come to my rescue, how he had to save me yet again, save his hot head of a younger brother, just like he used to back when we were kids. Not only that, Stellan stepped in too. He vouched for me as well. He told them that as the assistant coach, he'd keep me in line. He'd make sure that I behaved. And then Conrad came on, the star coach everyone's always wanted on their team. And of course, management was pretty fucking happy not only to snag him, but also because he knew how to handle me. He knew what to do, what rules to make, how to fucking push me to do my best and to keep me reined in, which is why they went to him when I fucked up. He chuckles harshly. They went to him when they didn't know how to save their asses after what I'd done. And instead of having my back, my own brother threw me under the bus. It was his idea to have me benched, to send me to therapy, to fucking treat me like a liability, like he's always done. The air around us has changed. It feels heavy and swollen, like before a thunderstorm. And I realize two things in this moment. One, that I haven't felt this in a long time. This change in the air that he causes, that his anger causes. I didn't even feel it back at my brother's and Callie's house. And I think it's because he's been so at peace for the past weeks. He's been calm and happy even. And second, his anger isn't anger at all. His anger that he's so famous for, that he's known for far and wide, and so much so that yes, his reputation does precede him, isn't anger in the first place. It's pain. It's hurt and anguish. It's torment and trauma. He's not angry at his brothers. He's hurt at their actions. He's hurt that they don't give him the benefit of the doubt. Probably never did. That no one ever gives him the benefit of the doubt. He's hurt that they design rules and build cages and pass judgment to rein him in, instead of actually listening to him, instead of actually understanding him. And when you're that isolated, that misunderstood, your pain comes out as anger. Anger that hurts other people. But also him, doesn't it? I mean, I don't have to look further than myself for this. Just imagining how tormented he's been over what he did to me. Not only a little over a year ago, but since the day we met. He's been punishing himself all this time for hurting me, for taking his anger out on me. And I'm about to tell him that. I'm about to tell him that his anger isn't anger at all. That his nickname, the stupid fucking nickname, is a myth. Everything about him is a big, giant myth. When he says, urgently, and I want you to know something. I want you to know that yes, I fucking hated the idea of anger management, and I still do, but I'm doing it. What? Determination ripples across his bruised yet still beautiful face. If it's the only way to get back on the team, then I'll do it. I'll go to therapy. You will? Yeah, I'll do it for you. My chest heaves. For me? So is that where he goes? Is that where he's been going for the past few weeks when he isn't going for grocery runs? To therapy. I never asked him because, again, I didn't want to seem nosy, but I've wondered. His gaze bores into mine, and his fingers on my waist unfurl and splay, touching my tummy from one end to the other. And for them. He digs his thumbs into my belly button, and I arch up. I'll do it because, for the first time in my life, I have a purpose. A bigger purpose. A purpose bigger than soccer, or trophies, or championships. A bigger purpose than my ego, revenge, rivalries. And it's to provide for them. It's to take care of them. And you. I'm not going to let you down. I'm not going to let them down. I know I didn't tell you the truth before tonight. I know I kept this big secret from you, and I'm sorry for that. I'm so fucking sorry. The only excuse I've got is that I didn't want you, not for a single second, to think that I'm incapable. That I'm incapable of taking care of you and of them. Because I'm not. I'm not like my father. I'm not like your father. I want you to know that. I won't ever do anything to make you or them feel unsafe or not provided for or... I press my trembling hand on his lips to make him stop. I trust you. His eyes flare slightly in response, but I don't move my hand from his mouth until I've said my piece. I do. I don't care that you hid this from me. I've hidden a lot of things from you too. I still am. And neither do I care what my brother said. What he did tonight, how he reacted, it hurt me. And in a way, I understand where he's coming from. I don't know if he'll ever be able to forgive me for keeping the truth from him. But I don't care what he thinks. Not about this. About us. About you. Then, putting a hand on my tummy, where he's gripping me, I continue. While I don't need you to take care of me, Ledger, I know you'll do everything in your power to take care of them. You'll do everything that you can to provide for them, to always be there for them. You already are doing it. You already are the best daddy in the world. But I want you to listen to me, okay? I want you to know and understand that this is for you. Your career, your therapy, especially your therapy. But Ledger, if you're doing it, you need to do it for you, for yourself. Not because of me or our babies or anyone else. And I know you're hurt by what they've done, your brothers. But I think you've been unhappy without them, haven't you? Just like you've been unhappy without soccer. I think you should at least talk to them or... Suddenly, he goes for my wrist. He grips it and takes my hand off his mouth, his fingers strangely tight, mashing into my pulse as if he wants to kill it. Or maybe absorb it into his skin like a kiss. I don't know. All I know is that I'm breathless at the sudden intensity in his gaze, and in his voice when he says, "You trust me." My answer is thoughtless and effortless, like a muscle memory, more than anyone. And I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm not ashamed to admit that the guy who broke my trust over a year ago is the guy I trust the most in the world. Because the girl whose heart he broke, I'm not that girl anymore. I've grown up. My rose-colored glasses are gone. I know he's flawed. I know he's capable of doing bad things. But I also know that he's capable of doing good things. Things so precious that they make me weep. Things so beautiful that no one has ever imagined them. Like these two babies in my belly. So yeah, I trust him. Although I don't understand his reaction. I don't get why his frame seems to shake a little before going stone still, and why the look in his eyes is stricken before going harsh. Meanwhile, those fingers of his around my wrist have really managed to kill my pulse or at least slow it down. Then, as if he knows that I'm on the verge of passing out, he steps back. He abruptly lets me go, and I want to tell him that this is what may kill me, his sudden abandonment, not his brutal grip.
I'm going for a run,
he says before leaving the bathroom, leaving me stunned in his wake, leaving me to wonder what just happened. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should be used to it by now, because this isn't the first time he's gone for a run at night. This isn't the second or the third time either. He's been doing it for weeks now, ever since we found out that I'm pregnant. Just like his intensity and his need to pamper me have grown and changed, his routine has changed as well, in addition to going to therapy, I mean. We still sleep in the same bed, and he still spoons me the entire night. In fact, his arm around me sometimes feels too tight, too caging. Not that I mind, but I've noticed the difference, and he still wakes up before me to go exercising. But there's no playful early morning banter like before, or even after. He exercises for longer these days. Our breakfasts, that we still have together, are quieter. The storytelling times are somber as well. His grocery runs are longer, and after dinner, he usually disappears for another round of workouts. But the biggest, most epic change is that we don't have sex anymore. He hardly ever touches me except during the night when we cuddle together. Or rather, he cuddles me, because by the time he hits the bed, I'm already asleep. And while I've been trying to be patient with him, I'm wondering if this drastic change is because of me. Because he doesn't want me anymore. As in, sexually. What if now that he's given me my dream, his dream too, by the way, he thinks there is no need for physical intimacy between us? On wooden legs, I walk out of the bathroom and find him opening and shutting drawers. He's already changed out of his jeans and into his gray sweatpants, and now he's in the process of deftly putting on a t-shirt that I personally think is even more lethal than his sweatpants. It's white and extremely soft-looking, and has big armholes instead of sleeves. So big that you can see his ribs and obliques and the way they ripple when he moves. God, why? Why does he have to be so sexy? And why do I have to be so freaking obsessed with his body when I'm beginning to think that maybe he isn't with mine? Not anymore. He doesn't turn around at my hesitant voice, still busy with picking up his cell phone and his keys and shoving them down the pockets of his sweatpants. When he's done, he turns around but doesn't even spare me a glance as he strides toward the door, every line on his bruised face severe and sharp. He's just about to cross over the threshold when I try again. I think we should...
Don't wait up.
With my heart racing, I follow him out into the hallway, his lunging steps taking him further and further away from me. In desperation, I plead to his back. I think we should talk. Then, now that I'm pregnant. Finally, he comes to a halt, and I watch the broad planes of his back lift up and down with his breath. I'm not sure what kind of a breath it is, a fortifying breath or a breath that says, finally, like he was waiting for me to bring it up, this talk thing, so we could go our separate ways. I mean, that's what's going to happen eventually, right? I'm going to leave pretty soon as Ezra comes back. I've been in constant contact with him this whole time, mostly texting and a couple of phone calls here and there. I usually make sure that Ledger isn't around when that happens. I don't want him to get suspicious or agitated, especially when, in a way, there's nothing to get agitated about. Yes, I am going to marry him, but no, there isn't anything between us, nor there ever will be. But anyway, so far things haven't gone well for him in Korea, and he's had to extend his trip, which, to be honest, I'm actually very thrilled about. I'm not looking forward to resuming duping him once he does come back. Plus, now I have something else to tell him as well, and I have no idea how he's going to react to my happy news. I've decided to stress about all that later, though. The only good thing in all of this is that my dad can't say the same. A couple of times that I have talked to him these past few weeks, he sounded angry and agitated, And for once, not at me, but at Ezra's father, who apparently is insisting on hiring a third-party appraiser of his choice. Turns out, when one company buys another company, the buyer brings in an appraiser to evaluate the value of the company they're buying. Which of course makes sense, but since my dad's company is in shambles, he'd very cunningly convinced Mr. Vandekamp to use the appraiser of my dad's choice, who was going to spin the whole thing in my dad's favor. But now Mr. Vandekamp is having second thoughts. Go Mr. Vandekamp, even though he's a homophobic piece of shit. So anyway, my dad's dealing with that, and for once, the heat's off my back. But all that still doesn't mean that I get to stay here, in my safe space, with the guy who makes me feel safe. I'm not sure how visible they are, my frantic thoughts and my active imagination on my face, but I still try to school my features when he turns around. Then in a wooden tone, he asks, "Talk about what?" Are you sure you want to go on a run? I ask instead. I mean, you're all banged up, and what's there to talk about? Damn it. Now that I've broached the subject, I don't know where to begin. How to phrase the question, have you gotten bored of me? Tempest, he prods/warns when I go minutes without saying anything. I get myself together and go, "Right, we should talk about things, now that I'm pregnant." You said that already. Yes, I have. I agree with him. He narrows his eyes in response. Okay, so I know that I wanted us to stay here, back when we were trying. I leave my sentence hanging because I'm hoping that he'll fill the silence. But then again, when has he ever filled silences? He's pretty content simply standing there and regarding me in brooding silence, so I have to keep going. But we are not trying anymore. No, we're not, he says at last. I can't read his tone, but I also can't waste any more time trying to go over things in my head. I need to let it out. And, well, all we've done for the past couple of months is, try. Yes. Then, all we've done for the past couple of months is fuck. I suck my belly in at his fuck. Not the most shocking thing he's ever said, but something about him saying it in this moment when we're having a serious discussion does things to me. Yes, we have, I say somehow. So I was just wondering, now that I'm pregnant, God, please stop saying that. And we even had our first appointment and everything, if I should still stay here or I let out another breath. Go back. Go back. Yes, back to Bardstown. As soon as I say it, a pain so piercing stabs my chest that it's a wonder I haven't gasped out loud. Not to mention it becomes even more of a miracle for me to stay still and not tremble when he repeats my words, once again in a wooden, emotionless tone. You want to go back to Bardstown? I shake my head. No. I mean, yes, as in, if you think I should, if you want me to. Because we aren't fucking anymore. I swallow. Yes, and if you want to fuck someone else? This time, I do gasp and go for the wall beside me, propping against it because my knees are shaking. Just at the thought of him going for someone else. Somehow it feels like both a big thing, a giant thing, and a thing so silly that I could start laughing until I cry. After everything that we've been through, all the ways we've grown and come closer, the fact that I'm carrying his babies, the fact that we're a family, an unconventional one, but a family nonetheless, him going for another girl seems so trivial. It seems like I shouldn't even be concerned with things like that. But of course I should be. Just because I think we've come so far doesn't mean he thinks that. Just because he's going to be a daddy doesn't mean his life should stop. Plus, he'd been celibate for the last 3 years because of me. Shouldn't he get to live his life now? Look, I take a deep breath. You haven't touched me. In days. Well, if we're being honest about it, it's been weeks. Like ever since we found out that I'm pregnant. Then, thinking about it, Actually, that's not true. I think it happened around the time when you made me sign those stupid insurance papers, which was very sweet, by the way. While all I could do was watch baby videos, you had practical, real things on your mind. But maybe you want to live your life now. Just because I know you'll be there for the babies and, be a good dad doesn't mean you should stop yourself from what? I still can't read his tone, but I reply anyway. From living your life. I mean, there's no reason for you to not go out there and be with someone. And maybe I'm in your way now, and honestly, I'm no slouch either. I have guys salivating over me as well, and just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean that I can't. His sudden flurry of movements bring my words to a screeching halt, which is a good thing, to be honest, because I was doing what I always do, trying to make him jealous, and I really need to change that about myself. It's not healthy and serves no purpose whatsoever when we have no future together. Not to mention, I've specifically asked him and made him promise to not get jealous. But in any case, I have other things to think about in this moment. Like the fact that he's here, where I am, and he's pinning me to the wall, with his hands splayed wide on either side of my head, making a cage, and his bruised face dipped toward me. Good. I like that. I like being trapped in the cages that he makes for me. In fact, I like it so much that I grab onto him, to his sleek muscles, and whisper, "What are you doing?" "You can't what?" he rasps. Confused, I asked, "I can't... what?" "Yeah." His eyes flash. "You can't what, just because you're pregnant." "Oh, right. I was saying something to that effect." I stroke his hot skin. I don't remember." "No?" "No." His eyes flash again. "How about I remind you?" "Okay." I think I would say okay to just about anything in this moment. I'm so under his spell that I don't even care if it's pathetic. I don't care that it's easy for him to fool me, to shake me and thrill me, hurt me and mold me in whatever shape he wants. "Do you know who you are?" he asks. "Who am I?" "To me," he qualifies. "To you?" "Yeah," he nods. "Who are you to me?" I don't... "Are you my girlfriend?" "No." "Then who are you?" At his tone, his specific use of the word girlfriend, something teases the back of my mind. "The girl you..." "The girl I what?" "The girl you'd burn down the world for." I repeat his words to him from earlier, the ones he said to my brother. "What else?" My heart pounds in my chest. "The girl you'd kill for." "I would, wouldn't I?" "Yes." "Now tell me." His skin vibrates under my fingers, thrums heated and smooth. "Who put those babies in your belly?" My womb pulses. You did." "I did." "Yes." "Me, yeah?" "Yeah." "Not those guys who salivate over you." "Not them, no." "Me, Ledger." "Yes." "Now, I want you to put 2 and 2 together, okay?" I swallow. "Okay?" "If Ledger," he begins, his eyes all black, "put those babies in your belly, the babies who are going to grow and make it round and swell, who are going to change your body and make it even more ripe and soft. And if Ledger would burn down the whole world for you, what do you think he'd do to the guys who dare to look at you, let alone salivate over you in your pregnant as fuck body?" I scratch his skin, rubbing my thighs together. "Ledger, I was just..." "Tell me." Kill them." "Yeah, and I'd make it hurt. I'd fucking make it excruciating." "You..." "So what do you think you should do?" "Not look at other guys." "No." "You shouldn't even think about them." "Oh." "You shouldn't be where they are." "But..." "What you should do, if you want to prevent mass murder and keep me from being sent to death row for it, is to stay locked up. It's to stay the fuck here. where no motherfucker can ever look at you or get to you. Do you understand? Yes, I say, trembling and weak in the knees. Good. I was just trying to make you jealous. I know. So then why did you? Because you don't want other guys to salivate over you. No, I don't. You want me. Yes. So here I am, baby, he says with a threatening tone, salivating over you, sniffing around your skirts like an animal, beating at my chest and snapping my teeth at any asshole that comes near you. But remember what I told you about animals, about bulls? Yes, I lick my lips. You told me that I shouldn't provoke them. Exactly, because I'm already half a beast for you, an angry bull. And if you keep provoking me, I'm going to be worse than any animal you've ever known. My panties are wet, my pussy is flooded, and I don't think I can take another second of being separated from him. So then why won't you now? He says, stepping away from me. I want you to go to sleep because you've had enough fucking excitement for one night, and I need to go for a run until I can't fucking think. But you... This time, I can't speak because I'm bent halfway down and throwing up all over the floor, which is what I keep doing for the next several weeks.
Chapter 31. Her beautiful Thorne. My wife. She's my wife, and it's getting harder and harder to stay away from her. Harder and harder to not touch her. To not make her mine, not only on paper but in life too. To not do that one act that will dry the ink on paper and seal the deal in every sense. Every day that passes, I remind myself of the reasons why I need to keep my distance. Number 1, I'm not the guy for her. Number 2, I wouldn't even know how to be the guy for her, the guy who can give her all the things she wants and make her happy. Number 3, she doesn't want anything from me anyway. Number 4, and she shouldn't because I'm lying to her. Number 5, I tricked her into marrying me. Yes, it was necessary at the time to keep my anger in check, to keep my jealousy at bay. Although I can't say making her my wife has changed much of anything. I get still as angry, as jealous at the thought of Ezra fucking Vandekamp as I used to before she signed those papers. Actually, it's worse now, mostly because she's my wife and I can't tell anyone. I can't shout it off the rooftops like I want to. I can't write it on the walls and carve it into the ground. I can't spray paint it on every building I pass. My wife, my wife, my wife. Which once again makes me think that my anger may really be a problem. My anger may destroy everything if I'm not careful. That maybe, just maybe I should open up and talk to Dr. Mayberry. I have to see her anyway, right? Might as well talk to her and use her legendary wisdom that everyone keeps telling me about. Especially now that I'm allowed back into practice. Maybe the good doctor can give me some pointers. How to tell your wife that she's your wife now. And how to stop her from running away from me. Because when she finds out she's going to run, I know that. She's going to take our babies away from me, and I don't think I could blame her. She's already going to leave one day. And yes, I still remember my promise of letting her go when she does. And this will only send her away faster. So, not touching her, not taking this one last thing from her, is my puny effort to do the right thing. Not that it's going to matter, but when you do the wrong thing, the wrongest thing that anyone could ever do to someone, doing the right thing kinda becomes your only choice. Besides, I'm not going to take advantage of her when she's like this. Sick and weak. The first trimester is hard for her. She's throwing up all the time, barely able to keep any food in her. She's lost weight. She's pale and lethargic. Her boobs hurt, she says. She can't stand the smell of her once favorite foods. She cries at the drop of a hat, which I think is not only hormonal. I think it's also because her asshole of a brother hasn't come around yet, and I could fucking kill him for that. For putting her through such a hard time in her condition. Not to mention, she hates cotton candy with a passion. The only thing that remotely gives her relief is smelling orange peels. She keeps them on her nightstand, and every time she gets a bout of nausea, she sniffs them like a junkie. So, I've filled our cabin with oranges. She also likes evening walks and crisp air, so I make sure to be home after practice in time to take her on one. I make sure to hold her hand and support her when she gets dizzy and shaky, which is also happening a lot these days. Apparently, these are all hormones, and she has a lot of them because of the twin pregnancy. But there's apparently nothing to worry about because the worse you are, the better your pregnancy is going. Her doctor's words, not mine. Fuck her. Fuck all the doctors. In fact, fuck anyone who said pregnancy is a joyous thing. It's not. It's fucking torture. The worst part is that it's not even a torture to me. It's torture for her, and I can't do anything other than rub her back, buy her oranges, and hold her hair when she empties her stomach. I've been so angry about all this that when they tell us at our week 10 appointment that if we want, we can know the sex of our babies with a simple blood test, I refuse. I tell them I don't want to, much to my firefly shock. Because sometimes I feel like I'm angry at them too, at our babies for making their mommy so sick. It's fucking irrational, I know that. I don't mean it either, because as soon as the thought crosses my mind, I'm left with crippling guilt and remorse. But the thing is that I can't see her like this. I can't see my wife dimmed and dulled out, hurting, which I know is ironic because when she finds out that she indeed is my wife and her own husband is lying to her, she's going to get hurt worse than any pregnancy hormones.
Chapter 32. I'm 15 weeks pregnant today. And today's the day I'm going to tell my fiancé that I'm having a baby. 2 babies, actually. 2 girls. Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, because we're choosing not to know. Well, he is choosing not to know, the daddy. Why, I don't know. When I asked, all he said was, it doesn't matter. Which confused me, but then later I realized that he was right. It actually doesn't matter what we're having, because I'll love them no matter what. He will too. In fact, I think it's more fun this way. We'll have something good to look forward to in the future. Well, apart from the whole meeting the babies thing. Because we have plenty of bad things happening in the future already. Or at least I do. Including this meeting. A few days ago, I got the text that I've been dreading for weeks now. It was from Ezra, telling me that he was finally, after months, heading back, and that if I had some time this week, we should meet. Of course I said yes, and of course, immediately after, my father called me and told me that he was counting on me to bring it home. So that's what I'm here to do. To bring it home at this swanky restaurant in Midtown Manhattan, and tell him that what we'd talked about before he left for Korea is actually coming true. Meaning I'm pregnant, and we could definitely spin this in his favor and get everyone, including his father, off his back about his sexuality. That the father of my babies is also going to be involved down the line is not something that I'm going to tell him today. I also understand that there will be press coverage for this, our wedding and my pregnancy, etc. But we will figure it all out later. And, well, that's why we have PR people, don't we? I need to first secure my father's plan and thereby my brother's future before I rock the boat again. So with bated breath, I wait for him to arrive. Only he doesn't. At first I think he stood me up, but then in a very strange turn of events, there's a very no-nonsense brunette who seems to have approached my table and taken a seat right across from me before I can even realize what's happening. In her tight bun and glasses, along with her very formal satchel that she sets down at the table and fishes out a thick file from before putting it on the floor, she looks like someone's secretary, a very efficient and capable secretary. I open my mouth to ask her who she is when she looks up and gives me a curt smile. Hi, I'm Alice, Mr. Vandekamp's assistant. So, bingo, she is an assistant. I blink a couple of times before remembering my manners. Hi. Before I can even think to ask her what she's doing here, she tells me, Mr. Vandekamp has had something urgent come up, so he won't be able to make it. He sends his regrets. But he didn't want to break the date with you, his fiancée. She throws me a small, formal smile. So he sent me instead. Double bingo. She is efficient. I mean, she explained everything to me without me even having to ask. The only problem is what we're going to talk about when Ezra is not here. Okay, I say, confused. I'm not really sure what we're going to do, though. We can discuss logistics, of course, she says as if it should be obvious to me. I clear my throat. Discuss logistics of what? She inches up her glasses. Of the wedding? Which is what he sent me here to do. I open my mouth to respond, but she's already opening the thick file and uncapping a pen that I hadn't even seen her take out of her satchel. Now, first things first, how's April 20th for you? I'm sorry? She looks up for a second. For the wedding date? She goes back down to her file then. That's the earliest I can do. And then the next date is... She flips a few pages. All the way into the summer, which Mr. Vandekamp knows that you don't like as much, since you always wanted a spring wedding. Again, she looks up. So, shall I? It takes me a second to respond to her, and even then all I can say is... April 20th? Yes, she nods. Shall I put you down for that? That's... I lick my lips and swallow. Only 6 weeks away. Correct. If you're worried about all the arrangements and things like that, please don't give it another thought. I'm really good at my job. Once we nail down the date and a wedding venue you'd like, I will fix your meeting with a wedding planner and I'll make sure that everything happens to your taste. It's a good thing that my nausea passed last week, or I'd be throwing up all over the table. April 20th, my wedding day. I will be 21 weeks then. My babies will be the size of a large banana, more or less. I've been Googling week-by-week baby development for the past few weeks. The only thing that seemed to give me joy when I felt sick 24/7. That and orange peels and walks in woods. But the latter is because I took those walks with him, while holding his hand, while feeling safe and warm by his side. Which won't be for much longer now, will it? I've only got 6 weeks left. And I want to blame Ezra for that. I want to be angry at him for springing this on me without any discussion or even deigning to come to see me. But I can't, because the arrangement that we have doesn't require him to see me. In fact, even if we were going to have a real marriage, we wouldn't have to see each other at all, not until our wedding day. And he was listening to me the last time we'd met, when again he didn't have to, not in a fake or a real marriage. Actually, I think this whole thing, his assistant showing up with the specific instructions to take notes on what I want, is his way of being nice to me, to show me that he cares about me even though we're not really going to be married. So I should be ecstatic. That despite my father choosing a man for me, I ended up with someone considerate. Plus, I brought it home and I didn't even have to do anything. I have a wedding date that my dad's going to be very happy about. But all I want to do is break down and sob. All I want to do is curl up in a ball on the floor and never, ever get up. Never, ever face reality. Because I don't want to do this. I don't want to marry him. I don't. I never did. And now, instead of something vague, a summer wedding, we have a wedding date. An actual fucking wedding date that's only 6 weeks away, and just the idea of leaving that cabin, leaving him for the rest of my life, is making me want to vomit. And Ezra doesn't even know about the pregnancy yet, and Miss Jackson? Alice's voice breaks into my thoughts, and my reply comes bursting forth before I've had time to think about it all. Yes, it works. The date? Yes. She smiles. Perfect. While she makes a note of it in her file, I say, and my mother will be happy to coordinate with you regarding any wedding plans. Her smile widens and she makes a note of that too. And, I try to take a deep breath, but fail to. Please thank Ezra for me, for arranging all of this. And thank you for coming to meet with me and being so competent. Of course, I'm just doing my job. Right, okay. I throw her a shaky smile. I'm just going to go. Her smile wavers slightly. Okay, but are you all right? You don't? I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I think I just need a little fresh air. With that, I stand up and walk out of there. He's beautiful. The most beautiful man I've ever seen. His crazy hair whipping in the wind, his bronzed skin flushed, his strong body hurtling across the field. His legs always keeping the ball in his possession, mostly through his dexterous legwork and other times with his sheer force of will. Whatever the case may be, it's hard to take the ball away from him once he's got it in his possession. And if he takes a shot with it, you know he's going to score. I've seen him at practice and at games countless times to know that. And I have to say that I missed it, watching him play. I missed the electric feeling that I'd get, that I'd gotten the very first time that I'd seen him play at Bardstown High. The euphoria, the thrill, the awe that I'm in the presence of something great, something otherworldly and majestic. That I'm in the presence of the angry Thorne. Only he never was and never will be that to me. To me, he's my beautiful Thorne, and I can't take my eyes off him. But I have to when a couple of minutes later I hear someone say, "He's good, isn't he?" Startled, I turn and find that the voice belongs to Conrad Thorne, the oldest Thorne brother and the head coach of New York City FC. When I'd left the restaurant, all I wanted to do was take a walk through the city, a slow and leisurely walk, even though I wanted to run and never stop. But these days I get dizzy so quickly, and since I'm prone to falling, I took it easy. Because I'm not alone anymore, am I? I have these two little birdies inside of me, these two little butterflies, my cute companions. And I have them to think about, and I have him. He'd lose his shit if something happened to me or to them. So much so that I've quit wearing heels, just for his peace of mind and mine. But anyway, I took slow and measured paces before flagging down a cab and ended up here, at New York City FC's stadium, where I knew I'd find him, practicing for his comeback game next week. Something he's been really hard at work for, although I forgot that there may be a chance that I might run into his brother. Not Shepard or Stellan, both of whom I can see through this wall-to-wall window that I'm standing at. Shepard running on the field and Stellan on the sidelines, directing the players. But him, Con, their oldest brother. He's more than good, I say to him. He's fantastic. His eyes, blue and completely different than Ledger's dark ones, take me in, and his lips stretch up into a very faint smile. He is. Then turning to look at the game, he adds, and he always has been. Pure and unadulterated talent, better and stronger than anyone else I've come across. I turn back to the game as well, completely in agreement with him. Stellan blows on his whistle and calls a halt before going to Ledger and another guy, whose jersey says Rivera, and having a chat with them. I watch Ledger listening to Stellan, but at one point his jaw clenches, and I know whatever he's hearing is not something he likes. I can see the annoyance flickering on his features, and for a second or two I think he's going to snap at Stellan. But then he gives him a curt nod, and the game resumes. I breathe out a quiet sigh of relief. Not because I think he's his namesake, Angry Thorne, but because if he had gotten angry, people would think he was. His brothers would think he was, and he's so much more than that. I hear Conrad shift on his feet then. But he's his own enemy. I snap my gaze back at him. Excuse me? Again, he turns away from the window and thrusts his hands down his pockets. How are you? Abandoning the game once again, I turn to him as well. Because I think this, whatever it is that's going to happen now, requires my full attention. How am I? He glances down at my belly, and I palm it in a blatantly possessive gesture. I'm not showing a lot yet, although my old dresses, because they were so tight, don't fit me anymore, so I've taken to wearing things that are slightly looser in the waist, but I do feel the expanded curve when I touch my stomach. Yes, I hear you've been having a hard time. I apologize that I haven't come to see you or talk to you directly. I know that you've been friends with Callie for a long time and, of course, your family, because of Reed, and now this. It's just that, he sighs then, rubbing the back of his neck. It's been a shock, which is not an excuse, but I want you to know that I'm here for you. I know we haven't had much of a chance to interact in the past, but if the need should arise, you can count on the fact that I'll be— It won't. I cut him off. He looks at me for a second, and even though with his dirty blonde hair and blue eyes, he looks nothing like my dark-haired and dark-eyed Ledger, I can still see the similarities in them. I can still see that they have the same body language, the same demeanor, the same dominating aura, especially when he's regarding me silently. But I'm not going to get intimidated. Because Ledger is taking good care of me, so you don't have to apologize or offer your help. I'm covered, thank you. I'm speaking the truth. I am covered. Not only because Ledger has taken such good care of me these last few weeks when I thought I was going to die and probably never make it to my second trimester, let alone the third or my due date, but also because I've got such good friends. First, there's Callie, my BFF and my sister-in-law, who, after we broke the news to her and my brother, came right over to the cabin that very week, as soon as Halo had started to feel better. She was definitely surprised at our choice of home, especially when I told her who it belonged to, since Ledger wasn't going to. I also explained its significance to him, which brought tears to her eyes before she told me, yet again, how happy she was that we'd finally gotten together. Apparently, she had all the clues that there was something going on between us. I guess we didn't fool her with our intense looks at each other and friction and whatnot over the past few years. So at that point, I had to burst her bubble and say that we aren't. I didn't go into a lot of detail, but simply said that we weren't meant to be, and so far she's accepted the idea, although reluctantly, and hasn't questioned me or anything. In any case, I know she's happy that we're having a baby, and not one, but two. So you mean like Stellan and Shepard? She said excitedly the day she'd come over. Ledger had just returned from his second workout of the day and had replied, "Fuck no, not like Stellan and Shepard." What? Of course like them, they're the twins. They're Satan's spawn. Well, that's true. Shep definitely is. My baby girls are nothing like Stellan and Shep. Then, with a slight dopey look on his face, "They're my two little fireflies." Callie smiled. "Oh, I like that. Two little fireflies." Then, "Oh my God, I just got this amazing idea for mittens that I want to knit for them." After which she went on a tangent about all the stuff she's going to knit for them while all I could do was stare at him and blush. But anyway, she also told me that Conrad and all her brothers were having a hard time with the news. Something they found out from Ledger and something Ledger and I had a fight over because I had no idea that he was going to tell them. If I had, I would have liked to be there when that happened to support him, like he had when I'd told Reed, who still hasn't come around, by the way. I haven't talked to my brother in weeks, and it hurts me the same way it did the night I told him about the pregnancy. And again, Callie told me to give him time, although I'm not sure if time's going to be able to work its magic this time around. Anyway, apart from Callie, I've got my other friends as well, who all showed up one weekend or another over the last few weeks. Jupiter, Echo, Poe, even Wynn, Khan's girlfriend. Salem over FaceTime because she's in California with her pro soccer player boyfriend, Arrow Carlisle, who, by the way, is flying over with him next week for his game against New York City FC. But that's neither here nor there. The point is that Conrad doesn't need to worry about me. I've got my people, and I've got him, the most wonderful and misunderstood guy in the world. I'm about to put an end to this conversation with Conrad and turn back to watch the practice when he begins. I'm glad that you're covered and he's taking good care of you, and I hope that it lasts, but... He shifts on his feet and thinks over things for a second before saying, if it doesn't, I want you to know that we will stand by you. Not only me, but all of us. Stellan, Shep, Callie, the whole family. My spine was already straight, and I was already prepared for him to say something that might make me angry as soon as he started talking. But I still wasn't prepared for the hot rush of anger that goes through me at his words. The whole family. That somehow doesn't include Ledger. Fisting my hands at my sides, I raise my chin. As I said, you don't have to worry about that. My family is already standing by me. Again, he regards me silently, and again I'm struck by how similar they are to each other, the oldest and the youngest brother. God, even their heights are similar. And now that I don't wear heels, I'm feeling the impact of it so much more. I'm glad that that's true, he says, his eyes full of meaning. And it's admirable that you trust him so much. But I'd be doing you a great disservice if I didn't tell you that it's tricky with him. He's loyal and hardworking, yes. He's a good brother. But I don't know if you could particularly trust him. I don't know if you could particularly trust his unpredictable behavior. He does things that end up hurting him and people around him. And I want you to be prepared for that. I know. I tell him just so I can put a stop to what he's saying. I know what he's capable of. He frowns. And yet here you are saying that you trust him. Yes, because I do, I say proudly. Because I know he's flawed. I know he has his issues. I know that he's made of things that are ugly. And I'm not afraid of them, those things. I'm not afraid to take them on and stare them down. Because I also know that he's made of beautiful things too. Like the rest of us, like you and like me, like the rest of your family that shockingly didn't include your own brother. I step closer to him then. Fuck his height and fuck his intimidating aura. I will stand by Ledger now until the end of time. He's my family, our family. And let me tell you something else too. Sometimes people who know us the most and the longest are the very people who don't really see us. They are the ones who don't really appreciate what we have to offer. They don't really appreciate the subtle nuances in us. Actually, screw the subtle nuances. They're the ones who are completely blind to everything that makes us, us. I know you love your brother. I know you've made sacrifices for him. I know you care about him. But I wish that you understood him, too. I wish you took the time to look closer and see for yourself how completely amazing he is. How every part of him, the good and the bad, the beautiful and the ugly, makes him him. And all he needs from you is for you to see him, just once. I'm not sure if me saying these things would make a difference, or if Ledger would even like that I talked to his brother and poked my nose in their business behind his back. But I'm glad that I did. Someone had to say it. Someone had to have his back and tell these people to stop perpetually judging him and judging him solely based on mistakes and errors and... Just then, I hear a door slamming shut, reverberating all throughout the blue-painted hallway that we're standing in. One side of it is lined with office doors and cases made of glass displaying trophies and years' worth of photos. But the other is almost completely wall-to-wall windows, and everything from trophy cases to photographs to windows shake with the impact. And then I see him emerge from the corner, all sweaty and heated and... well, angry. Not at me, though. At his brother from the looks of it, because his dark eyes are pinned on him as he strides over. "What the fuck?" he mutters as he gets closer. And I try to run interference. "Ledger?" "What did you say to her?" Ledger asks his brother, who looks completely unaffected or bothered by Ledger's sudden appearance and his aggressive demeanor. Shaking his head, he says in a calm voice, "I didn't." "What the fuck did you say to her?" he asks again, now coming to a halt directly in front of Conrad. I step between them and try to placate Ledger again. Ledger, no, he didn't say anything. His eyes are still on his brother. "Answer me. Are you fucking upsetting her?" You need to calm down, Ledger, Conrad says from behind me, and Ledger advances on him. But thankfully, I'm here to stop him. I'm here to put my hands on his body and push him back. Even so, it's hard to make him stand down as he growls. Or what? You're gonna kick me out? For good this time? He leans forward. Because let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking give a fuck. You can take your soccer and shove it up your ass. If I find out that you've upset her, all bets are off. I don't care about playing for you or for any other team. Now and always. Ledger. With a pounding heart, I go for his face and try to turn his focus on me. Seriously, he didn't say anything. He didn't upset me, okay? We were just having a conversation, I swear. I'm fine. It takes him a couple of seconds to look away from his brother and finally focus on me. Thank God. You need to calm down, I tell him again, looking into his angry eyes. He remains silent, though. Silent and staring, breathing harshly. Which is fine, as long as he's not doing anything rash because of me, because he thinks he needs to protect me from some unseen grave danger. And God, how is it possible that people can't see that? That people can't see how protective he is, how loyal and safe? I'm so engrossed in watching him and thumbing his cheek, focusing on his calming breaths, that I don't realize we're surrounded by people. Not until Conrad says, "It's fine, everything's under control." Which is when I look away from Ledger, who I don't think has a clue that we're not alone anymore. And I find that the entire team, including some of the coaches and staff members, are flooding the hallway. Shit. Are they going to think that he's causing problems again? Hit the showers, Conrad says, emerging from behind me. Then, to Stellan, who cuts through the crowd to stand in the front. Now. Stellan nods and gestures for the team to clear out the space, which they do except for the third Thorne brother, Shepard. He stands there with a frown. God, Stellan and Shepard look exactly alike, don't they? It's so hard to find a difference between their eerily identical faces, dark eyes and dark hair. Watching Ledger and Conrad. Shep? Conrad jerks his chin at him. Now. He doesn't like it. I can see it on his face. But he eventually does it and leaves. And with a final look at Ledger and me, Stellan leaves too, leaving the hallway empty once again. I breathe out a sigh of relief, and Conrad says, "You can use my office." At that, Ledger glances at his brother, and a rough tone, he says, "You've got something to say? You say it to me, not to her, not in her condition." Conrad stares at his brother for a few seconds before jerking out a nod. Then, to me, "It was nice talking to you, Tempest. Take care of yourself." Breathing out, I nod. "Thanks, you too." And then he leaves, strides down the hallway much as his youngest brother had done only a few minutes before, reminding me once again about the similarities between them. But I don't have the time to think about these things, because stepping away from me, Ledger is grabbing my hand and pulling me in the opposite direction, quite possibly to Conrad's office. When we get there, he pulls me inside and closes the door, pinning me to it, all impatient-like. Then, putting his hand on the wood as if he's going to do a push-up, he looks me over, from the top of my head to the bottom of my flats, and I let him do it. Because I know from experience that he isn't going to be satisfied if he hasn't made sure, on his own, that I'm really and truly okay. Just one of the things that he does ever since he started going to practice. Probably because he isn't with me all day, and he thinks that not watching me like a hawk 24/7 may bring harm upon me. So yeah, if he was bad when we'd just found out about my pregnancy, he's even worse now, with his constant worrying and treating me like I'm made of silk and feathers. Of course I let him do it all, because arguing with him is futile. Plus, I really want to tell him this. "You shouldn't have done that, Ledger," I tell him. "You shouldn't have had an argument with Conrad like that. Now everyone's going to think that your therapy isn't working, and what if they really kick you off the team? What? Fuck therapy. Ledger, you okay?" he asks with a frown. You need to take it seriously, Ledger. Your therapy, your game, your career. I know you said you're only doing it for us, but it needs, are you? He enunciates every word. Fucking okay. I watch his impatient face, lined with agitation, with worry, about me and the babies. I know when he's like this. I can't get him to listen to anything. I can't get him to see my point. And God, I want to, so badly. I want him to understand that as much as I love that he's taking his responsibilities seriously, there's certain things that are just for him, certain areas in life that he's allowed to be selfish about, especially if it's related to his dream, soccer, his career, the European League. I know he hates therapy. It's pretty clear every time he comes home from his sessions. He's more agitated and angry than he usually is after spending a day with his brothers. And I want him to understand that it doesn't have to be this way. He doesn't have to treat his sessions like chores, something to simply keep his job. I know they're mandatory, but he really can make use of them. Maybe it can help repair his issues with his brothers. In any case, as I said, I can't make him see anything right now. So I give up for the time being and answer him. Yes, I'm not upset, Ledger. Your brother wasn't, I'll deal with my brother later. There's nothing to deal with. What are you doing here? He asks, the residual tension still lining his features. Which reminds me that I did have a purpose in coming here. I just wanted to see him. And why exactly I wanted to do that? It actually all comes rushing back, jarring into me and stealing all my breaths, stealing all the hope from my chest. 6 weeks. I only have 6 more weeks with him. Schooling my features to remain calm, I whisper, I just wanted to see you. He studies me carefully, and I hope I don't give anything away. I don't want him to stress out before his comeback game. Not to mention when I do tell him, I'm obviously not going to disclose the truth, that I'm getting married to the man he doesn't even want me saying the name of. Which means I'm going to have to lie, and I'm not looking forward to that. As much as I hate the game I'm playing with practically everyone in my life at this point, I'm still okay with it. What I'm not okay with, and absolutely do not want to do, is lie to him. Just the thought of it makes my chest tight. But I don't have any other choice. If I want to keep my brother and his family safe, I have to do this. So I will, but I don't have to do anything right this second, do I? Meaning I'm going to have to keep a lid on my emotions right now. You feeling sick? He asks then. No. I shake my head, trying for a smile. Not at all. I'm fine. My nausea's gone now, remember? It's been gone for days now, you know that. Yeah, but pregnancy is fucking weird. This time I don't have to try. My smile is genuine and amused. It's not. It fucking is. I love being pregnant, I say truthfully. Even the nausea part. Crazily, or maybe not so crazily, it makes me think that my body is doing its job, that they're safe in there, they're growing and healthy, and if I have to suffer for a few weeks, then so be it. Of course, Ledger has different opinions, and he hasn't hesitated in sharing them. Not so much with words, though, but with his body language. That would get all tight and agitated every time I threw up what I ate. In fact, he even scared the nurse one time. I was on the scale, and she made an innocent comment about the weight that I'd lost, which was only 3 pounds, by the way. And God, she nearly pissed her pants when Ledger pierced her with his angry gaze, as if it was her fault that I was losing weight. My guy is crazy. And beautiful, and I don't know what I'll do when the 6 weeks are up and I have to leave him. Well, I'm really fucking glad, he bites out. His anger only manages to amuse me more. You don't like me pregnant? I don't like you throwing up. It's just the hormones. If I have to hear hormones one more time, I'm going to punch a hole in this wall. And twins, remember? So double the hormones. You just said the magic word, Firefly. I chuckle. Besides, who knew you had such super fertile sperm? He pulls a face. We knew. I roll my eyes. So it's all your fault anyway. He comes closer, his biceps bunching. I know. All my amusement vanishes then, and rubbing his corded and vibrating biceps, I say, remember what the doctor said? It's all normal and I'm healthy, so you can relax. His jaw clenches and he says in a raspy tone, I can't. Why not? Because someone upset you. No one? Who was it? Ledger. He comes even closer, his arms vibrating with the effort. Who upset you? My heart is pounding in my chest, and with choppy breaths, I lie. No one. Was it your father? No. It was, wasn't it? I swallow thickly. It wasn't. You know I'm going to fuck him up, don't you? My heart races even more at his violent tone. I don't need you to. Yeah, I know. Then, that's why I haven't done anything. And you won't. Yet, he qualifies. We stare at each other for a few seconds. I look at his violent eyes and harsh features, and he's probably noticing my rapid breaths and pink cheeks. I don't know what he's thinking, but I know what I'm thinking. It's the same thing that I think every time I look at him these days. Every time I see his concerned frown when he watches me struggle with my pregnancy symptoms or watch him come back home. God, home. All stressed and agitated after a long day of practice or his therapy sessions. The same thing that I think when he slides into bed with me and wraps me up in his arms and lets me burrow into his chest. And when he slides out of bed in the morning, I think that very same thing again. So far, I haven't been able to do much about it. With my symptoms and his crazy schedule, I haven't pursued this line of conversation. Plus, I thought he needed to adjust to working with his brothers again, going to therapy that he still hates and never talks about. But I can't wait anymore. I only have 6 weeks left with him. I need to make every day count. So when it looks like he's going to step away from me, I hold on to him. Actually, I do need something from you. I watch him go into his provider mode. What? Watching a drop of sweat trailing down the side of his neck, I whisper, I want you to kiss me. He flinches and tries to step back anyway. I don't let him go, though. I latch onto his biceps with my fingers and lick my lips until I can't breathe. His nostrils flare. And then I want you to kiss me some more, Tempest, and keep kissing me until I'm dizzy with the lack of air. Shut up, he growls, trying to back away again. But I go with him. And I also need you to touch my belly. He shudders at that. Because you haven't, I keep going, feeling the flutters in my tummy. And that's not good, Ledger. Shut the fuck up, he manages to say, and takes a small step back. Again, I follow him right back. You need to touch it so our babies know their daddy's touch. People say that it helps with bonding. His chest heaves. Get away from me. And I want that too. Tempest, I want you to touch me. It's been so long, Ledger. It's been weeks and months, and I don't know if I can bear it anymore. I swear, if you don't stop talking, and I've been very patient with you, I tell him, again following him when he steps back. I've given you time and not bothered you about this, even though I have no clue why you're being this way. I don't know why you won't touch me anymore. Stop, he growls, his jaw ticking. Talking. I mean, initially I thought that maybe you wanted other girls. He growls this time without words, making me pause. But I don't think you do. I also don't think that you're bored of me, and... What? I bite my lip. It's a valid concern. What if all the, trying that we did made you feel bored with me and... Well, it didn't, he says with clenched teeth. Okay. In fact, it did the opposite, he mutters as if to himself. What's the opposite? My question makes him realize that he said it out loud, and he shakes his head once. Doesn't fucking matter. But Now I want you to stop following me and let me go. Can't, I tell him. I'm your pretty little stalker, remember? I feel him making fists at his sides. I don't want to use force because I'm pregnant. His eyes narrow. So you really need to, and you'd die before you let something happen to me or to them. He leans over me then. You know, I hate being interrupted and, oh, I know that. He grinds his jaw for a second before saying, and if you don't stop doing that, I'm going to have to take the kind of measures to shut your mouth that you may not find as enjoyable. I bite my lip. I'm counting on that. He exhales sharply. Going up on my tiptoes, I whisper, but I think by now you should know that there are quite a lot of things that I find enjoyable, including the kind of measures you take to shut my mouth. Another sharp breath, followed by a second and a third, before his mouth swoops down over mine and he does what I asked him to do, kisses the breath out of me. Chapter 33. The truck comes to a screeching halt, and I thank God for it, because I don't know how long I could have borne it for. In fact, the seconds it's taking him rounding the truck to get to me seem much longer than they are. And then he's snapping the door open, and before I can make a move to climb out, he's already picking me up and carrying me over to the cabin. I know it could be his impatience. I mean, I am impatient as well. But somehow when he crosses the threshold with me in his arms, bridal style, it seems significant. It seems like a big moment, which is ridiculous because he's done this once before, the night I was running away from him and he caught me in the woods. The only difference is that night I was so out of it, I barely knew what was happening. But today, right now, I'm very aware of everything. His strong hold on me, his heat, my side pressed up against his chest, his eyes, that are not only locked with mine, but are also dark and full of some unfathomable but intense emotions. Like he's thinking the same thing as me, that this is significant, him carrying me over the threshold. But as we come closer to the bedroom, I wave these silly thoughts away and focus on the now, on this moment, that I thought would never come, especially seeing how it's been over an hour since the kiss in his brother's office, the time that's been filled with meeting his teammates. Apparently they were lurking around the hallway, and as soon as we came out of the office, several of them made their approach. At first I was a little overwhelmed, only because my mind had been on other things, such as how fast we could go back to touching each other again. But slowly I relaxed, because they were all very nice to me, smiling and polite, congratulating me on the babies. Soon I figured out that Ledger is close to only a couple of guys. A guy named Riot Rivera, the same guy that was with him when Stellan had called a halt to practice to, I assume, give them some pointers, and this other guy named Vlad Pavlov. While Vlad was talkative and charming, Riot was on the reserved side, but of course polite. I have to say that between Riot and Vlad, I liked Riot more, only because he has a little girl of 3 named Sophia, and he sounded totally enamored while talking about her, kinda like Ledger. I also got to meet, or at least say hi to both Stellan and Shep. Despite my impatience to be alone with Ledger, I would have liked to talk to his brothers more, just because they're family, and to reassure them that what they had witnessed with Conrad was a total misunderstanding, and they shouldn't blame Ledger. But the guy in question wasn't having it. He let me say hi to them, and then he practically dragged me away, leaving the building altogether. He put me in his truck, drove back to our cabin, and now here we are. Me on the bed after he deposited me there, and him standing in the middle of the room, watching me, thinking about something. Which I don't like. I don't want him thinking about anything. I don't want him to back out, not now, not when we both have waited and waited for this. And I know he has. If that kiss proved anything, then it was that he's been waiting too. He's been waiting to touch me, to fuck me. I still don't know why he's been holding back all this time. He probably thinks pregnancy has made me fragile or something. But I'm not letting him get inside his head and ruin this. So I say the first thing that comes to me. How did they all know? He blinks, jerking a little as if he was so engrossed in watching me and in his thoughts that he'd forgotten everything. Good thing I woke him up then. Know what? His tone is all scratchy and low, rough, turned on, and it turns me on and changes my voice too as I ask who I was, your teammates. Then I explain. Even when I got there, the security guard knew who I was and also the guy at reception. They all seemed to know that I trail off on the account of searching for a better word. They all seem to know that you what? I swallow, thinking that perhaps there's no better word than the one that I already have. That I belong to you, because you do. My heart races as I cradle my slightly swollen belly, and that I'm having your babies, because you are. I rub my belly in circles. Well, they all seemed really nice. He fists his fingers, watching my movements for a second, and I wonder if I'm doing this for myself or for him, if I'm taunting him to come get me, to come touch my belly that I know he wants to. Looking up, he says, his voice even lower. They're not. What? Nice, he bites out. But they all... What they are a bunch of fucking horn dogs. My hand comes to a halt, and I frown. What? That's not... Who couldn't keep their eyes off of you. I don't think that's true. Even though they knew. He clenches his teeth. That you belong to me. And that you're carrying my babies. I shake my head. I think you're overreacting, as usual. There is... Although... His expression is flickering with possession and something else. I shouldn't be surprised now, should I? I'm sorry? It's always been the case. Your teammates looking at me? Even back then. You mean when I came to your practice in high school? I ask, figuring out that the other thing in his eyes is nostalgia. He's remembering things from before as he says, they'd stare at you then too. I frown, trying to think back also. I don't remember that. That's because you couldn't take your eyes off of me, he tells me, so you had no clue what was going on around you. I blush, but I have no shame in admitting the truth. Not anymore. So I agree. I couldn't, no, but I still don't think that they stared at me like you're saying. He gives me a look then, like I've lost my mind. Then, you were the only girl in the bleachers who didn't go to our school, and you put the cheerleading squad to shame with the way you'd jump up and down and bounce on the seat every time I scored a goal. So yeah, they'd stare at you. That is not true, I tell him. I did not jump up and down and bounce around when you scored a goal. My brother was there too, remember? He would have killed me if I cheered for his enemy. I could see your perky tits trembling with joy in your fucking dress every time I scored a goal, he tells me back. So yes, you would jump and bounce and clap while smiling as bright as the sun, fucking blinding half the school with your happiness. I bite my lip then. I would smile, yes, because that was the only thing I could do. Because as I said, my brother was there, and he used to get super annoyed that I'd show up to practice and his games when he'd always asked me not to. But now I'm rethinking things. Even so, I maintain my position. Again, I think you're overreacting. You think every guy looks at me and, why do you think I'd score so many goals? He asks. What? His eyes are narrowed, giving him a threatening look. Why do you think I'd fight your brother so hard for the ball? I blink. Why do you think, he keeps going, I'd fight your brother not only for the ball, but for every little thing that I could think of? For me, I breathe out. Because you were watching, he says, his eyes boring into mine. Because I wanted you to know that I was stronger than him, better than him. I wanted to show you that I could crush him with my bare hands if I wanted to, and then take you away from him while he lay there broken and bleeding to death." A tic has started up in his jaw, making him look 10 times more aggressive, more violent now. And the fact that I can see the outline of his dick through his workout pants, he's still in his practice clothes from before, all deliciously sweaty and male, all hard and big and so fucking ferocious, makes me want to throb with lust. Makes my pussy all slick and juiced up. "But mostly," he goes on, his hand going to his dick now, pressing it over his sweatpants as if soothing the ache, "I wanted to take you away from my asshole teammates who would pant over you like a bunch of dogs and give you what you'd been asking for." I'm rhythmically pressing my thighs together as well. I may even be rocking and subtly humping the air, but I can't be sure. All I know is that I want him here, not over there, and I want me to rub that cock, to soothe it, to pet it and lick it, not him. Licking my own lips because I can't lick his yet, I ask, asking for what? His eyes drop down my body, to my chest specifically, "For a titty fuck." His words hit me with force, right in the center of my belly, and I have to do what he's doing. I have to massage my lower tummy like he's massaging his dick. I also want to massage my tits with my other hand, because I think he's right. I think I did want that. Maybe that's why, subconsciously, I would shake and bounce on those bleachers even though I knew it was dangerous to do that with my brother present. "You were, weren't you?" he asks. And even though he already knows the answer, I nod. "Yes." He licks his lips then, as if, like me, he wants to lick something else right now, maybe my tits. But because he can't, he has to make do with his own mouth. Still massaging himself, he goes, "And I would. But I wouldn't do it behind closed doors, no." What? He lifts his eyes then, and I know he's speaking the truth. I know every word that's coming out of his mouth is God's honest truth. Because he's so gone, see. His lust has overtaken him, every part of his body, every inch of his brain, and every thread in his soul. He doesn't have it in him to lie right now, to make stuff up. And that just gets me more excited for some reason. To hear the truth, hear about everything that he imagined. Because I think I'll like it too, like I did when he'd told me the story behind this bed and what he wanted to do to me in it. "Because I need to send a message, don't I?" he continues, lust swirling in his gaze. "I need to make it clear to them, to my teammates, that this firecracker of a girl belongs to me, that you belong to the captain. You're not public property. You're not theirs to look at, to salivate over, to fantasize about. They're not supposed to jack themselves off in the shower, thinking about your tits. They're not supposed to imagine how perky they are, or how high they ride on your body, or what color nipples you've got. And if they sucked on them, how hard will they get? How dark in color, how juicy? They're not supposed to do any of that. Your tits aren't theirs to think about, and neither is your milky skin, your cotton candy lips, and that gap between your creamy as fuck thighs, where they can stick their pencil dicks and hump your tight little body until they jizz all over your panties. And that's because only I'm supposed to do that. Only the captain is supposed to think about these things. Only the captain is allowed to pluck this perky little girl who doesn't go to our school, but still shows up to practice like it's her job, and carry her to the locker room. Only he's supposed to make her kneel at his feet, tear her flimsy fucking dress down the middle, and expose her tits that are responsible for every hard-on in a 10-mile radius. Only the captain, you understand? Me. I nod, I think. I also say something that sounds like, "And do what with her?" "That's hard to choose, isn't it?" he murmurs as he roves his eyes all over my kneeling body. Kneeling and rocking body. And I don't think I'm being subtle anymore. I think I'm really going at it now, humping the air, pressing my legs, looking for friction, asking for it, like he'd said. While I do want to give you what you've been asking for, I also want to use your mouth, stretch your lips around my big cock, and make you smile up at me that way. And I also want to stick my cock between your thighs and ride them like I would your pussy and cream all over your panties. But only because I'm not going to show them what your panties are hiding, because if I do, no amount of show and tell that I've got planned in the locker room is going to keep them away from you. If I show them your juicy cunt, they'll all be descending on you like a pack of wolves. And so of course I can handle them all and protect you, but I'm more interested in fucking than fighting. So we're going to have to make do with your panties on. And maybe that's why I'll do all three. I'll fuck your tits, I'll fuck your mouth, and then I'll fuck that gap between your thighs. But what about? What about what? My brother, I whisper. He's there too, and... He narrows his eyes again, looking thoughtful. Well, as I said, I could either crush him and leave him to die on the field, or I could just lock him outside the locker room, only to spare you the embarrassment. I could give a fuck if he watches, though, or if he pounds on the door or tries to kick it down, call security or whatever. I'm not gonna stop. In fact, that will only get me going harder. Maybe I'll fuck your titties to the rhythm of his pounding. Maybe I'll fuck your mouth that way too. And maybe when I come, I'll groan louder than he's calling for help. And trust me when I say that it has nothing to do with revenge. It's not for his benefit, not what I'm doing right now. It's for them, the guys, who will be standing around and watching me molest you. Who'll be standing around, probably beating off their dicks like I'm beating up that gap between your thighs. Which of course will make me angry, but I guess I'll let them live. Because I'm trying to prove a point here. I'm trying to send a message that you belong to me, don't you? And only I can use you. Only I get to soothe myself with your body, come on your body, abuse your body to find peace. Only I get to make your heart race or make it slow down. Only I get to snatch it out of your chest or play with it. Only I get to keep it safe and treasure it for as long as I live. Only me. Then, scoffing, which I probably should have done today as well. Why didn't you? I whisper. Probably because I've lost my mind. Or maybe because, if he's right, that his teammates were staring at me today, then I do want him to send a message. I do want him to tell the world that I'm not theirs to look at. I'm only his. Now and for as long as I live. That it's completely irrational, and of course untrue, is not something that I want to think about. What I want is to exist with him in this moment. Exist and reminisce about our history, our story. That's not a romance novel, but it's still a story of love and hate and heartbreak and revenge. We may not get our happily ever after, but I will forever remember these days that we've spent together and our past fraught with tension and longing as something to be happy about. And maybe I'll tell them, too, one day, my babies, about how Mommy and Daddy met and what Daddy means to Mommy. Because things are different now, he says, pulling me out of my own head. Different how? Different because you're my what? He stops abruptly, and I prod. I'm your what? His eyes go down to my belly again that I'm still cradling, still rubbing in circles. You've got my babies in your belly. Yes. Lifting his eyes, he rasps, so no one else gets to look at you, or them. With that, he finally takes a step toward me, and I breathe out in relief. No one gets to look at what I've done to your body, how I've made it softer and rounder, more ripe and swollen. No one gets to see the way your tummy is stretching and growing every day to keep my babies safe. How you and your body are making sacrifices, how you and your body bear every pain and ache that I've given you. just to nourish and treasure my babies. It's because your body is a temple now, isn't it? And only I get to worship at your altar. Then, when he's only a couple of steps away, he says, well, it was a temple before, too, but I guess I'm less of a sinner now than I was back then. Finally, he's close, and I raise my hand to cup his cheek. You're not a sinner. He scoffs, his breath escaping him in a rush. No, I'm not. I'm more than that. I'm the sin itself. That's not... Show me. What? He licks his lips. Your body. Now my breaths are escaping me in a rush. Not that they weren't before, but still. Now my breaths are even more excited and rapid. As I go to do his bidding, I don't even wait to show him my new body. I can't. I want him to look. I've been wanting him to look, to see what he did to me, what I look like now, all proudly and eagerly, because I know he'll like it. I know he'll like my expanded curves, the pooch in my belly. He'll like my bigger tits, my darker nipples, all the little veins and moles that keep showing up every day now. And that's because he wants this as much as me. Yes, he's been angry at my symptoms and all the pain I've had to endure, but I know that he wouldn't have it any other way. In fact, now that we know we're having twins, he wouldn't want anything less. And the moment my dress is off and my bra is gone, I'm proven both right and wrong. Wrong because he doesn't just like it, he loves it. And right because he does want it as much as me. In fact, he wants it so much that his knees go weak. Something that I never thought could happen to a guy, and such a masculine guy at that. But I guess I should have known. If anything can weaken his knees and make him come down on them, it's these babies that are growing inside of me. Because that's where he is. On his knees on the floor, his rough hands gripping my rounded hips, and his mouth on my swollen belly. As I said, I'm only 15 weeks right now, and my clothes hide the bump. But I'm also carrying twins, which means my bump is bigger than a normal 15-week bump. And he's doing exactly what he said before. He's worshipping it, with his mouth, that he at first simply presses on my skin before opening it and breathing on my bump. But that's not where it stops. No, it's only the beginning. After simply breathing on my tummy, he then licks it, as if tasting my skin, as if he thinks it tastes different now because of the babies, because my body is growing something for him. Maybe it is, I don't know. He certainly feels so, because after that first long lick with the flat of his tongue, he groans, and he does it again, and again, and again. Like it's his new favorite thing, the taste of my pregnant belly. After which he goes on to suck, which is when things get crazy and feral, and all I can do is bury my fingers in his hair and let him do to me whatever he wants. Let him suck at it, lick it, and nip it, as he rubs his hands all over my bump and my hips, as he touches and caresses and mauls and memorizes everything about my new body, from veins to moles to little silvery lines at the bottom of my bump. At first, I try to keep track of everything he's doing to me, so I can think about it later when he's at practice, or even later when I'm gone. But soon I lose track of everything. There's just his mouth and his groans, my fingers in his hair and my moans to match his sounds. I especially don't care about anything when he moves away from my belly and goes up to my chest, my tits, that have also grown and changed. While my boobs used to get sore in the beginning, now they're pain-free and, gosh, extra sensitive. Because the moment his lips find the underside of my tit and vacuum the flesh, I shudder and arch my back, probably already orgasming only from his mouth on my breast. My probably becomes definitely when he moves onto my nipple, because he opens his mouth wide, wider than he ever has, and pulls in as much of my plump flesh as he can, and then goes to town on it. He practically has my entire tit in his mouth as he sucks and suckles and works it in his mouth, his hand pumping it up meanwhile. his fingers rhythmically squeezing and squeezing as if he's milking it, as if he's milking my tits and drinking out of them. It has to be the most erotic experience of my life, hands down. And that's saying something because I fucking squirt every time we fuck. While I'm not squirting right now, I'm certainly orgasming and climaxing and moaning and writhing the longer he stays attached to my breasts. Other than his mouth, his groans and his hands on me, and the fact that my channel is pulsing and pulsing, drenching my panties, I have very little awareness of what's happening around me. I can feel movements here and there, changing sensations, like my world tilting on its axis before I feel something soft on my spine. I guess he's laying me down on the bed. Then I feel his heat hovering over my body, meaning he's propped himself up on me. And then I feel his hands tugging and pulling at my panties, probably trying to get them off. So I try to help him, even though it's very hard to make sense of my own limbs that have turned to jelly and my spine that's turned liquid. In any case, I think I'm naked, and now it's his turn. Because he stopped playing with my breasts and moved himself away from me. Blinking my eyes open, I notice that he's standing at the foot of the bed, pulling his t-shirt off, pushing his pants down, and he's doing it in a very mechanical way, in a way that's fast and efficient so he can get back to me soon. Something about that, his impatience and mechanical movements, make him even sexier to me. A man stripped of all finesse and style. A man after one thing and one thing only. Me. And my pussy. Which he gets to only a microsecond later, when he gets on the bed, his hard and dripping studded cock bobbing and slapping his abs, and knocks my thighs further apart to make space for his large body. But then he pauses, right at my entrance, his leaking cock poised to enter. Licking his lips, he rasps, "I want to do something." Licking mine back, I whisper, "What?" He swallows, his eyes strangely both intense and concerned. Before he bends to the side and produces something in his hand. A phone. His phone. And without him having to say it, I understand. I understand everything. But he goes ahead and says it anyway. "I want to capture it. The first time." My pussy clenches in response. "The first time I fuck your pregnant pussy." "Do it," I tell him as another pulse that goes through my channel. He flares his nostrils as if he can smell it. He can smell my arousal leaking out of me. Then, "You sure?" "Uh-huh." His chest heaves. "It's only for me." "I know." "It's only for when." "When what?" He clenches his jaw for a second. "When I'm all frustrated and angry at practice and..." I fist the sheets. "And you can't get to me." Another clench. "Yeah. So you can take all your frustrations out on me and calm down." He throws me a short nod in agreement. "So I can watch you and your rounded belly and jerk off thinking I did one thing right, thinking that on the other side of all this bullshit that I have to go through every day, there's someone waiting for me, that you are waiting for me, my beautiful and pregnant firefly, my peace." Again, I don't know how it's possible to feel this aroused and lustful while your heart is breaking inside of your chest. I don't know how it's possible that my eyes are tearing up while my pussy is all juicy and wet. But maybe it's possible with him, with my beautiful Thorne, who's made a world of emotions and who makes me feel every one of them every second of every day. So again, I say yes and tell him to hurry. And he does. He fiddles with the phone, turning the camera on, and I widen my thighs even more, eager and ready and dying to do this, to be his beautiful and pregnant firefly, his peace, his everything, in fact. But the moment he thrusts inside, making me moan and arch my back, I think he becomes my peace. He becomes my everything, and there is no need for words. No need to say anything or commemorate this moment with words. It's all there on our faces, flushed and euphoric. His eyes half closed, his mouth parted, his cheekbones ruddy, and my blushing cheeks, my teeth nipping my lips at the sudden flare of pain, my eyes pinned on his kneeled form. And of course, it's all there on our bodies, his tanned and sweaty muscles, flexing and so completely masculine as he starts to move inside of me, and mine, pink and creamy, dotted with his bites, jiggling and shaking at his every thrust. He starts out slow at first, probably because he's holding his cell phone in one hand, pointed directly at where he's moving in and out, and he wants to capture the moment, and he wants to do it perfectly. But when I start to lose my mind, when I start to buck and push back, trying to snap my thighs closed because it's too much, not only his long and lazy strokes, but also the fact that after the initial shot of his cock inside my pussy, he's now moved on to my whole body, recording my pregnant belly, my swollen tits, as if he doesn't want to miss anything. He goes crazy as well. His thrusts pick up, his hips slamming into me, his heavy balls slapping against my ass. He even has to prop himself on his free hand as he comes down over me, because I think it's getting harder and harder for him to hold himself up. It's getting harder and harder for me, too, to hold on, to keep my eyes open and watch him watch us on the screen. Watch him go crazy the more he watches. Watch sweat drip from his body, his jaw clenching and unclenching, his abs going tight, his chest vibrating with grunts. So I understand. I also understand when he can't hold the phone anymore and has to drop it on the bed so he can watch me in real time. It's probably my fault because I'm arching and arching my back, and I'm pushing back against him at every chance I get. I'm also rubbing my body with my hands, my belly, my hips, my tits, and my nipples. All because I want to give him a good show. I want to give him something that really soothes him when I'm not there. But I guess my efforts were a little too good, and they defeated the whole purpose. And now he's propped up on both hands, watching me do all this in real time. And now I can't decide which is hotter. Him watching me through a screen as I writhe and grind my body for him, or him watching me like this. I guess my body decides for me in the next second, when an orgasm steals over me out of nowhere. 1 second, I'm tugging at my nipples and rubbing my pregnant belly, and the next I'm holding onto his biceps, scratching at his skin as thunder rolls over me. A thunder that shakes me from the inside out, that makes me moan and scream, which he then captures in his mouth while going over the edge himself, as he comes with me and inside of me. And even through my own revelation of an orgasm, I clutch him to me. I wrap my thighs around his bucking hips and my arms around his flexing shoulders and let him burrow into my neck. I let him groan and grunt into my skin as he comes and comes, sounding stoned and pained, but it's okay. I'm here to absorb it all. His climax, his cum, his pain, his torture, his violence, and turn it into something beautiful. I just wish I could do it for the rest of my life, though. I just wish that I could be there for him at the end of all his shitty days, and not just for the next 6 weeks.
Chapter 34. Her beautiful Thorne. So, how'd you do it? At his question, I look at my friend Rain. Do what? Knock her up, he explains. I regard him silently as I take a sip of my beer. We're at a bar in the city, celebrating a teammate's birthday. For the record, I'm not real familiar with the guy, and I usually don't do group activities, but Dr. Mayberry thinks it's good for me to mingle, and since her regular progress reports are what's keeping me on the team, I'm her puppet until she cuts my strings. Gio is extremely happy about it. Anyway, Rain got drafted to a team in Florida, but he's visiting for a couple of days, and since he knows most of these guys, he was invited. If you don't know how to knock up a girl, I don't know if we should be having this conversation. He gives me the finger, then, with a frown. I mean, how the fuck did you do it so fast? With twins, no less. My lips twitch. Why? You looking to get your girl knocked up? His frown thickens. I shouldn't. Yeah, why not? She's only 18, dumbass. So? And she's in college. I tip my bottle toward him. You barely got out of college. But she just started. She has goals, and I'm supposed to be a good boyfriend and support those goals. I shouldn't be thinking about... He trails off in a grimace. My lips twitch harder. Thinking about what? Planting my baby in her. Seeing her all... His eyes glaze as if he's actually imagining it right now. Soft and round. All mine. Well, I tell him, trying not to laugh. She already is yours. He comes back to the moment with a sigh. Yeah, but not like that. I know what he's saying. I know what he means. I felt that too. In fact, I still feel that. And I have knocked her up, with twins no less. But then again, I have done other things too, haven't I? Other despicable things, which means that she's not mine, even if I wanted her to be, even if she wanted to be. And it's gotten worse now, he says. Ever since you moved away. Yeah, he shakes his head. We're trying to get her to move down to Florida, but it won't be until next semester, so yeah. Sighing, I put him out of his misery. It's not all it's cracked up to be. Pregnancy is hard. He's listening raptly, so I go on. It's fucking torture, man. Those first few months, she was throwing up left and right. Couldn't keep anything down. She'd cry just like that. Weird smells knocked her off her ass. Her boobs hurt. Jesus. I shake my head. And the worst part was that I couldn't do anything. They say ginger helps, but it did jack shit for her. She couldn't even keep water down, lost so much weight, and all I could do was stand there and pull her hair back while she emptied her stomach. Holy fuck, Rain goes. So you better think really long and hard before you do something drastic, I tell him. In fact, the moment you get the urge to go bareback and knock her up, you go for a run. You work out, you run drills, you drink yourself to sleep, you do whatever you can to fight the urge. And you support her, you hear me? In all her goals. Do what she says. Give her what she wants. Treat her like she's your queen, and don't be a selfish dick. Before Rain can respond, someone else joins our little twosome. Riot Rivera, one of my only friends on the team, and a striker like me. What are we talking about? He asks, settling himself on the couch with a beer of his own. Rain turns to him. Ledge over here is giving out love advice. Riot's eyes go wide. For real? Yup. Let me guess, it all has to do with having a big dick and knowing how to use it. Rain chuckles. Apparently not. Apparently our legendary lover boy does have some pointers about how to be in a relationship. Riot pauses, sipping on his beer, and look at me like he's so fucking surprised. You're shitting me. Rain's lips twitch. Nope. But he did slip his dick in the conversation at least once, right? Not once. Holy fuck, he breathes, much like Rain had done only a few moments earlier. You talk to your daughter with that mouth, asshole? I address Riot, who has the audacity to chuckle. No, I do wash my mouth out before talking to my daughter whenever I curse. Don't worry, I'll teach you when you have yours. I flip him the bird, which only makes him chuckle more. Like me, Riot is also new to the team, but of course he wasn't the last pick like I was. In fact, he was one of the first ones. With his soccer player, Puerto Rican father and uncles, soccer practically flows in his veins. Although for a while there, it looked like he might not be able to make any team or go pro, because a one-night stand he'd had in college ended up pregnant without his knowledge and dumped the baby on him. There's a lot of drama involved, including her trying to get money from him in exchange for the baby, threatening him to go to the press and whatnot. But in any case, I'm glad he ended up here, or I'd hate literally everyone on the team. Which is not a problem for me, but having a friendly face is nice. It's also the only reason that I stay for another beer when I want to get out of here and go back home. Since it's my turn, I go to the counter to get us another round. But while I'm waiting for my order, I run into the last person I thought I'd see here, not to mention the last person I wanted to see. But from the looks of it, I was the only person he wanted to see. I steel myself for whatever it is he wants to say as he settles himself beside me at the bar. He signals for the bartender and asks for whiskey, the choice of liquor for my oldest brother, before turning to me. It's good to see you mingling with the team. Doctor's orders, I tell him. His lips quirk up slightly. Well then, it's good to see you following her orders. I shrug. Kinda don't have a choice, but sure. The bartender places both our orders in front of us, and I'm about to take my leave. If he wants to discuss my therapy sessions, he can do it in depth with the doctor herself. I'm not going to stand here and analyze my shit with him when he says the one thing that has the power to keep me here. Tempest's nice, he murmurs, taking a sip of his whiskey. Leaning away from the counter, I instantly go on alert. What do you want? He looks at me, a frown on his forehead. What do I want? Yeah, I stand with my feet apart. What is it that you want from me? You came here to see me, didn't you? Because there's no way you're here to celebrate someone's birthday. That's not your style. You send your lackeys to do that. My lackeys? Stellan. I tip my chin toward the corner he's standing in with a couple of players and another assistant coach. Right over there. Shep isn't here tonight, which I'm glad about, because if he were here, it would be tough for Stellan to mingle on Conrad's orders. He would have done it for sure, but it would have been a chore, or rather, more of a chore for my other big brother. Looking away from Stellan, I focus on Conrad. So what is it? He regards me silently. My straight spine and my battle stance, then shaking his head. Nothing. Just wondering how I missed it. How you missed what? He shrugs, taking another casual sip of his drink. That you're in love with her. I suck in my gut. The impact of his words is so strong it's like a sucker punch. An implosion, even. Jarring me to my marrow, jangling my bones, stealing my words, stealing thoughts from me. When I don't say anything, I can't. He goes on. You are, aren't you? I still don't speak. I still haven't gathered enough sense to form words, let alone put them in the right order to spill out sentences. Turning to me, he keeps going. Because I've never seen you this way. Well, I've seen you angry and agitated, but I've never seen you be that way for anyone outside of the family. At family, I bite out. That tends to happen when everything I've heard from your mouth regarding her has been bullshit of the biggest variety. I'm not lying. I still don't know what he said to her the day she visited me at practice about a week ago. I've asked, but she won't tell me. She keeps insisting that she's fine and that Conrad didn't say anything objectionable to her. Which is kinda hard for me to believe, given how much of an asshole he's been about her pregnancy. I knew that would be the case, though. My brother gets really triggered anytime he hears the word pregnant. He flipped his shit when Callie got pregnant last year. I'm ashamed to say that I was with him at the time, only because of whose baby it was. But Conrad has deeper reasons. Our mother had him when she was only 18, a high schooler, and Conrad thinks that was a mistake. That if she hadn't had him that young, maybe things would be different now. Although I don't know how that's possible. Our father would still be an asshole and our mother would still be dead. But anyway, when I broke the news about Tempest's pregnancy, even though it was none of his business, I wasn't going to hide it either. Needless to say, he didn't take it well. He did what he always does, judge and lecture, while looking extremely disappointed in me and my rash and thoughtless decision-making process. That would not only ruin my life, but now someone else's too, including those 2 babies that she's carrying in her body. And did I really need that when my focus should be on getting my almost destroyed career back? Granted, all of his disappointment was directed at me, but still, it's not a stretch to think that he may have said the same things to her as well. And if he has, I'm not going to be held responsible for what I do to him. But all that bullshit's been about you, though, he says, looking at me pointedly. Which is the only reason I haven't made the news again. At this, he surprises me with a small smile. Thank fucking God for that, huh? Do you know what our father's problem was? He asks me abruptly. What? He takes another sip of his whiskey and then stares down at the glass. Apart from alcohol. I'm not sure why we're talking about this, but I reply nonetheless. Women? Which is true. Our dad liked to sleep around, in addition to drinking his days away and blaming all his misfortunes on his wife and his children that, for the record, he never had a problem making. Christ, he mutters. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, he had a laundry list of problems. Not your fault. He chuckles lightly. Yeah, he did. Why are we talking about him? His jaw clenches for a second as he regards the dark liquor pensively. Then, because I fucked up. My brows bunched together. Fucked up how? Finally, he turns to me, his face etched in determination and, believe it or not, remorse. It instantly puts me on edge because, I guess, now we're coming down to the real reason why he showed up to see me at the bar tonight. I hated our father, he says in a low but fierce voice. I hated him so fucking much that I was glad when he left. I was glad that it was going to be just us, Mom and me and all of you guys. Sure, it was a big responsibility, but I would have gladly taken it. I did gladly take it. Then, even though I started resenting a lot of it as years passed, but that's not the point. The reason I hated our father so much wasn't because he slept around or woke up in his own vomit more often than not. I hated him because of what he did to Mom, physically. What? His jaw clenches again, this time, I know in anger, as he says. He had a temper, and it was mean, and it was cruel, and he liked to take it out on Mom, sometimes me. I don't like to think about it. I don't like to revisit it even in my head. But he did. And when you guys came along, I did everything that I could to shield you guys from that, and I'm happy to say that you guys never saw it. Maybe Stellan here and there, even Shep, but mostly I did everything I could to run interference. And you know what? There are days when I'd feel proud about that I protected you guys, my family, against a monster. But apparently I didn't. There's one person I didn't protect from him, all the bullshit. And that's you. There's a buzz in my body, the same one that I've felt for as long as I can remember. The army of red ants crawling under my skin, making it tight and itchy, making me want to scratch it, break something, wreak havoc. And if I don't get a handle on it, it's going to paint the world red and make me wreak havoc, make me vomit and split down the middle. Is that why? Is that why I feel this incessant agitation? Is that why I'm always ready to burn down the world and blow it apart? Is that why I tricked her into signing those papers? And is that why I feel so unhinged and jealous anytime I think about her leaving me and running into someone else's arms? Because of genetics. Because of our piece of shit father. Regret is swimming in my brother's eyes as he continues. He may not have touched you, but I made sure that you felt the impact of it. I made sure that you suffered the consequences. You felt the sting, the pain, and the only pathetic excuse I have is that I put you in the same category as him. I lumped you together with him, He swallows thickly. Every time I'd get a phone call from your school, or someone knocked at the door to complain about their crying kid because you punched them on the playground, or their ruined rose bushes because you ran them over with your bike, I'd be reminded of how our father was. I'd be reminded of what he'd do and how there were days when we'd be terrified of him and I was hard on you, Ledger. I was critical of you. I judged you before you even knew what that word meant. And I thought I was doing it for your own good. I thought I was doing it so you didn't end up like him, so you didn't become the monster that our father was. And I guess I was so blinded by that, so fucking tunnel visioned, that I never saw all the differences between you and him. I never appreciated the things you did for the family. All the ways you stood by our side, all the ways you always had our back. The ways you helped out even when you were a kid. The ways you'd assume responsibilities without having to be told. How you'd make grocery runs without having to be asked. Picked up Shep's slack when he'd be busy with soccer practice. In fact, it should have been obvious to me when you'd run away and... You knew? His eyes bore into mine. Of course I did. You're my little brother. Of course I knew you'd run away. Then scoffing. And of course, like a shitty big brother, I assumed it was because you were angry and throwing a tantrum. I was angry. Yeah, but you had a right to be, he says. I rode you hard that week. At practice, chewed you out just because you missed a goal and never appreciated the fact that you'd made the net every single time before that. All because, deep down, I was afraid that if I let you slip up once, it was going to happen again and again, and what if you ended up like him? And what if I could have prevented that, but I didn't? What a sorry excuse for a brother, huh? No, I say immediately, my chest feeling tighter and tighter. You are a good big brother. You are a good big brother. You did the best that you could. Not with you. I chuckle harshly, my breath's getting strangled, my muscles locked tight. But what if you were right? What if I'm... You're not, he says firmly, his eyes flickering with conviction. Because if you were, you wouldn't want to kill me just because I said her name. I grind my jaw. But that's still... His hand shoots out and he grips the back of my neck like he used to when I was a kid, and he wanted me to not only hear something but understand it as well. Listen to me. You're not like him. I spent my life thinking that. I spent my life punishing you for it, and I know what a huge mistake that was. I know how big my regret is, and trust me when I say it's not a good feeling. In fact, it's the worst feeling in the world, misunderstanding your own brother, and I refuse to let you do that, got it? I absolutely refuse to let you misunderstand yourself. You're not like him. You were never like him. You're more of a man than he ever was. You were more of a man at 12 when you'd run away, but came right back because you couldn't abandon your family than he ever was, yeah? That's why you came back, didn't you? I clench my jaw, unable to respond in this moment. But turns out he doesn't need me to say anything. He simply tightens his hold on my neck, almost shaking me, and says, and if you still have doubts about it, I want you to think about her. I want you to think about the girl you love who made me see it. What? His nostrils flare with a sharp breath. I wish I could say that I had this epiphany all by myself, but I didn't. It was her. She told me to stop fucking around and really think about things. That day, she told me to really look at you, and I did. And I'm fucking embarrassed to say that it was easy. More than easy to see the differences. While I'm watching him, stunned, he delivers his last blow. So if it becomes difficult for you to see the differences too, I want you to think about her, the girl you love and who loves you back just as much, if not more. She doesn't. She does not. She did once, yeah, but she can't be foolish enough to love me now. And I don't love her either. Do I? Because if I do, then what does that make me? If I love her, how could I do to her what I did? How could I lie to her? How could I keep lying to her knowingly, consciously, just because I know that if I told her the truth that I tricked her into marrying me, she'd run? And how is it that that's not the worst thing that I've done to her? Despite my good intentions, despite the massive guilt that keeps getting bigger and bigger as the days pass without me telling her the truth, I took advantage of her trust and fucked her. Not only that, I recorded it too. Actually, I fuck her every night and record it. I fuck her every night like a depraved animal and then record the shit out of her so I can watch it at practice and jerk off. So I can look at her face, stare at her body. Because I don't know what I'd do if I didn't get to do that. I don't know how I'd breathe, how my heart will beat and my blood will pump. I don't know how I'd live from one second to the next. And if I love her, how could I be so selfish? It's not the first time that I've wondered. How could I do these things, among other things from the past, to the only girl who's ever given me peace? The girl who's going to give me the two most precious gifts anyone has ever given me. My firefly. My wife.
Chapter 35. Every night we have the same discussion, and I love it. You know, it's not going to happen just because you want it to, I tell him, amused, playing with his crazy hair. He presses his hand on my belly. It'll happen. Maybe they're as stubborn as their daddy, I point out. He palms my belly harder. Maybe their mommy should shut up so daddy can concentrate. I roll my eyes and tug at a strand lightly. Then, maybe they don't like the fact that their daddy's guessing their gender wrong. He grunts, still focused on my belly. I bite my lip then, taking in his frown of concentration. We're lying in bed. He's freshly showered and wearing only his gray sweatpants, and I'm wearing a tiny and silky black-colored slip. Just for the record, they do have some really sexy maternity wear that accentuates your bump and your bigger boobs. Anyway, his head's propped up on his elbow, his eyes on my rounded tummy as he rubs it gently, going from one side to the other, his fingers still almost spanning me from the bottom of my tits all the way down to my belly button, as if he's coaxing them, trying to wake them up and do what he wants them to do. It wouldn't be such a problem if you just asked the doctor, I sing-song, pulling at his hair some more. Because he still hasn't, for some reason, which I never thought would be so fun, the not knowing, but I love to tease him about it. And even though he's totally focused elsewhere, I keep going. I bet they're boys, both of them. Oh, imagine if they were. I could be their queen, their only queen, and... He finally looks up, his fingers bunching the fabric on my tummy. You'll be one of 3. God, he's so handsome, isn't he? So beautiful. All relaxed and flushed after his shower, his crazy hair even messier and damp, trying to bond with our babies. One of 3 what? Princesses. Yours? Fuck yeah. I smile, tracing his high, kingly cheekbones. Why? Because you're Ledger Thorne and the whole world bows down to you? No, because they're mine and they know what I want. And the whole world does bow down to me, but I only bow down to them. To his 2 baby girls, and me. I swallow, trying to tamp down the butterflies in my pregnant belly. Or maybe it's them, rolling around in happiness inside of me, fluttering around like my little butterflies at their daddy's conviction and love. Remember what the doctor said, though, I whisper. All those other websites, they aren't going to move until at least week 19 or 20, and I'm only like 17 weeks. His frown comes back. Fuck doctors. Are you still mad at her for not coming to my rescue during the first trimester? Yeah, he says in a duh tone. My lips twitch. You're crazy, you know that? His eyes bore into mine. Better than being a useless asshole who lets his pregnant firefly suffer and does absolutely nothing. Then, resuming his gentle motions on my belly, although I am that too. I turn to him, my skin trembling, because this time around, his touch isn't for our babies, but for me. It's there simply because he wants to touch me, and because he knows how crazy I get for him these days. You're not, I tell him. No, I whisper, rubbing my thighs together. You do things to alleviate my suffering. His thumb hooks into my belly button, and his eyes grow half-mast. You suffering, baby? I press my thighs together. Uh-huh. Where? You know where. A smirk flickers on his beautiful mouth. Let's pretend that I don't. I move my legs restlessly, whining. Ledger, don't be mean. His smirk gets bigger. Yeah, but you like it so much. I don't. I think you do. I do not. The fact that you went so crazy last night that we had to change the sheets says otherwise. Oh God, I can't believe he's bringing it up. I was so embarrassed, because last night was something else. He kept me on edge for what seemed like hours, and when he let me come, I came so hard I really drenched the sheets. And I'm not even kidding. It's like ever since I got pregnant, I feel everything differently. First trimester was all about scents and tastes and getting sick at the slightest things. But this one, my second trimester, is all about hunger. Hunger for food. Hunger for him. I even get horny while reading him my romance novels, which I have to say is not really a surprise, because I used to get that way before too. But while I could hide it before, now I can't. I absolutely cannot hide my blush, my breathiness, the way I keep licking my lips and squirming. But honestly, if this is the only symptom of the second trimester, I'll take it. Although I'm not sure how I feel about his teasing and stupid edging. That wasn't me, I tell him, my hand going to his obliques and latching on. I think it was you, he replies, his own now stroking my side, going from my waist down to my ass, my upper thighs even. And every time he goes back up, he inches my slip higher and higher, scraping the silk against my skin, making it break out in goosebumps. It was the hormones, I insist, stroking his skin back. He's so close to me on the pillow that his cinnamony breaths waft over my lips. No, I'm pretty sure it was you. I scratch him with my nails. He inches closer. I'm pretty sure you've always been this way. What way? Slutty. I moan and he pushes me on my back again, this time rolling over me, his hand still tugging on my slip, moving it up and up, exposing my panties. And like the slut he just called me, I rock my hips and spread my legs, begging him to fill the space between them. You have, haven't you? He rasps, dragging my slip up and baring my pregnant belly. You've always been a whore. My head goes back and forth on the pillow. No, for me, he adds a qualifier. I blush. Not true. I think he smirks at my denial, but I've got my eyes closed and so I can't say for sure. All I ever have to do is look at you, and you start leaking. Your pussy starts juicing up, running down your thighs. You get weak behind the knees, barely able to stand up, because you know where your place is at. Where? On your back and at my feet, with your mouth open, your legs spread and your ass arched, so I can take turns on all your holes. All of this is already happening, I think. My legs are already spread. I'm already arching my ass up, and my mouth is parted as I drag in breaths upon breaths. But I'm still not able to breathe. No, I deny, blinking my eyes open and closed. You did this to me. It's because I'm pregnant. He runs his nose along the column of my throat, humming, "Well, you can't blame me, can you? I mean, if you walk around looking like such a good whore for me, reeking of pussy like a ripe fruit, of course I'll take you up on your offer. Of course I'll stick my dick in that sloppy cunt of yours and put a baby in you. Not one, but two. Because you've got the sweetest and sluttiest pussy that I've ever fucked. And if it were possible, Firefly, I'd fuck another baby into you right fucking now." I'm mauling the sheets at this point, whining and writhing so much that I'm actually rocking the bed. Or maybe all that's happening inside of me. Ledger, My words turn into a gasp because he chooses that very moment to stick his cock into me. And he does it hard, because I know that he's been edging himself as well, and now his patience is gone, and all he wants to do is fuck and rut inside of me, which he does until I squirt all over him. And then, because he's really turned on right now, he fucks me again, but this time he rolls me to the side and gets behind me. He lifts my leg up over his arm, and cradling my belly with one hand while grasping my neck with the other, he thrusts inside me that way, hitting totally different angles with his bejeweled cock. When I come for the second time, he changes position again. He gets me up on my knees and fucks me doggy style. I know it's his favorite position, because like this, my ass is exposed, and so is my asshole, where he sticks his thumb, because he likes me full of him in every way possible. His cock in my pussy, his thumb in my asshole, and his babies in my belly. I love it too, although I would love it more if he found a way to fill my mouth too. Like always, I come at just the thought of it, and this time he can't resist my core pulsing around his dick and comes with me. After that, he cleans me up, runs me a bath, and we sleep in each other's arms, with him clutching my stomach and our babies. And I always secretly send a wish up to the sky that they move, for him, that he finally feels them rolling around under my skin, something that he so desperately wants, something that I so desperately want him to feel, before I go. Because I have to, don't I? Shut up in this cabin, with his arms around me at night, whispering about our babies, watching his love for them, it's very easy to pretend, to dream, to think that, yes, I'll be one of three princesses, that he will pamper for the rest of our lives, that he will cherish and treasure. But of course that's not true. There is no rest of our lives, only 4 weeks, until my wedding. And every day that passes, I get more and more convinced that I don't want to get married, that I don't want to leave here, leave him, and marry someone I don't love. I don't want to marry anyone, period. However, it's not possible, especially when I have to go for my wedding dress fitting, something that hadn't occurred to me that I'd have to participate in, especially when I told Ezra's assistant, Alice, that she could contact my mother for any and all wedding details. As expected, my mother has been very happy about it. So much so that she never even bothers to check anything with me and makes all the decisions by herself, which kinda bothers Alice because she thinks that I should have a say in my own wedding, and therefore she sends me regular updates about what's happening, even after I told her that I don't really care and that my mother knows best. And the fact that I have to be involved in even this makes me want to vomit. Because I don't think I'll be able to handle seeing myself in the mirror, wearing a white dress, when I don't even want to show up at the venue my mother had chosen. Not to mention, I'm carrying twins, meaning my belly is growing at an alarming rate, and it's going to be very hard to hide that from my mother, at a fitting. Although, I shouldn't have worried, because my mother defines self-absorbed and vain. While the whole bridal shop knows I'm pregnant, I told the sales girl that it's a secret, and my mother is very old-fashioned, which she very enthusiastically accepted. My mother thinks that I've merely grown fat, and I should really watch what I eat until I get married. You don't want to look all puffy in your wedding photos, do you? She says after she insists that I have lunch with her. I stab at the lettuce because, again, she insisted that I have salad. No, Mother. She looks at me critically. And I do think you're developing a double chin. Well, sorry, I say, clearly not sounding sorry at all. Because I really don't care. I don't. The only person I want liking my body does. In fact, he's crazy about it, about my swollen tits and my rounded belly, and he proves it every single day. So I don't really care what my mother thinks. Besides, my life's falling apart right now. I just tried on dresses for my wedding. The wedding that I don't want to participate in. I don't give a fuck if I'm growing fat. She sighs sadly. Exercise and diet, my lovely. You need to go on a strict regimen. If you want, I can hook you up with my yoga instructor. The one I saw at the house? I ask, recalling a sweaty, muscular guy who was giving my mother looks. He's very good. I smile that I'm sure comes out as a grimace. I'll think about it. Probably in another life, I add silently. In this one, I want this stupid lunch to be over so I can resume my normal routine, which is to go see him. Like nights, my mornings have a regular routine as well. He leaves for practice early in the morning while I'm still in bed, where I lounge around for another hour or two. These days, sleeping in always sounds like heaven. Then I wake up, eat breakfast because I'm always hungry, and start prepping for lunch, and then leave to go see him in the city. Something that he didn't like very much initially. And not only because he still thinks his teammates can't stop looking at me, but also because he thinks I'm super delicate and need to be treasured because I'm pregnant. I simply rolled my eyes at him and kept on showing up. I mean, I don't go to his games ever since they started him back on the team because he doesn't want me to. Too crowded and dangerous, and there's no way he's budging on that, so for this, he was the one to compromise. I do watch them on TV and call him, though, after every game. And let me just say that I love watching him. Not only because he's doing so well since his comeback. They won against Aero Carlisle's team a few days back. Oh, and it was so fun to go to dinner with him in Salem. But because he's just so alive on that field, see? So in his element, such a god. That dominates not only the field, but the entire stadium as everyone's eyes are on him. But anyway, when the impromptu lunch with my mother is over, I grab a cab and race across town to go see him, to hug him and smell him, and just be with him. Because all this, trying on wedding dresses not only made me sad about my future, but also felt like cheating. Like I was cheating on him by wearing dresses with the thought of another man. Which is ridiculous, because we're not in a relationship. We don't even want to be in a relationship. But every time I saw myself in the mirror, a stabbing pain went through my chest. A crippling pain, and I swear my belly grew tight, as if my babies knew and they disapproved. They were agitated in my womb because of what I was doing to their daddy. So as soon as I see him, I launch myself at him. I bury my nose in his chest and breathe in his musky, cinnamony scent. And since he's used to me being all mopey and emotional these days, he doesn't question me. He simply hugs me extra tight, rocks me back and forth like I'm a baby. I look up after a bit. I want you. And again, he's used to that, me wanting him all the time. Because he was right the other night. I am a slut for him, a complete whore. Every time we touch, I get horny and restless. But I'm not alone in my lust, am I? Because every time I come over for lunch, he first drags me to a lonely place. Sometimes the treatment room, the overnight rooms with bunk beds. One time it was in the corner of the locker room after everyone had gone off to the field, and once it was in the gym. And makes me get on my knees and suck him off. In fact, some days his lust is so big that I barely get him in my mouth and lick the tip. I barely jiggle those bars against the roof of my mouth, and he's coming. He's throbbing and jerking on my tongue like he's been waiting for me ever since he left me sleeping in our bed, and watching me on his phone wasn't enough. And other days, like today, we're in an empty office and I'm on my knees while he stares down at me, at my tits that he scoops out of the neck of my dress, and my pregnant belly that he makes me expose by lifting my dress and making me clutch in between my teeth as he fucks his fist in long and lazy strokes that quickly become short and fast, until he blows on my stomach. And then I'm rubbing it all over my skin, just the way he likes it. Fuck, he groans as he watches me do that. You're a goddess, aren't you? A beautiful, cock-sucking, pregnant goddess. I shake my head, rubbing my nipples that are hard and slippery with his cum. No, I'm your beautiful, cock-sucking, pregnant firefly. He licks his lips as he watches and watches me greedily. Yeah, and now you smell like me. Is that why you like it, when I rub you on my skin? Because it makes me smell like you? He lifts his eyes, pitch black and swimming with emotions. And because it'll warn the other guys off you. Always my jealous and possessive Thorne. Something about that thought soothes my own ruffled feathers. It makes me feel calm after the morning I've had. His agitation over someone else coming in and snatching me away. It makes no sense, but I always feel safe when it gets like this. But instead of focusing on all these angsty emotions, I focus on the fact that he helps me stand on my feet and turns me around, his hand going under my dress, groping my ass, looking from my panties that I know he'll shove to the side before he enters me. Although it hasn't worked so far, has it? He manages to expose my pussy and positions his dick at my wet hole. They still look at you, at your pregnant body. They don't care whose babies are in your belly. They just want you for themselves. I go to say something, but he pushes inside and all my words die. All my thoughts become his and his only. Like he's purging all the ugliness from inside me and making things beautiful again. And since I don't have a lot of time, I try to do the same for him. I try to make sure that before I go, I give him something beautiful back, like his family, his brothers. So a week later, with Callie's help, I organize a picnic kind of thing at the cabin. I know it's a big step, revealing to his brothers that Ledger has not only been keeping up the cabin but is now living here. At least for the time being. But it needs to be done. He can't hide this fact forever. Plus, I will be there for him if anything goes south. Ledger, of course, is not happy. He's been grumbling about it ever since I told him my plan. But it's a testament to the fact, yet again, how much he pampers me that he doesn't refuse. He lets me take the lead, which means I invite everyone. All his brothers, Rain, his friend, even Riot from his team, with his little girl, and all my St. Mary's friends, Callie, Wynn, Poe, Jupiter, and Echo. I also invite my brother, or rather have Callie invite him, but he doesn't show up. Callie says it's because he's busy at the garage, but I know the real reason. He still hasn't forgiven me for everything. It makes my heart ache, but I'm not going to think about that right now when I have other things to focus on, such as how Ledger is faring with his brothers. They already had some clue about the cabin. Callie told me it was best to ease them into the information, so she had a family meeting at her house, without Ledger, which bugged me because he's just as much part of the Thorne family as the rest of them. But I understood, and told them about the cabin. And from what I hear, Shep was very mad and very vocal about it. Stellan was quiet and pensive, but Conrad was as vocal as Shep, but in Ledger's favor. And then they all had a long discussion about how unfair they'd all been to Ledger, with Conrad leading the charge and the blame. And God, I'm ashamed to say, but I broke down crying before Callie had reached the end of it. I can't even imagine what they all went through at the hands of their pathetic loser dad, and how my Ledger suffered for it even after their dad was gone, and he did it all alone. Which makes me want to break down crying once again. But I've got company, And, as I said, I need to focus. Although my focus does waver with the arrival of this one unexpected guest. Isadora Holmes, Shepard's infamous girlfriend, and, well, Stellan's not-so-secret crush. So this is her, huh? Callie murmurs from beside me. We're standing at the picnic table that Ledger put together. It's laden with all the food Callie and I made. Since we're both fiends for cooking and baking, we didn't let anyone else bring anything. Plus, I know how much Ledger loves the things I make for him, and so I wasn't going to give him something cooked by someone else. Not today of all days. And she's stunning, Poe says. I love her dress. She's wearing a bohemian-style chic maxi dress with a loose crochet cardigan. Her dark, wavy hair's bound in a loose bun, with a few tendrils framing her very exotic-looking face. Even if Shep hadn't mentioned that she's half South Asian, her mother was born and brought up in India, her almond-shaped eyes and her tanned complexion would have given her away. And Poe is right. She is stunning, even more so than her dress. Well, she seems nice, murmurs Echo, who's standing on the other side of Callie. When Callie glares at her, though, Echo mouths, sorry. Okay, fine, Callie gives in. So she does look nice, which is really sad because I want to hate her. So far, she's been really polite, if a little reserved, probably because she doesn't know anyone here except Shepard, who, to his credit, is sticking close to her side. You could never hate her, Poe says from beside me. Why not? Because I don't think you've hated anyone in your life, she says with a shrug. Oh, like you have? Yeah, Alaric. Alaric Marshall is Poe's ex-guardian, and her current and forever boyfriend. The term, Poe says, he doesn't like very much. Makes him feel like a teenager instead of a distinguished history professor in his mid-30s, which is exactly why Poe likes to use the term. And yes, once upon a time, she did hate Alaric, with a passion no less, until fate forced his way into her life as St. Mary's interim principal, which is where their hate story changed into a love story. He's not here today. He's out of town for a guest lecture at a university in Chicago. But we can all safely say that he worships the ground Poe walks on and pampers his diva endlessly. Please, Callie rolls her eyes. That was just sexual tension waiting to explode. No, it wasn't. Poe denies it. Not in the beginning. In the beginning, I really wanted to kill him. And aren't you glad that you didn't? Wynn chirps in from where she's standing on the other side of Echo. Poe smiles. Yeah, very, very glad. You know what, guys? Echo says. I think we're staring at her and it's extremely rude. She is right, though. We're all standing over here, single file, and staring at her like she's some kind of a zoo animal. And while it was okay before, we were all shocked at her sudden appearance. No one had seen her before this, and Shep never said that he was bringing a date. It's not anymore, because we aren't the only ones staring at her. Stellan is too, but in his own subtle way. A glance here, a look there, and every time he does it, his entire frame tightens up. He gets agitated and angry, and I'm sure she can tell because, believe it or not, she's staring back at him. Although her looks aren't as subtle, and every time she does it, we all hold our breaths, thinking that this is the moment Shep is going to catch on that his girlfriend is staring at his twin brother. I don't care, Callie says stubbornly. She's driving a wedge between my brothers. Maybe there's a perfectly good explanation for it, Wynn placates. Yeah? What do you think makes a good explanation for coming here as Shep's date and then staring at his twin brother? We all shrug and shake our heads. Even so, it's Wynn who puts her foot down and separates herself from our group. You know what? I think that's enough. We should really make her feel welcome. Then, turning to Callie, and that's your department, isn't it? Callie purses her lips. At this, I finally say something. You always made me feel welcome. Yeah, me too, Echo agrees. Yep, come on, Poe says, reaching out for Callie's arm and dragging her away, thereby dispersing this meeting. While they all head toward Isadora, I head in a different direction and approach our other friend, Jupiter. She's been standing on the other side of the table, carefully keeping away from our group, and I know why. Even if I hadn't seen her exchange strange looks with Echo, who she's closest to in the group, I still would have known. I prop my hip against the table when I reach her. "Hey, you okay?" "Uh-huh. These crab cakes are really good," she says, developing a sudden interest in the said food item while, up until now, she's been watching Isadora like the rest of us. And, well, also Shepard. "You don't have to lie to me," I tell her. "No, they really are." I give her a look. "I mean, I know." "Know what?" she asks, still keeping her eye on the plate of crab cakes as she keeps piling them on hers. "What it's like to fall for a Thorne brother?" That gives her pause, and her eyes jerk up at me. Emerald green and shiny. They're some of the most stunning eyes I've ever seen, and they look so sad, even though she's trying to hide it. She lowers her plate full of crab cakes. "I'm not. I've seen how you look at him," I say in my kindest and friendliest tone. "Every time he's around, you get this sad look in your eyes. Well, there's happiness first, but then it slowly gets eclipsed by sadness." For a few seconds, it looks like she's going to argue, but then her shoulders sag and I whisper, "I'm sorry he has a girlfriend." With her eyes downcast, she mutters, "It wouldn't matter even if he didn't." "Why not?" She looks up again, but this time I know she isn't going to answer me or clarify what she meant. Instead, she swivels her gaze over to where all the girls are chatting up Isadora, who's starting to look more at ease. "I like her skin," she says abruptly. "Tanned and pretty." I glance over at Shep for a second before saying, "I like your skin too." She gives me a look. "No, you don't. No one likes the kind of skin that burns too easily." "No," I admit. "But people are known to like strawberries and cream." Which is exactly how Jupiter looks with her red hair and porcelain complexion. Jupiter looks at me weirdly before shaking her head and going back to the crab cakes. So she doesn't see it, but I do. Shep eating cream-dipped strawberries while his girlfriend is busy with the girls, while watching Jupiter. And the way he's watching her, he's definitely thinking the same thing as me. There's something alluring about strawberries and cream, which makes me super happy. I don't know what's happening between all these people, Shepard and Stellan and Isadora and now Jupiter as well. But for the first time ever, I have hope for my friend, and I couldn't be more thrilled. I also have hope for my guy over there, who's standing beside Conrad at the edge of the lake and seeming to be having a pleasant conversation. Or rather, they're not arguing or looking angry at each other, which is a win in my book. And after a while, when all the boys decide to play a game of soccer, my happiness doubles because Shep and Ledger are on the same team, and even though Stellan and Conrad end up on the opposite side, it still looks like all four Thorne brothers are playing together instead of against each other. I'm smiling the rest of the day, and crazily thinking that nothing could ever dim the joy that this has brought when I get a text from Ezra, and he says that he's free to meet with me day after tomorrow. 2 days later, I'm getting ready to meet Ezra for lunch and tell him everything, so that we can come up with a plan to handle it all with his father and mine, and even in the public eye if need be. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I'm glad Ledger isn't home. He isn't even in town. He's gone for an away game, and as much as I hate this first separation between us, I don't want him anywhere near me when I do tell Ezra and inevitably come back home, upset and crying. I know it's going to happen even if he receives the news of my pregnancy without me having to ease him into it. It'll just be a final nail in the coffin, and then there's nothing stopping me from telling Ledger that our time's up, That it's time for me to leave our little dreamland and for us to rejoin real life and go our separate ways. Only connected by these little two beings I'm carrying. I just hope that he trusts me enough to know that I'm not taking his babies away from him, that he'll still be a part of their life, even though I'll be married to another man. Not to mention, I've decided, once I'm married and my brother and Callie are safe, that I'll tell Ledger everything about my father's scheme, why I married Ezra, why I had to keep it a secret from him, even though he had his suspicions about something being wrong in my life. Everything. And again, I just hope that he understands that my hands were tied and that I did it for family, for his and mine. I'm almost out the door to meet Ezra when my phone rings. It's Callie, and distractedly I pick up. "Hey, I'm just heading out the door. Can I, Tempest?" Her voice, sounding so feeble and small, brings me to a halt. I pause in the process of shrugging on my spring coat that will hide my belly until I manage to tell Ezra and ask, "What's wrong? Is it Halo?" "No," she says, sniffling. It's Reed. His shop." At this, dread settles in my chest, and my own voice almost matches hers. "What?" She begins, but trails off for a second. Then, "There were some people who came over this morning for an inspection. I mean, I didn't even know there was going to be one. Reed didn't know either, and they're saying that he doesn't have the required paperwork." "What required paperwork?" "I don't know. All I know is that it's apparently a big deal, and what?" She waits for a few seconds, and even though I understand that she may be trying to gather her thoughts, my own seem pretty scattered right now, I still want her to hurry. "Tempest," she begins, her voice still as shaky. "They're saying that they could close down the shop, and there may be an inquiry on Reed, and that they might suspend his license." She gulps. "Forever. I don't know how it happened. He loves that shop. That shop is his life, and he's so particular about it. He's always stayed on top of things, and his business was starting to pick up now, and I didn't know who to call, and I'm freaking out." I wish I could say something to her. God, I don't know what to say to her. She's right. My brother loves that shop. It's been a big part of his life ever since he was a teenager, and Callie is right. He's so particular about everything, even more so now that he owns it rather than simply working there. He's always on top of keeping up to date with his licenses, equipment, keeping the other guys who work there in line, and... Oh, fuck. Fuck. Is it him? Is it our father? But why would he do that? I've done everything he's asked of me, and... "Listen, Callie," I say, my voice sounding foreign to me. "I'm going to figure this out, okay? I'm going to ask around and see what's happening. Just wait for my call, okay? Don't freak out." I'm not sure if I did anything to soothe her fears, especially when I sound so scared myself. But I unfortunately don't have the time to worry about that right now. As soon as I hang up, I call Dad, and he picks up before the first ring is even complete, making me think that maybe he was expecting my call, which sends dread right up to my throat, strangling me. "Someone's up early," he says chirpily. I'm at the front door of the cabin, so I lean against it for support as I growl into the phone. "What did you do?" "This morning?" I close my eyes for a second. "What the fuck did you do, Dad?" Again, his voice is casual as he answers. "Well, I woke up, had breakfast." "Dad, do not fuck with me right now." I cut him off, pressing my spine against the door. "Just tell me what you did to Reed." "Oh, that," he sighs. "Well, nothing yet, and that's the truth, but I'm thinking about it." I swallow, my throat going dry and scratchy. "Why the hell would you do anything to him? Why now? Why?" "Because my feelings are hurt." "What?" "First, it's your brother," he goes on, making absolutely no sense to me. "And now it's you. What have I done to deserve this treatment? Why do you both insist on keeping me out of your lives, out of my grandchildren's lives? My purse falls to the floor with a thump. What? There's silence on the other end, dreadful and scary. Not able to bear it, I'm about to speak when my father decides to make it even worse by going first. You didn't think I'd find out, did you? You didn't think that you could hide this from me, did you, baby girl? You didn't fucking think that you'd screw me over and I wouldn't retaliate, he says, his voice getting louder with each word. Did you? I shake my head frantically. I didn't screw you over. You think Ezra's going to marry you like this, huh? A fucking slut, pregnant with a loser's baby. Do you think his father would approve of it? Do you think he's going to hand over that money to me now, after months of dragging his feet? Dad, Ledger Thorne, isn't it? That's his name. I didn't think I could be any more terrified than I was, but I was wrong. Now my terror is eating at my bones. It's eating at my muscles and skin, making me shaky, making me want to throw up, attacking my breaths, my words, my thoughts. You sure know how to pick 'em, he goes on. A soccer player with anger issues. You do know his career's in the shitter right now, don't you? They're talking about ditching his loser ass. Not that I care who you choose to spread your legs for. Like mother, like daughter. But I do care when it fucks me over. I begin, pushing words out. I'm not fucking you over. It doesn't matter that I'm pregnant or whose babies I'm pregnant with. Babies? He interrupts, his voice dangerous and creepy. Didn't know that. I clench my eyes shut then, at my stupid mistake. I never wanted my father to find out, not until I told Ezra and we decided on a plan as to how to deal with the situation. And even then, if there was a way to keep the news hidden from his evil self, I would have done it. I would have done anything and everything to keep my babies away from my father, from my mother too, from everyone in my other life. People who don't understand the meaning of family or love or anything remotely pure. Never did I think, not even in my wildest imagination, that he'd find out this way. Not only that, but that he would retaliate when I least expected it, when I have done everything in my power to bow down to his wishes. It doesn't matter that I'm pregnant, I repeat. The wedding's only 3 weeks away, and I'm still going to marry Ezra. I'm still going to hold up my end of the deal. You just have to let me do things my way, and you are. What? You are going to marry Ezra, but not in 3 weeks. Day after tomorrow. Day after? Yeah, because now I'm doing things my way, he declares. What is that? What does that mean? It means, baby girl, he says in a soft, threatening voice, that I'm done playing around. I'm fucking done letting you fool me. Do you understand? Now, if you want your brother to be able to keep his useless shop and his useless fucking license, you'll do exactly what I tell you to do. You'll stop shacking up with that loser, and you'll show up at the party tonight in honor of your wedding. And you'll show up in a way that no one will have a clue about what a little tramp you are. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? No one will know. Not until you're good and married to that faggot piece of shit, and that money's in my bank account. Because trust me, if anyone finds out and this wedding is called off for any fucking reason, I'm going to put your brother in a world of hurt. And I'll throw in your lover boy, too. 2 for the price of 1. It wouldn't be hard. His career is already hanging in the balance. 1 phone call to New York City FC's owner, who I'm friends with, and he's gone. And it will be all your fault. Yours and those bastard babies in your belly.
Chapter 36. Her beautiful Thorne. She's gone. My wife's gone. I should have known. I should have fucking known something was wrong when she not only didn't call me after the game like she usually does, but also when she didn't pick up my call and simply sent a text saying that she was too tired to talk. She's never too tired to talk. In fact, these past couple of days since I've been away, I had to be the one to tell her to hang up and get some rest. So yeah, I should have known. At first, I think that she knows. She knows what I did, how I lied to her, tricked her, and that's why she broke her promise and left without telling me. And as I said, I wouldn't blame her. But the papers that prove that she's mine, the marriage certificate, is safely tucked inside the safe in the bedroom where I left it, so it's not that. What is it, though? Why the fuck would she leave? Why the fuck would she break her promise to me? Is it her dad? It's her dad, isn't it? And it's that guy. The guy she insisted is just a family friend. Shaking with fury, with fear, my vision both blurry and red, I call the only person I know who can tell me what the fuck is going on. Reed picks up on the third ring and I bark. Where the fuck is she? What? Where the fuck is my wife? Chapter 37. Her beautiful Thorne. My wife is getting married, and the guy's name is Ezra Vandekamp. Apparently she's been engaged to him since last summer, which means she was engaged the night I ran into her at the Horny Bard and then again at that swanky fucking restaurant. That's why she was smiling at him in that way, in her special way. She was engaged the night I kissed her in her brother's kitchen. She was engaged the night I took her out to her favorite bookstore, and then later when she asked me to fuck her so she could get closure. She was engaged when I took her to the cabin, the whole time we were trying, and the time after that. She was fucking engaged. She was fucking engaged, and I know it's her dad. I know it. I knew it back then, and I know it now. But what I don't understand is why. How? What does he have on her? Why the fuck hasn't she told me about it? I climb out of my truck just as my phone rings. I want to let it go to voicemail, but the asshole did help me look for my wife, so I hit accept. What? You there yet? Reed asks. I look at the posh wedding venue on the outskirts of Bardstown, the address of which Reed gave me only a couple of hours ago. After my frantic phone call, he contacted his old people, as he likes to call them, and that's how he found out about her wedding today. His sister's and my wife's. Yeah, I say. Listen, this whole fucking plan reeks of my father. Do you hear me? He growls. Pest would never do this. She'd never marry someone picked by him. I know my sister and... My wife, I growl back. She's my wife. And where the fuck were you when she was sick and miserable and throwing the fuck up, all the while hurting because her asshole brother couldn't get his head out of his ass? I hear him breathe in and out for a few seconds, as if he's calming himself down. Maybe I should do the same. Dr. Mayberry would approve. She's been teaching me breathing exercises, along with rationalization techniques to take my anger apart and study it from all angles. She calls it the classic think before reacting. But I can't think. Not right now. Not when she's in there somewhere close to getting snatched away from me. I'm not talking about that with you, Reed seethes. Good, because I don't have the fucking time. But we will have words about the other thing, about how it is that my sister, who up until now was just having your babies, as fucking tragic as that is suddenly your fucking wife. It's a good thing that he had to stay back because of some hiccup at his shop, or I would have strangled him with my bare hands. No, we're going to let our fists do the talking, and when I win, I'll let you decide whether you want me to let you live or die. You fuckface, I'm going to. And you know why that is, Jackson? I cut him off. Why I'm going to win? Because this isn't some dick-measuring competition for me. I'm fighting for my fucking wife, and I'll destroy anyone and everyone who comes between me and her. With that, I hang up and go to find her. First, I'm going to take her away from here. I'm going to get her to safety, and then we will talk about all her lies. We'll talk about how she's been lying to me for months, How she deliberately misled me about Ezra, how she said that he was only a family friend. With every step that I take, I remind myself that I've been lying to her too. That I've been betraying her ever since I had her sign those papers. Not to mention is that what he felt when he was angry, when he wanted to lash out at the world. I know Khan said that I'm not. But does this make me like my father? But nothing seems to penetrate. Nothing seems to make even a lick of a difference. My world is cracked and painted red. And nothing will make it right until I find my wife and take her home with me.
Chapter 38. I love him. I'm in love with him, with Ledger Thorne. The world calls him angry, but I call him beautiful. To the world, he's hot-headed and reckless. But to me, he's the most thoughtful and caring man I've ever known. The safest, the strongest, the most misunderstood. The man who gave me these 2 babies in my belly just because it was my dream. It ended up becoming his dream too, but still. The knowledge slammed into me when I left him a little over 48 hours ago. The reason why I wanted a piece of him for the rest of my life. Why I wasn't able to move on after what had happened between us. Why I don't want to marry Ezra. Or anyone for that matter. Well, other than the fact that I'm being forced into it. It's because I love him. I never stopped loving him. And I don't regret that. I absolutely do not feel ashamed or stupid or any kind of remorse. The only remorse I have is that I didn't realize it sooner, when I was there with him. As it is, I didn't leave a note or a message as to where I was going or that I was going anywhere at all. I simply packed my clothes, took my things, and left. I know I'd promised him that I wouldn't leave like that I'd tell him first. But I didn't have a choice. I had to do it, to not only keep my brother and his family safe, but him too. He's always made me feel safe, hasn't he? So this is me making sure that everything he's dreamed of, everything that he's worked for, stays safe as well. And just to double check that I'm doing everything that I can to obey my father's commands, I look at myself in the mirror for the 1,000th time. Thanks to my mother's vanity, we decided on a dress that can perfectly hide my 18-week belly. It's got ruffles for days and an umbrella sort of waistline that starts right beneath the bust, making sure that no one knows about the secret I'm hiding. Last night, too, at the party, I wore something similar and pretended to sip on champagne while our fathers, Ezra and mine, had us make rounds around the room as the happy couple. Everyone was pleasantly surprised at the hastiness of our wedding, especially after the invitations had already been sent out. But under our father's direction, we played the part of the happy couple that couldn't wait to get hitched. And especially after how Ezra had been delayed in Korea these past few months, it made sense to advance the date. But of course, the real story is that thanks to my father, Ezra's father got his hands on certain photographs of Ezra in a compromising position with another man. According to my father, he'd received the information that these photos could be in the paper any day, which of course Ezra's father didn't want. So in honor of their friendship, my father proposed that the wedding take place as soon as possible. Granted, Mr. Van de Kamp also announced the merger of 2 companies at the reception that very night. My father is a snake, isn't he? It's not the first time I've felt bad for Ezra. Not only is he getting cheated out of his money, it's going to be a hell of a surprise for him when he sees me with a swollen belly on our first night together. But if I have to choose between him and keeping my family safe, I'll always choose my family. I'll always choose him. God, he must be going crazy right now. He must be losing his mind, his peace. And gosh, he was just getting it back, wasn't he? The picnic was a success. I could see that he made some real progress with his brothers. Meaning, going to practice every day with them wouldn't be such a chore for him anymore. And maybe, just maybe, he'd start taking more interest in his mandatory therapy. But now with my leaving, I feel like he'd be back to square one. His flight back was super early this morning, and by now he must know that I'm gone, and Is he mad that I broke my promise to him? Is he worried? Does he think this has something to do with my dad? What? I hear the click of the door opening, and I fiddle with my skirts to make sure that my bump is still hidden. But I shouldn't have bothered, because the person I see in the mirror, who's just entered the room, is someone who knows. He was the first person to know, actually, that I was pregnant with his babies. And he looks so good, so amazing, such a balm to my aching soul with his dark t-shirt and washed-out jeans, his hair messy and falling on his brows, his cheeks clean-shaven, making me think that he must have shaved before boarding his plane, because he knows how much I love seeing the beautiful arches and curvature of his face. I swirl around just as he closes the door behind him, his eyes the darkest I've ever seen and pinned on me. And the first thing I do, after turning to face him, is take a step forward, knowing in my heart that he'll solve everything, that he'll take me away from here. My heart finally starting to beat for the first time since I left the cabin, and my mouth stretching into a smile. But then I stop and think. He's here, and I'm getting married in less than an hour, and I need to make sure that I get married in an hour, for his sake and my brother's. So I can't go to him. I can't throw myself in his arms and ask him to take me away. I need to get him out of here. I need him to leave. What are you doing here? His jaw ticks, and in response, he starts to walk toward me. How did you know where to find me? I ask, starting to walk backward. His response remains the same as before, advancing toward me. Except now he's taking me in, from top to bottom, in my wedding dress. And he's doing it slowly. Very, very slowly. Purposefully and deliberately. And I realize two things in this moment. One, his perusal, even though slower than usual, is what he usually does when he comes home after a long day of practice, to make sure, for his peace of mind, that I'm okay. And that just breaks my heart even more. And two, he looks exactly the way he did that night. The night he came to me with revenge on his mind, and that completely shatters my heart. It's in the air. It's swollen and heavy, charged up and electric with his anger. Something that I missed, but it's very apparent to me now. And it's even more apparent that he's angry because he's hurt. I've hurt him with my actions. I've hurt him by breaking my promise to him. I've hurt him. And I wish I had the time to fix it, but I don't. Because it's even more imperative that I get him out of here. Angry Ledger is not a good thing. Angry Ledger destroys things like he did that night. I need to somehow placate him enough that he leaves without causing damage to himself and my brother. Look, I know. I raise my hands up in a calming gesture. I know you're hurt. You're pissed. I know that. I can see that. Feel that. I know you must have questions. I left you. And I didn't leave a note, and I lick my lips. I worried you, and that was exactly the thing that I said I wouldn't do. Exactly the thing that I promised I wouldn't do. I broke my promise to you, I know that, but I swear to God, Ledger, I'll answer every question you have, okay? I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll take any punishment that you want to deliver, and I was going to anyway. I know you have no reason to believe me, but please trust me when I say that I was going to explain everything to you. I was going to tell you everything, confess everything once I swallow, hating that I have to use the word in front of him. Once I was married. I hadn't figured out a way yet, but I was going to. And I know you hate even talking about him, but he's a good guy. I was going to talk to him, and Ezra would have... My words come to a halt when my spine hits the cool window. Not to mention when his ticking jaw stops and he grinds his teeth at the name Ezra. Swallowing again, I whisper because now he's close enough to hear me. Now he's close enough that all I see is him and his carved-in granite face and smell his cinnamon scent. Please, Ledger. I know you're angry, I know that. But please don't do anything. Not right now. Just please hold off, okay? Just leave. For now, and I promise I'll find you after the wedding and explain. This time I stop because he grips my arm. Tightly. Painfully. And before I can draw a breath, he spins me around and makes me face the window. The drapes are partially open, and I can see the courtyard from here. I can see the altar, the chairs, the flowers, the little votive candles that my mother simply insisted we had to have enough, though the wedding was pushed up by 3 weeks. The guests have started to take their seats. The band is set up in one corner. The minister is in his place, chatting with my father. This is why my mother hated this room. Because you could see everything, and there should be some mystery before the wedding. I feel him behind me, his body so close but not touching yet. And despite everything, I step back so I can touch him, so I can feel his hard muscles against my body, see how we fit together. Because this is quite possibly the last time. I'm getting married now, and even though I can't explain to him why, I don't think he'd want to have to do anything with me. I can never imagine him as someone's side piece. I can never imagine him not being the center of someone's universe, and I wouldn't want that for him anyway. Not to mention, he never said he wanted forever with me, even though I lied about that too. I do want forever with him, but I'm not going to get it. And it looks like I'm not going to get to back into him either, because he stops me, flexing his grip on my arm and rasping, "Show me who he is." The very first words he's spoken, and they give me shivers. "Ledger, please, don't do this. Don't
Tell me who he is.
My mom could come in any minute now. Please, you have to." His other hand strikes and wraps around my throat, making me arch up as he says in my ear, "As much as I like hearing your voice, I don't want to. Not right now. I only want you to use that cock-sucking mouth of yours to tell me what I'm asking you. Not if you understand." I swallow, dread coursing through me. Dread and arousal at how possessively he's holding me, my throat. I nod. "Good," he praises, his thumb pressing against my freckle. "That's good. Now tell me who the fuck he is." With choppy breaths, I whisper, "There, by the altar." He's standing with my dad now, plus the minister, and his dad as well. He hums, "Now show me your father." On his left side. At this, he exhales a sharp breath, but otherwise doesn't explain why he's asking me all this. So again, I try. "Ledger, Shh," he coos in my ear, making me whimper. "I didn't ask you to talk, did I?" But his grip on my body tightens. "Don't piss me off, okay? Not when I'm hanging on by a thread. If you do as I say, I'll let you go." I close my eyes for a second. "Promise." His grip tightens even more. "Yeah, but then again, I don't think we have a good track record for promises." My heart clenches as he goes on. "But you don't have a choice right now, do you? Not with so many people out there waiting for you to walk down the aisle to marry another man. So you're going to have to do as I say anyway, and it'll go a lot easier on you if you play along." My breaths are even more broken than they were before. Not because I'm afraid. I'm not of him. Even though he's angry, as I said to his brother, I know what he's capable of. I'm not blind to his flaws, and I know he won't physically hurt me or our babies. It's the pain lurking in his voice that makes it harder for me to breathe. The pain I caused. So isn't it on me to fix it? Or if not that, then alleviate it a little. Which makes me nod, and I feel his chest move with a breath, as if in relief. But that only lasts a second, because he speaks in a tight voice. "Now tell me who's standing behind you." I open my mouth to answer him, but I get delayed, because the next thing I know, his hand on my arm is moving, and it's going down, down and down, until he reaches the poofy skirt of my wedding dress and starts to drag it up. And again, I want to ask him what he's doing, but this time he beats me and speaks again. Tell me who's pulling your wedding dress up, Tempest. I feel him groping my ass, my thighs, as I say, Ledger. He manages to get it all up as he says, good. Now I want you to tell him. I'm sorry? I'm not sure what it is, why I didn't understand what he's asking me, but I think it has to do with the fact that he's now going for my panties. He's groping the edges of them and pulling them down, and I momentarily forget everything but his rough fingers and the fact that I'm so wet for him. When he's pushed them down to the point where they simply fall to the ground and it's only a matter of me stepping out of them, he replies, tell your daddy who's pushed your panties down and who's spreading your legs right now. I don't... Say it. He pulls my head back. Ledger's pushing my panties down, Daddy. He's making me spread my legs. God, this is so wrong, isn't it? Him asking me to do that. And yet it feels so tempting. Say it, he bites out, shaking my head. And keep your fucking eyes open, yeah? Look at him when you talk to him. Ledger's pushing my panties down, Daddy, I whisper, keeping my eyes where he wants me to. He's making me spread my legs for him. He presses a soft kiss on my forehead, so contradictory to how he's behaving right now. Good girl. But even so, I bask in his praise. I get even wetter. Now tell him. He goes on as I feel him shuffling behind me. Tell him what I'm doing. I lick my lips as I hear him pulling his zipper down. He's opening his pants, and I think... You think what? I shudder when I feel his hot trunk of flesh coming to rest on my bare ass with a smack. I think he's going to put it in me. Put what in? He asks, this time really smacking my ass with his cock. Smack, smack, smack. And I feel those studs, the already wet tip of his dick stinging my flesh. His dick. Yeah? Is it big, baby? I nod, still keeping my eyes on my father, who's just burst out laughing. Yes, Daddy. Does it hurt you when he puts it in? Uh-huh. So much. But you like it, don't you? I nod. I love it, Daddy. I love it so. My words become whines and mules as he thrusts his dick in with a jolt, and my arms shoot out, my palms pressing against the window. My heart almost leaps out of my chest, too, because I think they know. All the people out there. Ezra, my father, the minister, everyone. They know that someone has stuck his dick inside the bride, that someone is violating her right now as he makes her stand at the window, overlooking the altar she's about to walk to in under an hour, as he makes her talk to her daddy. How can they not? It's seismic, these filthy things he does to me. It's life-changing, his first thrust. It's a phenomenon, as always. That starts out with pain, a soreness, a stretch, and turns into something so beautiful that I can barely keep my eyes open, that I can barely figure out what's happening around me. But of course he knows that. Of course he knows how mindless I become when he fucks me. How thoughtless like a doll. His doll that only exists for his pleasure and amusement. To do his bidding. Because he delivers a sharp thrust as he squeezes my throat and spanks my ass. Eyes open, Firefly. Keep your fucking eyes on your daddy as I fuck you in the dress he paid for. My eyes pop open. Ledger. He paid for this, didn't he? Your fucking wedding dress. I nod. Yes. And this room? He did. What about the wedding? Did he pay for that too? I claw my fingers on the glass. Yes, I think so. Good. He squeezes my throat again. So I want you to look at him as you spread your legs for me. I want you to tell him every single thing that I'm doing to you, that I've done to you, like you should have before. Another smack on my ass, this time really making it hurt as he keeps moving inside of me. Like you should have when he was forcing you to marry that piece of shit. I jerk. He is, isn't he? This is what he's doing to you. Forcing you to marry someone you don't want, yeah? And much to my dismay, I nod my head. Yes. So you should have told him, shouldn't you? Ledger, shouldn't you? He growls, his hands on my body growing vicious as his thrusts. And despite his commands, I have to clench my eyes shut for a second, with guilt, with pain. I have to breathe even though he's making it harder and harder when he won't stop squeezing my neck, mashing my pulse with his thumb, when he won't stop fucking me, when he won't stop drowning me in his scent, whispering things in my ear, when he just won't stop. Yes, I reply. So you'll tell him now, he says, delivering another sharp thrust, making me jerk and arch up against him. You'll tell him everything I'm doing to you as I'm doing it, and maybe then I'll let you tell me why the fuck you would do this, why the fuck you would break your promise to me and steal my peace. With that, he goes for my neck. He sinks his teeth into my skin and sucks on the freckle, my pulse that he loves so much, and my eyes sting even as I moan. A lump forms in my throat as I push back against his thrusts, my pussy so wet that the juices are running down my thighs, soaking into my lily-white garter. And I can't help but whisper, He's leaving his mark on me, Daddy. Ledger grunts in my skin, satisfied and approving. And I think he's doing it on purpose. Another grunt, but this time he lets my skin go with a pop and asks, Why's that? So when I walk down the aisle and stand in front of the minister and the man I'm going to marry, everyone can see who I belong to. Everyone can see what he did to me. He grunts for the third time and takes a few moments to simply fuck me, simply move inside of me with abandon. And I let him, not only because I don't have a choice right now, but also because the more he makes me say these things, the less shocked I become, less shy and more free. Because why wouldn't I? It's the man I love, and if I can't let him claim me proudly in front of the world, then I'll do it here, standing at the window, watching the whole world as he fucks me from behind. You're loving this, aren't you? Ledger whispers like the devil in my ears. The devil who's my god. Yes, Daddy, but I... You what? But I love it more when... My breath hiccups when he hits me right on my G-spot, his piercings doing a number on me. When he comes inside of me. He breathes out a puff of air that sounds suspiciously like a low chuckle. Yeah, you do. It's obvious, isn't it? His hand leaves my ass and slides up to my belly. The belly that you can't really see in the dress, but you can feel it when you touch me. And he does. He splays his palm wide, cupping my bump, cupping his babies that are resting inside, and my pussy clenches over his rod at the blatant display of his possession and dominance, at the blatant display of his ownership, not only of me but of them too. It's obvious what you let him do to you, he says, digging his fingers into my bump. And look what happened. I got pregnant. Yeah, you did. He rasps, his hip slapping against my ass. And now you've got a swollen belly that you run around hiding from the world. I don't want to, though. No. I shake my head, my vision blurry. No. He moves his hand from my belly up to my chest. And what about these fat tits, huh? I moan when he squeezes one. They won't what? They won't fit in my dress, Daddy. Another puff of air as he plumps up my flesh. Of course they don't, because that's what happens when you spread your legs for a guy and let him come inside you, isn't it? You get bread. You get your belly full of his babies and your tits full of milk. I move my head back and forth, barely able to keep my eyes open now, barely able to watch my father laughing with Mr. Vandekamp, completely oblivious to what's happening to his daughter, completely oblivious to how I'm breaking his rules and letting the daddy of my babies fuck me before I march down the aisle. While he pinches my nipple and I whine again, jerking and jerking against him. Even so, I say, Not yet, Daddy. My tits. It's going to happen soon, though, yeah. He whispers and then groans as if he can't wait for it to happen, for my tits to get even fatter with milk. It's going to happen, and trust me when I say that guy, that fucking asshole who put his babies in you, he's not going to leave you alone. He's not going to fucking let you go. He's going to be on you, do you understand? As soon as you're done feeding his babies, it's going to be his turn to feed, and he'll latch onto you, to your tits, and drink and fucking drain your titties. And I imagine that. I can't help but imagine it. His mouth on my milky tits, suckling and drinking from me, while our babies sleep after being fed. It pushes me so over the edge that I can't help but claw on the glass and warn him. Oh, God, Ledger, I think I'm going to... But you don't have to worry about that now, do you? He rasps, his breathing heavy and his strokes getting faster and faster. You've still got time. For now, the only thing you have to worry about is how your cunt is going to be full of his cum as you walk down the aisle, how you'll reek of him as you stand before that piece of shit fiancé of yours, and he'll have no clue that someone already got there first. Someone already beat him to your pussy. Someone already filled your womb and your cunt and made you his whore. And I don't know how I get the strength to do this, but I turn my head to look into his eyes. They look drugged and stoned and lustful and agitated all at the same time. Letting go of the glass, I bring one hand up to his ticking jaw and say, but it's okay, because I am his whore. Only his and no one else's. Marrying someone won't change that. And do you know why, Daddy? Because you're not my daddy anymore. He is, and I'm his princess, one of 3. And then I just let myself go. As I watch his face, his eyes losing their agitation, becoming completely eclipsed by lust, I let myself rest my head on his shoulder and succumb to the orgasm that's been threatening me for a while now. I let myself come and come, drenching my wedding dress and my garter, probably drenching his clothes too. I let myself shiver and writhe against him, moan and cry out at all these sensations inside of me. Sensations and emotions. Emotions that I better understand now than I ever did before. They are love, aren't they? All of these things that he makes me feel. The good, the bad, the ugly. Everything that I feel for him starts with an L and ends with an E, like always, since the beginning of time. My wayward thoughts break when I feel him grow thicker inside of me, harder and bigger, alerting me that he's going to come. And he does. I feel hot lashes of his cum and tight throbs of his dick, but only for a little bit. Because in the middle of his orgasm, he whips his cock out and aims it at the tightest hole in my body that he's only breached with his finger yet. He gets the head inside, mixing my pleasure with pain until he's coming inside of my asshole, until he's filling it with his cum. And I understand why he's doing it. It's the same reason why he leaves my throat and thrusts his fingers inside my mouth, going deeper, deeper than ever before. It's because he wants to fill me everywhere. He wants to lay claim to every hole in my body before I marry someone else. And the thought is so sad that it's all I can do to not break down crying. It's all I can do to not become a puddle on the floor, or worse, tell him to take me away. But I can't do that. I need to step out of this dreamland and walk into the real world. I only have a little bit of time before they come for me. So when he's done, I spin around on shaky legs. I look up at him, ready to tell him to leave, and that I'll explain everything later. When I notice his focus is on something else altogether. Something over my shoulders and out the window. Something that's caused his features to harden once again. Something that looks very much like satisfaction and victory and triumph. I've seen that look on his face before, especially at his games or when he'd fight with my brother. But I don't understand why he'd look like that now. I'm about to ask him when I hear the worst sound in the world. The sound of my door opening and footsteps. Lots of them. thumping and pounding inside the room. I've still not looked away from Ledger, though, for some reason. Maybe because I'm frozen. I'm terrified. I'm fucking petrified right now. He isn't, though. He's calm, still victorious, like he wanted this to happen, like he wanted people to barge into the room. You knew, I whisper. You knew they'd see us. You wanted them to. I see it on his face, that yes, he knew, and yes, he wanted. But before he can answer me, a hand appears on his shoulder, gripping his t-shirt and spinning him around. And I know who that hand belongs to. I know who that voice belongs to, too. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you doing to my daughter? Instead of answering him, though, my father, Ledger takes his time zipping up and buttoning his pants. I think it's obvious what I'm doing to your daughter. You! And I'm the guy whose babies she's carrying. What? The real question, though, Daddy, is who the fuck do you think you are? And why do you think it's okay to marry her off to some rich prick when she's already married to me? That's when I look at the room. Until now, I've been staring at his broad back, his straight but arrogant posture. But now I notice that my room is filled with people. Ezra, his dad, my mother, the minister, a few other people I don't know and have never seen before. They're all here. They're all watching this, and they're all shell-shocked. They all look horrified. And as disastrous as that is, them watching me get fucked, the fact that my wedding could be ruined now, and thereby all my dad's threats may come true, I can't focus on that. I can't even focus on the fact that in the next second I hear a thump, a crunch, a fist connecting with bone. And it's Ledger's fist connecting to my father's jaw, and it doesn't stop there. These sounds, these thumps, no. They keep going and going, with my father taking the brunt of it all, with people stepping forward, trying to stop Ledger, trying to separate him from my father, trying to dislodge him, but to no avail. He keeps beating and beating on my father. At some point, he even beats on Ezra, and I feel a compulsion to go stop him. I feel a mild urge to put a stop to all of this, but I don't. I can't. The only thing I can think about as I stand on the sidelines, watching Ledger beat the shit out of my dad and turning the room upside down, is that he said married. He said we're already married, as in, I'm married to him. Married. That's not true, though, is it? That's not. It can't be true. It can't. I can't be his wife. I can't be. Oh, God. I'm his wife. Part 5. Chapter 39. Tempest Thorne. My name is Tempest Thorne. Well, not technically. Not yet. Not until I formally change my name, but still. And I have a husband. Something I didn't know about up until a few hours ago. Until he, my husband, snuck into my room before my wedding and fucked me. In broad daylight, in plain sight of the wedding guests and my future husband. And my father. Trying to get caught. Trying to stake his claim on me. And when we did get caught, he beat up my father. And my future husband. I hear they're going to be okay, though. That's what they keep telling me. Something that I probably should have known since I was in the room at the time of the beating. But I guess I was preoccupied. And not by the fact that probably the whole world watched me get fucked, and that was his intention, but by the fact that I was getting fucked by my husband. My husband. He later got arrested. Someone had enough presence of mind to call 911, and is now being kept in a holding cell, because they both pressed charges, my father and my fiancé. Plus, there were numerous witnesses who saw the whole thing. In any case, I'm here at the police station, because I want to see him. First, I want to ask him things, and then I need to tell him some things too. Believe it or not, though, it's not an easy thing to do. to meet up with an alleged criminal. But thanks to all the connections my brother has and the reputation his brothers have, they're making an exception. So here I am, walking through the police station, escorted by a uniformed cop. He takes me to the back of the station, way past all the desks, and buzzes a door open that apparently leads to all the holding cells. Well, there are only 4, and all of them are empty except the one at the end. He directs me to it and leaves me with the instructions that I only have 10 minutes and how to get out when I'm done. But I only half hear it because I'm staring at him. The guy who slowly comes up to his feet, his bloodshot eyes on me, his face bruised. Probably not as much as my father's or Ezra's, but still. His hair and clothes a mess. My husband. Under the dim lighting, he appears almost haunted, destroyed, regretful even. Of what, I don't know. There are so many crimes he's committed recently that it's hard to pick which one he's remorseful for doing what he did today, or for what he'd already done, making me his wife without me even having a clue. As it is, I'm not interested in his remorse or his concern, which is apparent when he runs his eyes up and down my body. I'm wearing a black dress, and unlike my wedding dress and all the other clothes that I've been wearing for the past couple of weeks, it doesn't hide my bump. It accentuates it, displays it to the world, for which I'm thankful if I'm being honest. All this sneaking around, hiding my babies from the world, was leaving a sour taste in my mouth. It felt like I was ashamed of them when I'm not. So at least one good thing came out of this. I don't have to hide my belly anymore. You shouldn't have come. We're married, I say, cutting him off, sounding stern and emotionless for once. And I'm proud of that. It's always him who holds his cards close to his chest. But for once, I'd like to have the upper hand. I think I deserve it after everything. He flinches slightly, but otherwise remains blank as he repeats, "You shouldn't be here right now. This isn't the place for you. This isn't, aren't we?" His nostrils flare and his hands fist at his sides. We are. We're married. He's my husband and I'm his wife. And not for the first time today. Ever since I found out, I think we're a family. A family. Something that I always wanted. Something that he always wanted. But not like this, right? Not by lying and deceiving and tricking. Breathing in deep, I ask, "Since when?" His jaw ticks for a second before he replies, "Since the day I asked you to sign the insurance papers." I frown, thinking back to the day he came to me with the papers. I do remember it was after dinner and he came to me looking all grumpy and impatient. I didn't mind, though. I was happy and nothing could dim my happiness. I was on cloud 9, thinking that all my dreams had come true. Not only that, but the guy I chose to make my dreams with was so responsible, thinking about the future, taking care of things. And well, he was. Just not the way I thought. I shake my head. But they were insurance papers. I saw them, and they were, he tells me, his eyes flicking back and forth between mine, probably trying to read me. But there was something else in there, too, in the stack that I gave you. But I can't believe that I didn't. You were busy with your list. Ah, okay. My grocery list, something that I forgot about. And you knew how I love making those lists, I say. Yes. So you picked that moment deliberately. He doesn't respond, but he doesn't have to. I get it. Like you picked that window today. Deliberately. I keep going. Again, no response other than the tightening of his jaw. But again, I get it. Why? I ask then. He exhales a breath like he doesn't want to say, but he does. I saw something on your phone. What? Again, it looks like he doesn't want to answer me, but he speaks. The day you told me you were pregnant, your phone was on the nightstand, and while you were in the shower, I saw your text messages with him. By now, we all know who he is, and how he, My husband, God, my husband, reacts whenever he comes up in any conversation. So I don't waste my time appeasing him or questioning him. I simply ask, "And?" At this, he exhales so sharply that his nostrils flare. His fists twitch at his sides. Actually, his entire frame twitches. Then, "And what do you think? I got jealous." "You got jealous?" "Yes." "Even after I told you that you shouldn't. Even after I made you promise." His hands come up and grip the bars tightly. "Well, you can't blame me, can you? Apparently I had something to be jealous about. Because he wasn't just a family friend. He was your fucking fiancé." Now my exhales are sharp and loud. My heart is racing and racing in my chest. And I can't believe it, but despite my immense anger at him, I still feel bad that I twisted the truth, that I deliberately used the words in a way that would deceive him, that I did anything at all to hurt him. I wave those thoughts away, though. I'm not here to feel sorry for him. "So you married me because you got jealous." Gosh, it sounds so childish, so immature, so fucked up and twisted, that you could marry someone just because you got jealous and angry and... I take a deep breath before I explode. Before I go up to him and start attacking him, beating on his chest, smacking his face, scratching his skin, drawing blood. All because even though I'm mad at him about how he lied to me and deceived me for all these weeks, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting for him to deny it. For him to tell me that no, he married me because he loved me, because he couldn't live without me and he didn't know what else to do. He didn't know how else to make it happen other than breaking laws and foregoing morals. Because I love him, don't I? I'm his lovelorn firefly, and I crave him with every breath that I take. I crave him in all his toxic, fucked up glory. My beautiful Thorne. When I know that no answer is forthcoming, no answer is needed anyway, though, because, yes, he did trick me into marrying him because he was jealous, I ask, "Why, so I didn't run off to him and leave you?" "No," he bursts out, vehemently, with all the conviction in the world. "Not because of that. That was never my intention." "So what was your intention, Ledger?" I ask sarcastically. I watch his fists flex around the bars, his knuckles going white, the veins of his forearms standing up. I watch as he grinds his jaw and his eyes narrow as he replies, "To not fucking kill him." What? If I thought he was flexing his grip on the bars before, then I was wrong. He's flexing his grip now, and he's doing it 10 times harder. He's doing it with the purpose of forcing them apart. He's doing it with the purpose of busting through them and getting to me. And I should end this discussion and leave. I should end it forever and fucking leave. But I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm a glutton for him. Because I stand rooted to my spot, my heart almost wishing that he could manage to do it, that he manages to break free and come to me. "Every time I thought about him," he explains roughly, "it made me want to commit murder. It made me want to hunt him down and fuck him up. And I knew it had something to do with your father. I knew it. I knew him and your fucking father were somehow connected, and that was the only thing I could think of. That was the only thing that would calm me down, that would make me not lose my mind, the only thing that would keep you safe from them. Because if I married you, they'd have to go through me to get to you, to get to them. No, I'm not going to think about that. I'm not going to focus on that he was trying to keep me and our babies safe, even though he didn't know what he was keeping me safe from. That it's so ingrained in him, his sense of protection, that he did the only thing he could think of. He gave it to me, literally. He gave me his protection in the most traditional way possible. But I wasn't going to keep you, he continues, his gaze boring into mine, screaming the truth. I wasn't going to force you into staying when I know I can't give you the things you want. What things? He cringes. He actually cringes when he growls. Love. Love. Yes. Why not? I don't know why I said that. Why there's a need to rehash things when I already know the answer, when it's only going to hurt me all over again, what he has to say. Because I don't fucking know how, he snaps, looking frustrated, looking like a beast with bruises all over his face, trapped in a cage that he doesn't know how to escape from. I don't fucking know how to love, all right? I've never loved anyone before. I've never wanted to love anyone before. Love is not the first thing on my mind when I wake up in the morning, or the last when I go to sleep. That place has always been reserved for soccer, for my ambitions, my career, my championship trophies, drills and plays and fucking practice. And even though my priorities have changed now, I still don't know how to change the fact that I know nothing about love. I don't know how to change myself. I don't... He trails off, and I notice his eyes flickering down to my belly, to where his babies are sleeping inside of me. His mouth parts then, as if he's trying to drag breaths, and he renews his efforts to break free. He renews his efforts to pull those metal bars apart. Lifting his eyes, he rasps, I don't know how. Which is when I move back. I have to. His eyes hit me like a punch, right in the center of my belly, in my womb. There's so much longing in them, so much longing and hunger, so much desperation and craving to learn, to change, to know what love is. And I want to tell him that he already knows. He already knows how to love. He loves his babies down to his bones, his soul, his very marrow. He loves his brothers, his sister, his family, his mom who died, who was abandoned by their father long before he actually left. And I understand that it's different from romantic love, the kind of love that I want from him. But I bet, if he let himself, he can do that too. But I'm not going to, because it won't matter even if I do tell him. This is something he needs to figure out on his own. This is a problem he needs to solve for himself. Just like his anger issues and his therapy and his relationship with his brothers. I've done all I can. Now it's time for me to go, which is what I came here to tell him, that I'm leaving. I promised him that I'd do that, and even though things got a little sidetracked, I'm here to say goodbye. You're right, I say then, and he flinches. You can't give me what I want, because I don't think you can give yourself what you want. I don't think you've even figured out what you want yet. You haven't figured out why you react the way that you do, why you do the things that you do, that people call you Angry Thorne for. And I was one of them. I mean, I didn't like the name, but I still bought into that. I still thought that you were this angry and revengeful guy who could think of nothing else but winning, nothing else but coming out on top, getting your trophy, your glory, success. And after what you did that night, the night you showed up at my dorm room, I don't think anyone can blame me. But like many, many people, like your own brothers, I was wrong. You're not angry. I mean, you are, of course you are, but you're so much more than that. You're alone, you're isolated, you're hurt, you're misunderstood. People judge you so quickly. Your own brothers judge you so quickly. They make rules for you, try to bind you in a cage. They try to control you. What they don't do is give you a chance. What they don't do is give you the benefit of the doubt. They don't listen to you. They don't see what you need, what you want. And maybe that's why you don't see it either. Maybe that's why you haven't figured out that you're not angry at your brothers. You're hurt by them, their actions. The night that you came to my dorm room to exact revenge on my brother, it was an act of loyalty. Yes, you made a big mistake by trying to take your anger out on me, but you were doing it for your sister. And today, I bark out a laugh, broken and harsh. What you did today, staking your claim on me, deliberately sabotaging my wedding, my dignity, is because you were hurt by me. Something that I never wanted to do. Not to you. But I did anyway. I kept things from you. I deliberately used words to twist the truth. I ran away, broke my promise. So today was you reacting to that. I shrug, my eyes welling up with tears, blurring him out. But none of that matters now. I didn't come here to psychoanalyze you. I know how much you hate that. I came here to tell you that I'm leaving. And just for the record, I had every intention of always telling you before I left. But then things happened and I shake my head, a tear falling down my cheek. I couldn't, but I'm here now, and I'm telling you that I'm leaving. And no, I'm not going to him. He isn't my fiancé anymore. They called off the wedding after what happened, which is understandable. And, well, I told him what my father was planning, how he wanted to get his hands on their money. So, yeah, that ship has sailed. It has. After Ledger was taken away by the cops and the crowd had dispersed, I went to Ezra. While they were tending to his injuries, I told him everything, the whole truth, my dad's plan and how he was forcing me to help him, my pregnancy, who Ledger is. And of course he was angry. He had every right to be. And as much as I hate what happened today, I'm glad that I came clean to him. I'm pretty sure that my father knows by now that I blew his cover. Even though he was rushed to the hospital immediately, and I'm sure his retaliation is coming. And I don't know what I can do to stop him now. I don't know if my brother's shop can be saved. I don't know if his career can be saved either. And the reason I was going along with it all was because he was threatening my brother, his shop, and you, your career. I was trying to give you your dream like you gave me mine. Oh, and just for the record, he's gay, Ezra. So what I told you, that nothing could happen between us, was a lie, but also wasn't. As for the babies, I promised that I wouldn't take them away from you, and I won't. But I don't want you at my doctor's appointments anymore. They're too personal. Unless there's a problem with the babies, I don't want you anywhere near me. Once I give birth, though, we can work out a schedule or something. But until then, there's no reason that we should see each other. I shrug again and wipe my tears off, which is when I finally see him. I finally see his face. His skin that's usually tanned and flushed with color is stark white, and his bruises look even more dramatic, more painful and bloody. Or maybe it's just how strung tight his features are, how taut and carved from granite, pulled over his bones that makes him look as if he's in pain. In actual, physical pain. I sigh and brace my own body for my next words. I trust you'll take care of the paperwork, since you're so good at it. So I'll just expect my divorce papers in the mail soon, and my breath catches in my throat, and I jerk, my hands coming up to cradle my belly. Was that? What is it? He asks, his voice urgent. I would answer him, but I feel it again, and this time I know what it is for sure. A foot, kicking me, in the same place as before. And then there's another kick, in a different part of my belly, and I think it's from the other baby, who, like her sister, kicks me again in the same spot. Tempest, he goes again. What the fuck is it? What the... I look up, a smile blooming on my face before I can even think. I think it's them. They're kicking. Whoops. I chuckle, clutching my belly. There's another one. And oh my God, it actually feels like a kick. I mean, they're only 18 weeks and... His eyes are wide and pinned to my belly, and he's breathing slowly, as if he doesn't want to spook them, as if he doesn't want them to stop kicking and go away. And before I know what I'm doing, I'm halfway to him so he can put his hand there too and feel them. He's been waiting and waiting for it, right? And look, he was right. He knew they'd kick before the usual time, and they did, and he should definitely feel that. But just as I'm about to reach within touching distance of him, the same cop who brought me here appears at my side. Time to wrap it up, he says, and I remember where we are. I remember that he's behind bars, and I came here to say goodbye. And didn't I just say that I don't want him anywhere near me? So I should leave him, right now. But still, I hesitate. They're his babies. He loves them. Shouldn't he feel what I'm feeling? Just for a second, and You should leave, he says, his tone neutral, a muscle beating on his cheek. But I can see 1,000 emotions in his eyes. I can see him swallow, his chest shuddering with his choppy breaths. And I know that he doesn't want me to. But I do. I leave because he's right. I should leave. Even though it's painful to feel this kind of joy without him, to feel them roll around and kick, and not share that with the one person who can understand the depth of my joy. It's for the best, though. As I turn around and leave, I want to call myself an idiot for loving him, for never stopping loving him. But I won't, because even though I haven't yet learned how to not love him, I've at least learned enough not to abuse myself for it. I've at least learned enough to know that I'm brave, which means I'll survive this. I'll survive without him. I will.
Chapter 40. Her beautiful Thorne. I don't want you in there, I tell Reed as soon as he stops his car in front of his big-ass mansion. I've only been here once, the night I caught her stalking me behind the bushes. I'm not going to lie, I didn't like the look of it. I didn't like the differences between us, how she lived in a palace while the paint was peeling off the walls of my bedroom. Too bad, Reed says from beside me. She's my sister, he snaps, his fingers tight on the steering wheel. She's my wife, I snap back, in the process of unbuckling my seatbelt. But then I stop, because she's not, or at least not for long. 2 days ago, she asked me for a divorce. She told me that she was leaving, and none of that was unexpected. I knew when she found out what I did, she'd leave, and she'd taken my babies away. By some miracle, she hasn't. She won't. And I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if I deserve that mercy, after everything. Are we doing this or not? Reed snaps impatiently, breaking into my thoughts. Yeah, we are, I say, just as impatient. Because as I said, it's been 2 days, and that shit stain, their father, is still breathing. From what I hear, the fucker only got a few broken ribs, a neck brace, and a bent nose, so now it's time to finish the job. It's time to put him into the ground. I would have been here sooner, but he pressed charges, and since he has every judge and cop in his pocket in this town, it was difficult to make bail. No judge was willing to hear the case until Khan found an old lawyer friend of his who brought the case in front of quite possibly the only judge who had a beef with Jackson. He heard the case, set the bail, and here I am. I have to say, though, that even though things have started to smooth out between us, I wasn't expecting Conrad to come to my rescue. Not with the bail, and definitely not with the team. But he did. He talked to the board, took my back, and explained to them why I did what I did. While they aren't happy, they're still letting me stay on, given Conrad vouched for me. I'm not sure how I'd ever repay him for this, but I know that I won't let him down. Anyway, the charges are still alive and kicking, but that's going to change tonight. A lot of things are going to change tonight. We both climb out of Reed's white Mustang and stride over to the front door. I'm going to kill him, Reed says. Not if I kill him first. He's fisting and unfisting his fingers as if warming them up. I should have killed him a long time ago. And since you didn't, I should have killed him 2 days ago when I found out what he was doing. Well, we're going to finish the job tonight. With that, he pushes the front door open and enters his own house for the first time in probably over a year, or even more. I'm not real familiar with their history, except to know that Reed's always hated his father, and the feeling is mutual. Anyway, he makes a beeline for what I assume is his father's office and bursts through that door as well. And there he is, the asshole who's been hurting her. He sits in a throne-like chair, his neck encased in a brace and his face pockmarked with bruises. Even though, as I said, my beating didn't do the job of putting him 6 feet under, I'm still proud of the fact that I did some damage. And I think it made an impression, because at the sight of me his eyes widen and he draws back in his chair. Afraid. Good. He recovers quickly, though, and says, What the fuck are you doing here? How the fuck is he out?
Turns out you don't own every judge in town, Reed replies, coming to a stop by his desk.
How did I not know about this?
Maybe you're not paying your lackeys enough anymore, he smirks. I hear you're having money problems.
His father goes for his cell phone, his eyes narrowed. I'm calling the fucking cops, and then we can talk about money problems, because I see that in your future.
Reed reaches forward and takes the phone from his grip. Throwing it across the room, he says, Let's talk about your future first, because it's looking bleaker than mine.
His father grinds his jaw. You think you can intimidate me, boy? I could crush you with my bare hands.
Christ, you've been saying that since forever, Reed mutters.
One phone call and everything's gone. Everything that you worked so hard to build. Everything that you did to get out from under my fucking boots and...
All right, I interrupt, already bored with his yapping. You don't need to talk for this part, so why don't you shut up and listen? He turns toward me then. His eyes are bloody and shooting fire, and I don't like the fact that his fear is gone. No matter, I'm going to put it back in there, in his very soul, where it belongs.
Who do you think you are, huh? He spits out. Who do you think you're talking to, you?
Told you, all you need to do is listen. I cut him off.
It's for your own good. My own good, huh?
Yeah, and by that I mean if you want to live through tomorrow.
You!
The bottom line is, I want you to leave her alone.
Leave who alone?
My wife.
Your wife?
Because I don't like it when someone messes with her. Yeah, he gets real angry about that, Reed supplies.
And I don't care if that someone is her scum of the earth father, I finish.
He watches me for a few beats, then smirking.
And what makes you think I'll listen to you and leave her alone after she fucking destroyed everything?
Ignoring his cocky statement, I go on. And then, I want you to make the bullshit inquiry into your son's shop go away. At this, he chuckles, but I keep going. And when you're done with that, I want you to drop the charges against me, too. He loses his shit and laughs at that. I give him time to get over his mirth. It may be a while before he laughs again.
Well, that was hilarious, he says, still chuckling.
I cock my head to the side. As I said, it's for your own good.
Is that so?
Yeah, because I hear these Russians are ruthless. Then, addressing Reed. Aren't they? Finally, I see fear sneaking back into his eyes, just the way I wanted. Reed shrugs. That's what I hear too. Then, turning to his father. And don't you owe them a bunch of money, Father? The money you don't have? The money you never had, I say. And you were never planning on giving them anyway, Reed adds.
What?
The asshole barks. That's what they're going to think when I tell them that the daughter you were planning to marry off in exchange for selling your pathetic company is already married. She's been married for months now. Not only that, she's pregnant with my babies. Which can only mean one thing, Dad, can't it? Reed asks, with something akin to glee in his voice. That you were lying to them all along, I fill in. That you had no intention of ever giving them what you owe. And lying is a bad thing, Reed says. It's a really bad thing when you do it to those Russians. Reed's dad looks at us for a few moments, his eyes going back and forth between us, fear jacking up in his eyes, on his face, his mind whirling.
You fuckers, he breathes out.
What? You think they're gonna believe you? I've dealt with them for years. They know me. Which is exactly the point, Reed says, leaning forward. They know you. They know what a piece of shit you are. They know that you'd do anything for the money, including being stupid enough to dupe them. Do you think marrying her off was the only trick I had up my sleeve? He spits out. That whore may have. Putting my hands on the desk, I lean forward and he flinches. You don't listen, do you? You. And apparently, you don't have a very good memory either, so let me explain some things to you, yeah? He opens his mouth again, but I don't let him talk. You're not the boss here. Not anymore. Not when you mess with her, and definitely not when you keep messing with her. Because I've got half a mind to cut the middleman and finish what I started 2 days ago myself. I glance down at his neck brace. You at least remember that, don't you? I could very easily break the rest of your ribs and leave you gasping for breath in your $1 million mansion. So I'd be very careful what you say next, because if I hear one thing against my wife coming out of your filthy fucking mouth, I'll also yank out your tongue and make you eat it. He's vibrating with rage now, and fear. True and pure panic. Trust me, Dad, Reed tacks on. It would be my pleasure to help him. In fact, I'd enjoy this more than making that phone call to the Russians. There's just something about doing the job yourself instead of having someone else take care of it. His father is mashing his teeth now, hatred dripping from his eyes. You have a day to decide, I say to him. And should you choose to make a decision we're unhappy with, you better start planning your funeral, because I don't think anyone would care enough to do it for you. With that, I turn around and leave. Reed follows because I think he's as done with his father as I am. We step into the night, and I can finally breathe now. I can breathe because I did it. I at last did the job and protected her. Something that I should have done 2 days ago. Something that I went there to do in the first place, but as always, my anger, my selfishness took over and I ended up destroying everything. That was epic. Reed breathes out, probably feeling the same thing. Your father should eat glass. You won't hear any objection from me. I glance at him. You have good contacts. He glances back at me. I worked with my father for years. I know where he hides his dirt and who to get it from. Which is how we came to know about the Russians and his gambling debts and why he was using her in the first place. But it wouldn't have worked without you, he finishes on a shrug. Maybe not. Maybe at least one good thing came out of my fucking crime. Well, I'm still glad, I say. He shrugs. You're welcome. I didn't say thank you. I reply more out of habit than anything else. You wanted to. He shoots out, probably more out of habit than anything else too. I turn to face him. I don't think so. He faces me as well. Well, you're right. You'd need to learn manners for that, and I think you skipped school when they were teaching that. Yeah, I did, right alongside you. We stare at each other for a bit. Then I say, she says we're similar. Who? My wife. I probably shouldn't be saying it, but I guess I want to say it as much as I can before it stops being true. Reed's eyes narrow as if he doesn't like it. My wife says the same thing. I know he doesn't, because I don't like it either, that my sister is his wife. We're not friends, I tell him. Fuck no. But if he ever comes back, we'll deal with it. Together. He gives me a short nod. Absolutely. For Firefly. For Faye. Then. Although, I don't know if I like the name you've got for my sister. I know I fucking hate the name you've got for mine. Let's agree to disagree then. Let's. We stare at each other some more. Then Reed speaks.
I can't believe you married my sister. Yeah, I can't believe I did that either, I say, my voice sounding wooden, my chest feeling tight. She's beyond pissed, he adds. I don't blame her. You really going to... He grimaces. Divorce her? The tightness intensifies, but I manage to reply. Yeah. That's fucked up, though. He shakes his head. You guys, you're having babies together. And from what I recall, you weren't too happy about that. Can you blame me? It's you. I chuckle humorlessly. No, I don't think I can. Listen, maybe... Fuck, he sighs. Can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe I can talk to her, make her... Just take care of her, I tell him. I want to say so much more here. I want to say, help her heal if you can. Help make it all go away for her. Wipe her tears, make her smile, make her forget me. Make her forget that she ever met me. Just fucking make her forget. Because I can't do it. I can't be the one to heal her when I'm the trauma in her life. I can't stitch her heart back together when I'm the thorn that has stabbed it and pierced it over and over again. Because I'm no good for her, am I? I mean, I always knew that, but there's one thing that I hadn't realized before, not until she told me 2 days ago, that I'm no good for myself either. I don't think I've ever been. I always thought I could handle my anger, that my anger was mine and hence under my control. I could rein it in if I wanted to. I could curb it, tame it. But I don't think that's true. And while my anger has fucked things up before, my career, my relationship with my brothers, this is the first time that it is fucked up with something that I was born to do. This is the first time it has fucked up something that I think is my God-given job. This is the first time I've hurt my family, my one true family. It's something that I've been feeling more and more over the past few months that I've been afraid to even give it voice. The fact that she's my family. She's the one who always stood by me, no matter what, since day one. In fact, she stood by me even after I broke her heart and her trust. She stood up for me in front of my brothers. She stood up for me in front of her brother. She stood up for me because I'm her family too. And instead of taking her away from her sham of a wedding when I had the chance, I saw her in that wedding dress and lost my shit. I gave in to my selfish urges and staked my claim the only way I knew how. I got angry and jealous and selfish. I hurt her and those innocent babies in her belly. I hurt them all. Stepping back from Reed, I start to walk away. Where the fuck are you going? He calls out. Feel like taking a walk. People say taking walks can be cathartic. Taking walks can make you think. And time has come that I really, truly think about who I am, what kind of man I am. And if this is the kind of man I want to be, who hurts his family like my father did, who hurts the babies that aren't even born yet, who hurts the girl he loves. I love her, don't I? I do. Probably from the first moment I saw her, which is exactly how long I've been abusing her and hurting her. All because of who I am. It's been the easiest and the toughest realization of my life. So yeah, I'm going to take a walk and figure some shit out. I'm going to figure out how not to hurt people that I love, because apparently abandonment is not the only way you hurt the people around you. Sometimes staying is worse than leaving. So, I'm doing just that.
Chapter 41. Oh my God. I breathed out on our FaceTime call the night before everything blew up. These are so cute. His face appeared unsure as he looked down at the cutest onesies ever. Yeah? Duh. He looked up. I still think they're a little too big. Is he insane? That's what I thought. What was he talking about? because I couldn't stop smiling at those little things. I couldn't stop my heart, my belly from clenching and clenching with love. Of course, back then I hadn't known that it was love for him. I just thought I loved the fact that he bought those things for our babies, that while he was at an away game, that was what had been on his mind, our babies. And so he bought them their very first gift. Propped up on pillows, I was lounging on the bed. Ledger, for the third time, this is the right size, okay? Babies grow up really quickly, so shut up about it already and take off your t-shirt. The light frown between his eyebrows cleared up, and he shot me a look from across the screen. Take off my t-shirt. Yes, I nodded. And put those on your chest. I want to see. See what? How they look. I bit my lip, pressing my thighs together, imagining what our babies would look like resting on his corded chest. He stared at me for a beat, his lips twitching before he went for his t-shirt and took it off in one go, causing his hair to fall on his forehead in a messy tangle, and thereby making me squirm on the bed. But that was nothing compared to what I felt when he put those two little onesies, pink and blue, with Dada's bestie written in glitter, on his bare chest. I think I almost exploded with hormones at the sight of those colorful little baby clothes. Oh, God, I whispered reverently. You think what? I think I came a little, I told him. His lips twitched even more. A little. I shook my head. A lot. More than a lot, I don't know. I just know that you look like such a daddy right now. A daddy, huh? Uh-huh. Theirs or yours? I looked up at him. Theirs. His lips pull up in a smirk, his gaze arrogant and cocky. But that's not what you wanted to say, though, was it? Biting my lip, I shook my head. No. So then what was it that you wanted to say? Blushing furiously, I bit my lip harder. Mine. His eyes flared, and I thought that probably this was the first time I'd said the word mine in his context, and it was kind of a turn-on for him. For someone as possessive as him, I never thought that that would be the case, but I liked it. I liked it so very much. So does that mean you're going to be a good girl and do what Daddy says? I began with a nod, but then changed my mind and shook my head. Maybe. Depending on what happens if I don't do something Daddy says. If you're looking for a punishment, Firefly, I don't have to be your daddy to give it to you. Then what do you have to be? I asked breathlessly. Your Thorne. I clenched my thighs together again. My beautiful Thorne. And then the same thing that always happens to me happened to him. His eyes turned liquid with so many emotions, while his breathing turned noisy with arousal, making me realize that maybe I do the same things to him that he does to me, make him experience a spectrum of emotions all at the same time. So why don't you be my good little Firefly and take that useless nightie off, he said with a lick of his lips, and show me those tits that I know are dying to get fucked by me. And of course I did. We also indulged in a little phone sex. Well, a lot of it, given that I came twice. And then I went to sleep, thinking that I'd be doing it all over again tomorrow night and the night after. And when he came back, I was going to put those baby clothes on his chest again just to memorize how he looked before doing all the things to him that we'd just done in person. But that never ended up happening. What happened was something else altogether. Something unexpected and surreal. I mean, not the part where I had to leave him. I always knew that was going to happen. But everything else. Him showing up so unexpectedly and breaking up my wedding. Him beating up my father and Ezra. Him ending up in jail and somehow still saving me and my brother from our father. Yes, I know about that. I know how he came to my rescue the minute he was bailed out. Some days I'm extremely thankful for it. Other days I think there's nothing to be thankful for. He was the one who ruined everything in the first place. If he hadn't gotten the urge to show me off as his freaking property, I would have saved the day myself. But then I'd also be trapped in a sham of a marriage and would now be living under my father's thumb. So I really don't know. I don't know if I want to strangle him or wrap myself around him so we're never apart. But of course I can't do any of those things because it's been 9 weeks since that godforsaken day, and our lives are different now. My life is different now. Yes, I live in the same apartment in Bardstown, and I have the same circle of friends who visit me as much as they can, and I do the same. Thankfully, things are okay with my brother now. He came around and apologized profusely, and of course I forgave him. He's my brother. He was only looking out for me, which means I get to see Callie and Halo like I used to before. Anyway, I still read romance novels and bake as much as I can. I go shopping when I can, pamper myself with spa days and whatnot. But I also do different things now, like I go for a lot of walks these days. At first it was because it was recommended to me by the doctor. Light exercising, getting fresh air to keep my blood flowing, etc. But now I think I like it. It gets me out of my apartment and forces me to empty my mind and simply be. And even though I read romance novels like I used to, these days I read them to my babies, or more like I talk to them while reading, teach them about things such as knowing your worth, being brave and courageous enough to be vulnerable and have feelings. Most importantly, I teach them to fall in love with the right person, or if they don't, then have the strength to leave and put themselves first. But the biggest change in my life has been when I started working at my bookstore, burning the midnight candle. I'm one of the sales reps, an expert in the romance genre. I never really thought about getting a job before. I guess for all my efforts to be different than the rest of the crowd surrounding me, they did rub off on me some. No girl around me has ever worked. They've never needed to. We all have trust funds and rich fathers or husbands. And even though I always hated my father and never wanted anything from him, I didn't have the same problem with touching my grandfather's money. But now that I'm going to have my baby soon, it finally occurred to me that I need to lead by example. If I want them to be responsible and independent and a force to be reckoned with in this day and age, then I need to show them how it's done. Granted, getting a sales job at a local bookstore isn't exactly the top of the career ladder, but we all start somewhere, don't we? And I like it. I like talking to people about books, sharing my favorite books, giving someone the gift of a favorite writer or a story. I'm also finding that apart from romance, I also love children's books, probably because I love interacting with children and manning the children's section gives me an opportunity to do that. But yeah, life's different and I think I like it. Well, mostly like it. Or again, some days I do and some days I don't. Today's been kind of a bad day, and I knew it would be, because it's game day, and another one of the things that I've started doing differently, or rather haven't stopped doing after picking up the habit of it while living with him, similar to resuming reading my romance novels, is watching his games. I think it's important, and I should get used to it for our baby's sake. They should know who their daddy is, what he does, what he loves, and how good he is at that. And he is good. He is. His comeback has been good for the team. They're on a winning streak, and it looks like they'll take the championship trophy this year. Something that hasn't happened in a long, long time. And it's all thanks to Ledger. In fact, the press is saying that Ledger has proven to be the shiniest star from the Thorne clan this season, and it could arguably be said that it's not the Thorne brothers' magic, but his and his alone that's making a difference. And I'm so proud of him. So fucking proud of him that I'm literally bursting with it. Our babies are proud too, because every game night, they move like crazy. They roll and kick and punch, sometimes hiccup too, making a ruckus. And I always have to soothe them by rubbing my swollen belly while telling them how amazing their daddy is, how he loves them both, and I know that he's away right now. Mommy told him to be. But once they're out of me, he'll come visit, which inevitably makes me cry and sob. Tonight, though, Something else is happening in addition to my waterworks. Something that can only be described as pain, stabbing, and bordering on excruciating. Actually, it's been happening all day now, attacking my pelvic region and spanning back to my spine. Attacking my pubic region too, and radiating out to my thighs. Plus my belly, on and off, has felt like a heavy bag of cement. My doctor did warn me about Braxton Hicks contractions, and since I'm carrying twins, they may be more painful and have an early onset. But Jesus Christ, she never said that they would be this painful. I'm about to call her and check in when a pain so bright and flashing grips my middle that I have to lie on my side and curl into a ball. When it looks like it won't pass at all, like the other stabbing pains I've had all day, I somehow reach for my phone and call my brother. I don't know what I say to him, but I think he understood me because he barks, "I'm coming, all right, just hang on." And then I black out. I wake up groggy, way groggier than I usually am. And at first I have no clue where I am and why every part of my body is sore. But then I hear a mechanical beeping sound, the sounds of rubber soles squeaking on the floor, the quiet whooshing of doors opening and closing, and I realize I'm in the hospital, lying on a bed. But more than that, I think I'm not alone. In my room, I mean. I think there's someone here, and that someone is holding my hand. I already know who it is before even looking at him. I already know him by his touch, the way he's gripping my hand so hard, his large, dusky fingers wrapped around my small, pale ones, even in his sleep. I take a second to look at him, at his messy hair, both his arms thrown on the bed, his head resting on them, his face mostly hidden. The only things that I can see are his brows and his closed eyes, and a little bit of his stubborn nose. Something about that makes me smile. But then I realize I shouldn't be smiling or rejoicing in his presence, which I have to admit that I am. I told him to stay away, and this is not away. I try to extricate my hand from his grip and separate myself from him, but even in his sleep, he doesn't let me go. His grip tightens, and I see the smooth brows bunching. And then a second later, his eyes snap open and clash with mine. He jerks upright then, and despite myself, I can't help but adore the sleep lines on the side of his face. Like before me jerking him awake, he'd been sleeping so hard. He'd been sleeping so comfortably, which is ridiculous because he was half sprawled on the side of the bed while sitting in the most uncomfortable seat I've ever seen. "You're awake," he says in his sleep-roughened voice, the voice that I'd come to treasure when we lived in our dreamland. It sends a shard of pain through my chest. It's different from the pain in my middle, but I think it's no less excruciating. I glance down at our joined hands and again try to get free. He looks at our hands too, notices my struggle to break free from him, and a second or two later lets me go. Then, "How are you feeling?" Staring at his stubbled jaw that's clenched right now, I ask a question of my own. What are you doing here?" He straightens up even more, his eyes strangely alert for a guy who's just been jerked awake, and takes me in his usual way. "Yeah, they called me." I try to ignore how good it feels to be looked at like that, how familiar and comforting and safe. I definitely try to ignore it when his eyes linger on my very visible mound and his fingers become fists, as if he wants to touch my belly and he wants to touch it really, really badly. Reminding me of that day in jail when our babies moved for the first time and he couldn't feel it. "Who?" I ask, trying to distract him from the sight of my swollen stomach. He jerks his eyes up to mine. "Your brother." "Right. Apparently my brother and him are BFFs now. Another one of the unexpected consequences of that horrid day. They talk on the phone. Reed gives him full reports on my health and tells him about my doctor's appointments. Moreover, my brother also sends him ultrasound pictures and keeps him informed on our baby's weights and things. I had a discussion with him about this, and he told me in no uncertain terms that as a father, Ledger had every right to know about the well-being of his children. That whatever happened between the two of us, and our babies shouldn't suffer. Not that I was going to make them suffer, but I see his point. Besides, as long as Ledger isn't there in person, I'm okay with him knowing about my appointments. I thought, I say frowning, you had a game tonight and... Home game. I came right after. I swallow, my throat feeling dry. What happened? My hand goes to my stomach, pressing on my mound. Are they? They're fine, he tells me. You're fine too. But it was Braxton Hicks, he swallows. Apparently one of the more severe cases, but everything looks normal. You just need to take it easy for a few days. Oh. I breathe out in relief, my hand still pressing on my bump. How do you feel? He's still looking me up and down, concern evident in his gaze. Do you need anything? I swallow again. I think I need to pee. At that, he stands up so abruptly that it startles me a bit. But then I understand why. When he bends down and helps me sit up, he even goes so far as to bring my legs down to the floor like I'm some kind of an invalid. I don't mind it as much as I probably should. I'm pretty sure my brother told him about my reduced mobility as well, and I'm secretly thankful for it, because getting up from the bed, especially after lying down for so long, has become a chore. I'm about 27 weeks now, and hugely pregnant. And when I say hugely, I mean it. I'm like a whale. My back aches more often than not. I've got swollen feet. Rolling over in bed feels like I'm climbing a mountain, and I have to pee practically all day long. Carrying twins is no joke, and in my moments of irrationality, I've blamed him for that as well. If only his stupid dick wasn't so powerful, I probably would be cruising through my second trimester like the rest of the women out there. But no, he had to have super fertile sperm that gave me twins in the first shot. Anyway, he walks me to the bathroom, where I do my business and throw some water on my face. When I'm done and open the door, he's right there waiting for me. But instead of going with him, I simply stand there and look up at him. It's been almost 9 weeks since I last saw him in person. I've, of course, seen him on TV, though, focused and dominating the soccer field. I've seen his interviews where he keeps things short and to the point, always looking like he's in a hurry to leave and extremely focused on his game and nothing else. Of course I've been happy for him. Soccer has always been his dream, and I'm glad that he's getting all the glory that he deserves. But I'm not going to deny that I've also felt a little sad and hurt and, well, okay, downright miserable, that he moved on so quickly, that I told him to stay away and he did, and now he's thriving. It shows on his face, too. Apart from the stubble on his jaw and his crazy, sleepy hair, he looks good. He looks healthy and well-rested, even after the game tonight. And I look like someone close to me has either died or taken really sick, and I spend my days crying over them because my dark circles are more like dark depths of despair. My hair hasn't been styled in weeks, and my skin has more pores and oil than ever before. And I'm so mad at him all of a sudden. So fucking mad. For looking so fucking beautiful. For moving on. For being here when I told him that I didn't want to see him. For actually listening to me. For once. And staying away for weeks on end. When all he's ever done is bulldoze his way into my life over and over again. Like, what the fuck? So I clench my teeth and look away from him, because I can't stand his put-together beauty when all I've done in the last 9 weeks is cry and agonize over him and start to waddle away myself. And he picks this moment to disobey my wishes and lends me a hand anyway. He puts a hand on the small of my back and grabs my elbow and walks me back. I hate him for this. I do. But I keep my silence because, well, I did need a hand. Plus, if I'm going to argue with him, I'd much rather be sitting than standing. Once I'm situated on the bed and he's propped the pillows up enough, I tell him, "Thanks for coming, but you don't need to stay." He gives me an inscrutable look. Are you hungry? Where's my brother and Callie? He stares at me for a beat. They went home. Couldn't find a babysitter this late, so they had to leave. I nod in understanding. Well, you should leave too. There's no need for you to stick around now that I'm awake. I'm sure a nurse will be coming around soon, and... As if I summoned her with my words, a nurse does come in to check my vitals. She says the same thing that Ledger told me, that I had a severe case of Braxton Hicks, but everything looks normal now. I should take it easy from now on, though. No stress, no anxiety. Try to rest as much as I can, and my doctor will come by to check on me in the morning. I'm nodding my head at everything, but Ledger, as always, has questions. Like he used to when we'd go to my appointments together. And his question has to do with what I can or can't eat right now. When the nurse gives me the all clear to eat whatever I want, but to focus on protein and fiber, she leaves. You don't? I'm going to bring you food. He cuts me off with a determined expression, and I'll be in the visitor's lounge. He looks like he's about to leave, and I say, No, you won't. I don't want to argue with you. Then don't. Just do as I say. Then, because I can't help myself, I add, It's not as if it would be the first time. What? Nothing. I draw the sheets up my body, trying to look all relaxed and casual. As I said, there's no reason for you to stay. Everything is fine now, and what? I tell myself that I shouldn't say it. I absolutely should not say anything at all. But since I don't know how to keep it inside, my anger and my words, I do say it. And the visitor's lounge is for family only. In fact, overnight stays are for family only. His jaw ticks. Standing at the foot of the bed, his hands fisted, his posture ramrod straight, he looks so large and intimidating, like he could browbeat anyone to get his way. And I know he can. Well, except when it really counts, right? And you're not family, I tell him, raising my chin. His jaw clenches harder, and I think I see him flinch. And if it's true, then great. I want my words to hurt him. I want him hurt and in pain, just as much as I've been in. Noted, he says, his lips pursed. Good, so then you should, but you're mine. I fist the sheets so tightly that I know I'm cutting off my own blood circulation. I'm not yours. Never was and never will be, and my family. And that just makes me fly off the handle. Because what a fucking asshole, right? I remember the last time he said it, in the woods, and since then there hasn't been a peep about this. And this is the moment he chooses to say that. This, when I'm so mad at him, when I want to smack his face. When before this, despite myself, I waited and waited and waited for him to say that to me again. I'm not, I tell him sternly. I signed the divorce papers. At this, I know he definitely flinches. I know his body definitely staggers back a bit. Although I have to say that it doesn't feel as good as I thought it would when I finally told him about the papers, when I finally threw those words in his face. Yes, I was the one who asked for it, and yes, he gave me what I wanted. But again, when has he ever done that? When? Exhibit A? He won't leave like I'm asking him to. But he couldn't wait to send me the divorce papers, like he just couldn't wait to leave me and go back to his precious soccer. Just because I haven't gotten around to sending the paperwork back to you doesn't mean that it isn't done, I tell him. So there, I'm not your family anymore. If I ever was to begin with. So, you think a piece of paper makes a difference whether you're my family or not? It certainly did, didn't it? Before, when you had me sign those marriage papers, I taunt. His jaw ticks and ticks, causing the lines of his face to stand out in stark relief, causing his skin to get all flushed and ruddy, as if his blood is pounding inside his veins, rushing and hurtling and causing mayhem. Then, you should rest. With that, he looks ready to leave again, and I've had it with him, with his conveniently choosing to do what he wants and what I tell him to do. Good, great, I say, clutching the sheet in my fists. Leave. That's what you love to do, don't you? What? What? His nostrils flare. If you have something to say to me, why don't you just fucking say it? Oh, you want me to say it? Okay then. I throw him a mock smile. Let's see. The very first thing you did after you made bail was to save me from my dad like some kind of hero. When you were the one, you, who ruined everything in the first place. So if you think I'm going to say thank you, didn't do it for the thank you, he rumbles. I take a deep breath. And then the second thing you did was file for divorce and had them mail me the papers. You asked for a divorce, he interrupts me again, and asked me to have them mailed. Right, and you do everything I ever ask you to do, don't you? This time I interrupt him and say, and did I also ask you to leave town? His jaw is going back and forth, but he otherwise remains silent. Did I ask again. Because you certainly couldn't get away fast enough, could you? As if you couldn't wait to get out of here. As if nothing was tying you to this town. As if you were leaving nothing behind. Nothing at all, and I left, he says, his voice lashing, because leaving everything behind was my only option. I watch him then, study his face. Or rather, his put-together face that doesn't look so put-together anymore. His skin doesn't glow with health, and his eyes don't look so alert anymore. In fact, it looks as if he's shed his facade. Suddenly, his polished persona is gone, and he appears haunted and broken, gaunt even, with sharp cheekbones and an even sharper jaw. What is that? I whisper then. Mean. He takes me in with those once alert eyes that look tired now. Tired and shiny. He takes me in from the top of my head to the bottom of my sheet-covered feet, lingering on my bump again. This time I don't distract him, though. I let him look. I let him gather strength from it, because that's what it looks like he's doing. Then, in a raspy and vulnerable voice, he says, All my life, I thought the worst thing a person can do is leave someone behind, like my father did. Like my mother did after him. I know it wasn't in her hands or in her control, but it still felt like abandonment. It still felt like being left behind, left alone, discarded. And somewhere along the way, I developed something called abandonment issues. Then, shrugging, at least that's what my therapist calls it, issues with being left behind, left alone. It's all very complicated and scientific, but she says that's where my anger comes from, too. This need to always be on the edge, on the defense. My need to keep people away, and that's what I did with you in the beginning. He pauses and looks me in the eye. The day you came to my game almost 4 years ago now, that wasn't the first time I'd seen you. I'd seen you before, a year before, sitting on the hood of your brother's Mustang. You had a pink dress on. You were eating cotton candy, smiling at people, and of course, everyone there noticed you, everyone on the street. They couldn't help but notice you, and I was one of them. There was a group of guys there too, just some annoying teenagers who were... He clenches his jaw, who were checking you out, making crude jokes and all the other crap that guys do, that I've done. But for some reason, I wanted to pop their eyes out for looking at you. I wanted to smash their teeth in for joking and laughing about you. And I felt something that I'd only ever felt from my family until then. This grave need to protect, this urgent need to keep you safe and away from all the dangers of the world, all the assholes. It was just instinct, see. I didn't even know you, and yet I wanted to protect you with every fiber of my being, like it was in my blood. Like I was born with it, with this job to protect you, this constant need to look after you. I'm not really sure, but I think that's why I got so spooked of you. Me? Yeah, that you could make me feel this way, that you could have so much power over me, that you could make me want things that I didn't want to want. He ducks his head then, shaking it. But of course, we both know how I dealt with that, don't we? I refused to let you get close to me. I could see that I was hurting you, but I refused to do anything about it. I denied that I wanted you. I kept saying to myself that it was revenge, or I was protecting you from myself, or that I didn't have time for anything but soccer, or whatever the fuck came to my mind, but I think it was all me. It was my issues, something that I hadn't realized up until now. And Jesus. He rakes a hand through his hair. It gets worse. It gets so much worse because when I got tired, fucking exhausted of wanting you and denying myself, I did something drastic. I did something so selfish. I came to your dorm room at the first opportunity that I could. But I forgave you. I cut him off, unable to keep my words in, unable to watch him torture himself for something that I've long since moved past. For that night, I forgave you, Ledger, and I meant it. And I want you—
But you don't know what you're forgiving me for,
he says. What? He thrusts his hands inside his pockets, shifting on his feet, making me think that he's preparing for the worst, that he's preparing to drop a bomb, not on me, but on himself. As though he's a suicide bomber who knows when he presses that button, not only his whole world will burn, but he'll burn with it.
That night when I came to you,
he says,
revenge wasn't the only thing on my mind. In fact, after thinking about it for so long and talking it out with my therapist, I don't think revenge took up even half the real estate of my mind. I thought it did, but yes, I was angry at what your brother did. But I guess by that point, I cared so little about him and so much about you that revenge might have gotten me there. It might have been my excuse. But I had a different purpose, a completely different agenda when I came to you, and it was— a deep breath again, followed by a muttered curse. It was to breed you. For myself, not your brother.
What? I notice him making fists inside his pockets, the vein on the side of his neck pulsing. Then,
I wanted to put a baby in you so I could tie you to me, so I could keep you, so no one, not even me, could have torn us apart. After 2 years of keeping you away and denying myself what I really wanted, I got so crazy. I got so blinded by that primal need that I didn't think about you for even a single second. I didn't think about what you wanted or how my reckless need would affect your life. I just wanted you. Wanted to show the world that you were mine, that you belonged to me. I wanted to make it so that you could never leave me, like the rest of them. And then a year later, you asked me to do the same thing. And Jesus Christ, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. I thought all my dreams had come true, and I kept telling myself that it was only for you, that it wasn't for me. I didn't deserve to feel any happiness over this, and I couldn't be selfish. But I wasn't I? I tricked you into marrying me. I told myself that it was because I needed to calm my anger, my jealousy. I told myself that it was my need to protect you. And while that may have been true, the real reason, again, was me. It was because that was what I wanted. I'd already put a baby in you, 2 babies, and I couldn't go another day without making sure that you were mine, completely and irrevocably and permanently. And again, it gets worse, doesn't it? Because of what I did on the day of your wedding. I fucking knew that it wasn't your choice marrying him, that you were being forced by your father, and that there must have been a motherfucking good reason as to why you were ready to sacrifice your own life. And I'd come to rescue you. I swear to God, I swear to fucking God that was my intention, but I saw you in that wedding dress, looking like a dream, looking so beautiful that it fucking broke my heart just to look at you, that I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't stop this rush of possessiveness, this hot rush of anger. And again, I fucked you over. So the reason I left, Tempest, something that I promised myself that I'd never do, was because you were right. Because for the longest time, I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know why I did the things that I did. But I do now. I figured it out. I finally fucking figured it out. It's because I love you. So this is the bomb. and it drops, and I explode. I die. I'm killed in this moment, murdered, annihilated, and destroyed. I've loved you since the first moment I saw you and wanted to protect you, he rasps. And I will love you until the moment my heart stops beating. But unfortunately, that doesn't bode well for you, because imagine being loved by someone like me. Imagine being loved by a man who's so broken on the inside that ever since I saw you, I've been hurting you, that I've been making you cry and bleeding you dry. Imagine being loved by someone whose insides are snarled and twisted up like a coarse rope or a barbed wire, whose heart is a ticking time bomb, whose soul is made of thorns and thunder. Imagine being loved by someone who's so controlled by his fears, his issues, that he swallows. He can never make you happy. I can never make the girl I love happy, the girl who's my one true family. Because you're that, Tempest. I've been afraid to say it. I've been afraid to even think it, given how broken my family has always been, but you've been the truest family that I've known. You stood by me and had my back when you didn't have to, when you shouldn't have at all, and I hurt you and abused you and traumatized you exactly like my father did to my mother, to us. And so leaving you was the only good thing I could do for you. Because my love isn't the stuff of romance novels. It isn't the stuff of dreams. It's what tragedies are made of. It's what they talk about when they talk about cautionary tales. To survive my love is to survive a war. To love me is to destroy your peace. And the only way I could make sure that you didn't have to was to leave. Staying away from you is the only way I can love you and keep you safe at the same time.
Chapter 42. I knock at the door and wait for it to open. When it doesn't, even after a couple of minutes, I knock again. Well, I bang my fist on the door until it's snatched open. And there he is, frowning and naked. "Why are you naked?" I ask, looking at his sweaty and heaving chest. "What?" And panting. That frown of his thickens. "What are you doing here? Why aren't—" I put a hand on his chest, mostly just to cop a feel because he's always been hard to resist when he's all sweaty, and push him back so I can enter. His childhood home. I've been here before, of course. Lots of times when Callie and I were in high school, and I never missed a chance to come over and watch her big brother like the perv I was. And I always thought that their home was beautiful. Not because they had fancy things, but because all the things that they had were accumulated through the years. They were well used and loved. They meant something to the people who lived here. A perfect house for a perfect family. But now I know how wrong I was. They weren't a perfect family. They are just that, a family, with their own flaws and cracks and issues. While I still like this house, I don't like the fact that he's stuck here alone, with all the memories and history. I hear the door snapping shut. "Why aren't you at the hospital? I turn around to face him. "You never answered my question." "What question?" "Why are you naked?" "Well," I look him up and down and find that he's wearing his infamous gray sweatpants, half naked and panting. He's still doing that, by the way, his chest going up and down with his harsh breaths, and he watches me like I've lost my mind. I raise my eyebrows at him when he still hasn't answered my question. With a sharp breath, he does. "I was out back, running drills." "Why aren't you back in New York, running them with your team? You've got an away game in a few days," I ask, even though I know the answer. My brother told me. He said that Ledger will stay here for the next couple of days, and will sit out the next game. Apparently, Conrad and the others were completely on board with it. "I'm taking a break for the next couple of days." "Why? Did you punch someone again?" I quip, trying to yank his chain. His jaw clenches. "Unfortunately, no." "So then, why do you think?" "For me, I knew that, too. No, my brother didn't have to tell me. I figured it out on my own. Turns out there are a lot of things that he's been doing for me. This latest one is because of the scare I'd had day before yesterday. They kept me under observation for 24 hours and let me go with clear instructions to relax and take it easy for the next few days. My brother and Callie picked me up and had every intention of taking me home with them. But I had them drop me off here instead, something they both were very happy about, if Callie's breath of relief and my brother's muttered, "About fucking time," were anything to go by. "Show me your room," I tell him next. "What?" "It's upstairs, isn't it? Second floor?" "What the—" I spin around and start to waddle toward the stairs. It's kinda intimidating, climbing all those stairs by myself, but I don't think I'll have to worry about that, because someone is going to come to my rescue. And in the next second, he does. He grabs my biceps to stop me, and he does it so gently that I have to consciously keep myself from sighing, from leaning into him, his strong, heated body, into his care. He turns me to face him, again gently, which is in total contrast to the expression on his face. Tight and thundering, a frown on his forehead, a tick in his jaw, and the hollows on his cheeks standing out. "What the fuck are you doing?" he growls. "Going up to your room," I tell him, trying to smell his cinnamony scent mixed in with his musk. "Why do—" "Because I want to see it." I do. I have wanted to see it for as long as I can remember. Back then, because I was so obsessed with him and everything that he did. Now, because during one of our bath time conversations, he told me that whenever he comes to visit, he always stays in his room, even though there's no need for it. It's just something he does out of habit, and he hates it, almost as much as he hates the house. "Okay." He pinches the bridge of his nose, his fingers tightening and loosening around my arm. "Why the fuck aren't you at the hospital?" "Because they let me go." He exhales a sharp breath. "Why in fuck's name would they do that? I told them—" "I know what you told them," I say with raised eyebrows. "But when they came to check on me, they thought there wasn't any need for me to stay there longer, so they let me go." They were a little hesitant about it, given that the angry Thorne had instructed them to keep me there for another couple of days, with him footing the bill, of course, because, as I said, there wasn't any need for me to stay there any longer. Anyway, I insisted that I wanted to be released and go home, and despite what they'd been instructed to do, they did. His eyes narrow. "The fuck they did." I'm giving them a call." "No, you're not," I tell him calmly. "I am." He's ready to let me go when I blurt out a warning. "If you call them, then I'm going to climb these stairs all by myself." He stares down at me for a few seconds, his face a mask of displeasure. "You are?" "Yes, and look." I glance at them for a second. There are so many of them. I'm pretty sure it's a stressful thing to do in my condition. Exactly what the doctor said I shouldn't do. He takes a second to respond. Then, "Are you threatening me?" "Yup." The displeasure on his face goes up, causing his eyes to narrow. "So you better decide what you want to do," I continue when he keeps studying me silently. "I don't think you—" Instead of words, I squeal, because he bends down to pick me up and carry me in his arms, bridal style. Again, all gently and cautiously, like I'm the most precious treasure he's ever held in his arms. It reminds me of that one time when he carried me over the threshold into our cabin, the day I went to see him practice. It felt like such a significant thing, and of course it was. Significant and traditional. What a groom does with his new bride on the night of their wedding. God, I can't believe I was married to him back then. This powerful guy who's climbing the stairs with me 28 weeks pregnant without breaking a sweat. For a second when he started, I wanted to tell him to put me down because I'm so heavy now. But then I figured it's his job to carry me around, isn't it? It's his job to take care of me. That's what he said to me yesterday, among other things, of course. So I'm not going to stop him. But he can't stop me either then,
from taking care of him. We'll get to all that in a second, though. First, I want to see his room. When we enter, he slowly puts me down, and I look around. This is the first time I've been inside it. In all my visits to their house, I never once set foot inside his room. Not because I didn't want to, or I wouldn't have taken the opportunity to sneak into his room if it had been presented to me, but because it was always locked. Either with him inside it or without. Either way, I don't think much has changed over the years. From what I can see, it still looks like the bedroom of a teenage boy. There's a desk in one corner, and even though there aren't any books on it, I can still picture it laden with them. There's a chest of drawers, again empty on top, but I can imagine Ledger piling up his clothes on it, or on the floor, like he used to do back at the cabin. There's a twin-sized bed that I don't think can accommodate him now, even if it could when he lived here full-time. It's a room stuck in history, and the more I see of it, the more I'm convinced that I can't let him do this alone. Sighing, I look at him. We're going to have to do something about the bed. He's standing at the door still, rigid and tight. At my words, the tension in his frame only grows. What? There's no way all four of us can fit here. He swallows whatever he was going to say and stays on topic. 4. Well, yeah, I tell him. You and me and our 2 little butterflies. Oh, and my body pillow. I have like a huge one that supports the bump and my back at the same time. So I guess 5. What? He swallows his words again. Then, where's your useless brother? What was he doing when they were discharging you? Why the fuck didn't he call me and tell me when he knew I was... I narrow my eyes at him. When he knew you were what? His first response is to draw in a breath. Probably because he slipped up just now. Then, shaking his head and scrubbing a hand down his face, he says, It doesn't matter. When he knew you were going to drive over to the hospital and wait in the visitor's lounge until they kicked you out, without ever letting me know that you were there? Then I add, like you did yesterday? Like a silent sentinel or something. A guardian, a protector, a warden. Who watches over things without letting anyone know that he's there. Which is what he did yesterday. Again, something my brother told me when he came to pick me up today. After Ledger told me all the things that I never could have imagined in my wildest dreams, he left. He simply left me there. And if I hadn't been so shocked and stunned and fucking floored by what he'd revealed, I probably would have stopped him. I don't know what I would have said to him, though, because it was a lot to process, all the information that he dumped on me. But yeah, I would have stopped him. I would have somehow kept him there, in the room with me, probably to make sure that it was real and I hadn't dreamed him up. If you still think that my brother controls any aspect of my life whatsoever, then I don't know what to tell you, I say, looking him in the eyes. And while they were discharging me, my brother was in the parking lot, bringing the car around so he could pick me up at the front entrance. And since the doctor told me that I needed to go home and rest, I told my brother to bring me here. Here, he says, staring back at me. Yup. I nod again. Then, but fair warning, I need constant care right now. Foot rubs, back massages, belly rubs. Carrying twins is hard. I'm only 28 weeks, but I look so huge. Plus, I'm clumsy and you're not huge, he interrupts. That's very sweet of you to say, or clumsy. I give him a look. You always thought I was when I wore my heels. I was an asshole. Was? Am. My lips twitch. People move away from me on the street because they think I'm ready to pop any second now. People are assholes too. I stare up at him and he stares down. I'm the first to break my silence. And I need guac and chips 24/7, so you have to stock up on that. And this amazing mango passion fruit juice I found at the store a few weeks back, I need you to stock up on that too. But first, as I said, this is the wrong bed and no. What? Grinding his teeth, he watches me for a few seconds. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not what? You're not staying here. That's what this is, isn't it? You barging in here like this is your house, and this is my house. Yeah? How do you figure? Because you live here. One sharp breath later, he growls, This is because of yesterday, isn't it? This is because of what I said. And if it is, then I'm what? I cut him off, stepping toward him. Clenching his teeth, he automatically steps back. I advance on him nonetheless. I'm what, Ledger? Say it. I dare you to say it to me. Insult me when I'm pregnant. His back clashes with the wall, and I am here, trapping him with my pregnant body. Not with one, but two freaking babies. Because you can't do things half measure, can you? Because you just had to go and put two babies in me in one shot. Because your stupid freaking sperm is super fertile and a menace. He raises his hands up in a calm down gesture. Look, I wasn't kidding yesterday. I wasn't... He sighs, scrubbing a hand down his face again. I'm all fucked up, you understand? I'm all twisted up and ugly on the inside, and I don't know if I'll ever be... My heart is clenching and clenching for him. Ever be what? He swallows, his eyes even more vulnerable than they were yesterday. Vulnerable and molten and shiny with everything inside of him. Normal, he rasps. My heart aches so much in this moment that I don't know how I'm not screaming from the pain, how I'm not hunching over with it. How does he not know that he's killing me in this moment? I don't know if I'll ever be. He swallows again. Not fucked up, not selfish. I don't know if I'll ever be like those heroes you read about. In fact, I know I won't be. I can't be. It's not something that... You are right. His breath breaks at my declaration, but I keep going. I don't know if you'll ever be like the guys I read about. And yes, you hurt me. You make me cry. You break my heart. You make me want to smack you and punch you and be angry at you. But you don't do that by being who you are. You do that, Ledger, by being who you aren't. You do that by denying who you are, by denying the things that you want, by being afraid. You are, aren't you? That's what you told me, that you're afraid of people leaving you, people abandoning you. You're afraid to go through the same pain that you went through when you were a kid, and that's why you did all those things, hurting me, keeping me away, clinging to lies and excuses. So I'm here to tell you something. His breaths are still broken, but they're noisy now, noisy and chaotic and harsh, so much so that I wish I could take my words back. I wish I could shut up and leave him in peace. But the thing is, he's never going to be at peace without me, because he wants me. He's wanted me for a long time. Apparently, even before I wanted him. His obsession with me is longer than mine with him. And I know just how torturous it is. To want something and never have it. Actually, it's even more torturous than wanting something but denying that you want it in the first place. And it's not just me, is it? It's everything else in his life, too. His relationship with his brothers, his family, maybe even friends. So I'm here to give him all that. I'm here to give him me. Don't you want to know what it is, Ledger? I ask, prodding at him, tempting him. And for a second, it looks like he's going to nod. He's going to ask me what. It's in every line of his face, the way he swallows again like he's thirsty, the way he takes me in with such hunger in his eyes, the hunger so powerful that it eats at me. It eats at my heart, my organs, my very soul and marrow. You need to leave, he says abruptly, getting ready to dislodge himself from the wall. But I advance on him, getting so close that if he wants to avoid touching me, he needs to stop breathing or take smaller breaths. Good thing I have no such objections, and my next breath is a long sigh that drags my engorged breasts and puffy nipples along his chest, which shudders. It's the fact that I lied, I whisper, dragging my breasts along his chest again. Another shudder goes through him, this one more violent than the first one. Tempest, I grab onto his hot obliques, my fingers latching onto his muscular flesh. Didn't you ever wonder why I asked you to give me a baby? He opens his mouth, but I keep going. I'll give you a hint. It's not because I wanted closure. His body tightens. I can feel it in his muscles that thrum like a string. It's because I lied to you. I lied when I said that I hated you, that I stopped loving you when you broke my heart, my dreams. I lied when I said all I wanted from you was a baby and nothing more. The truth is that I never stopped loving you. I loved you even when I hated you. And I do want something from you. It's what I've always wanted from you. Always. Can you at least guess what that something is? He looks afraid. God, he looks terrified. And I once again think that I should stop, but I can't. I won't, for both our sakes. It's for you to love me back, to let yourself love me back, Ledger, without excuses and lies, without ulterior motives, without fear. Because I do. I love you like that. I've loved you like that since the first moment I saw you, and I'll love you like that until my heart stops beating. And let me tell you something else, too. If your love is a war, then my love is peace. If you're what tragedies are made of, then I'm made of fairy tales. If you're toxic, then I'm the cure. Because I'm the girl made of candies and cream, remember? And I'm the only one who can handle the boy made of thunder and thorns. I'm the only one who can take care of him like he deserves. The only one who can wrap him around in my arms and keep him safe. I'm the only one who can protect him, because he's my family, like I'm his. Which means that if you want to stay here, in this house that you don't like, I'm going to stay here with you. If you want to do therapy and work on things, then I'm going to be here to listen to you after every session. Or if you don't want to talk to me, then I'll sit with you in silence and just hold your hand. At this, I slide my hands up his body and press my fingers on his chest, splaying them over his heart that's pounding. So much so that I can see the vein on the side of his neck pulsating. I can see it throbbing, and I have to admit that I like this role reversal. I like the fact that it's me pinning him in place. It's me who's watching that pulse like a predator. It's me, his lovelorn firefly. Although not so lovelorn anymore. I love you, Ledger, I whispered just to make it clear. A wince goes through his system. In fact, every breath he takes makes him shudder and jerk, as if he's this close to falling apart. So I give him strength. I give him my weight, touch our bodies, my steadily breathing chest aligning with his shaking torso. My hands reaching up to grab his shoulders, my fingers spreading, and my thumb pressing on his fluttering vein, trying to calm it down. But most of all, I give him the strength of these two little beings in my belly, the beings that we made out of love. Whatever we may have called it in that moment, it was always love for each other. Say it, I command with my rounded belly resting against his pelvis. Tempest, say that you love me too, Ledger. He swallows for quite possibly the millionth time. That's jerky as well. His Adam's apple bobs thickly, awkwardly. He breathes out, his eyes boring into mine. I give him a small, serene smile. You don't have to be afraid. I've got you. I'm not good at this. It's okay. I'll hold your hand and keep you safe until you are. His forehead comes to rest against mine. I'm going to hurt you. I know that. I'll tell you when you do so you can make it better. His hands spring into action and grab my thickened waist. I can't promise you that I won't make you cry. We'll make sure to stock up on tissues and cotton candy ice cream. I don't know if I can be what you need me to be. You already are. Say it, I command again, this time pressing my belly into his pelvis. And his fingers spread open on my waist as he whispers, like he was dying to, and all he needed was a little push over the edge. I love you too. Before I can respond to that, he does something else like he was dying to do that as well. Kiss me. And because I've been dying for it as well, I let him do it. I let him devour my mouth so I can devour his back. I let him taste me so I can taste him back. So I can feel him invade my mouth like he's invaded my heart and my soul since the first moment I saw him. So I can be in his arms for the first time ever without anything separating us. Not his lies, not mine. Not his fear, not mine. Just us. Although just us isn't true, is it? Because we do have some things between us. 2 things, in fact. And those cute little things decide that this is the time to make their presence known, making their mommy smile and their daddy break apart from mommy's mouth. Startled, he goes, "What was?" I chuckle when I feel them kick just beneath my belly button, startling Ledger again. Them. His kiss-swollen lips part.
The babies?
Uh-huh. I feel another kick, and this time he moves apart a little and looks down at my swollen stomach, and he looks at it in a way that makes me think he's actually waiting for them to pop out of there any second now. He's actually waiting to see a real foot poking through my clothes. When it happens again, he breathes.
Fuck me, they're
very active, yeah. I grin. All the techs always tell me that they're the most active babies they've seen in a while. His eyes jerk to mine then, his fists opening and closing around my waist.
Reed never told me that. I
put my hands on his, making him let go of my dress and bring them up front, where his babies are making a ruckus. Then, Reed doesn't know everything. His fingers shake and grip my belly like he'll never let go. Good. I don't want him to. Then, in the next second, I'm the one getting startled because he's down on his knees, just like the time back in the cabin when he was touching my bump for the first time, like he couldn't hold himself up any longer. And before I can absorb that, he leans forward and rests his forehead against my bump as if in worship. I sink my fingers in his hair and he looks up.
Thank you.
For what?
For letting me touch them, even when I'm not.
I press a finger on his lips. You are. For me. For them. At this, something happens that I've never seen before, that I never even imagined I'd ever see. His usually dark brown eyes, pitch black right now though, fill with something akin to tears. They go red-rimmed and his jaw clenches with emotion. And then he presses a kiss on my belly. I don't know if this is divine intervention or if the universe is just so beautiful sometimes that you get all your dreams coming true. Because at his kiss, I feel another kick in my belly, right at that spot. And this time, he chuckles. And he does it again and again and again, until he's covered my entire belly in his sweet kisses, and I'm laughing and crying and flying in joy, like he is. Picking me up then, he puts me on his old bed and keeps kissing me over and over until I'm all liquid under his hard body. I could get used to this bed, I say, chuckling when he lets me come up for air. He stares down at me with languid eyes.
This bed fucking sucks.
I play with his hair. Did you think about me while you were lying in it? He runs his thumb along the side of my face.
Fuck yeah.
My fingers in his hair stop. You did? He shoots me a look.
Why do you think I always had the door locked when you came over?
With wide eyes, I reply, because you were thinking about me?
And doing other things.
What other things?
What do you think a guy does when he's obsessed with a girl who's right next door, laughing with his little sister while gabbing about the most useless things anyone's ever talked about?
I smack his shoulder. Hey, not the...
I jerked myself off, he says, cutting me off.
My momentary ire goes away. Oh.
To your voice, to your laugh, to the cotton candy scent that you always left behind in the hallway.
This time my oh is silent and gaspy. He smirks. I might be the only person who's ever jerked off to Chanel's fall line of handbags. I bite my lip. I can't believe you did that. Me neither. I can't believe you saw me a year before I saw you. Probably just like I couldn't believe that the girl I saw was the same girl who started stalking me a year later. I can't believe you came to my dorm room because you wanted to get me pregnant for yourself and not for revenge, I continue. Again, probably same as you wanted me to breed you about a year later, for yourself and not for revenge. I shake my head, taking his beautiful face in. We're soulmates, aren't we? His playful expression goes away, and an intense look takes over his face, his eyes. My heart starts to pound something fierce, afraid that our fragile happiness is going to be broken any second now. But before I can ask him what's wrong, he lets go of me and comes down on his knees on the floor. I prop myself up on my elbows. Soon I won't be able to do that with how fast I'm growing, and ask, What are you doing? He stares at me for a second or two before breathing deep. I don't have fancy words. I don't even know if I could ever find them, even if I went looking, but... He clears his throat. But I want to do this right. For the first time ever, I want to do something because I want to do it. Bravely and without fear. Then, well, maybe with fear, but still. Another deep breath later. You already know that I've loved you since the first moment I saw you, and I've hurt you more than any man has ever hurt the woman he loves. You've seen my ugly parts, and if I have any beauty in me, you've seen that too. I've broken a lot of promises while I've kept the others. I've made you cry. I've made you laugh. I've scared you and made you feel safe. I've broken your heart and tried in my twisted way to heal it. And knowing all that, knowing how fucked up I am and how far I still have to go, I'm asking you to marry me. I'm asking you to be my wife. And Tempest, I'm not going to make any promises to you because I don't want to break them. I'm not going to say that I won't make you cry because I probably will. I'm not going to say that I'll hide my ugly parts because, again, I'll probably fail to do that as well. But I will say that I will always be there for you. I will burn down the world for you. I will kill for you. I will lie on broken glass and walk on grenades for you. I will live and breathe and die for you. He glances down at my belly. And for our babies. Looking up, he asks, in the most vulnerable display of emotions, Will you marry me? He's blurry right now because my eyes are filled with tears. But still I see something sitting in the palm of his hand, a blue velvet box. I have no idea where he produced it from or when. All I know is that it's sitting there, and slowly, he opens it to reveal the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. A princess-cut diamond on a white gold band with 2 little diamonds flanking it. And I immediately know that those 2 diamonds are our babies, that he thought of them when he bought it. When did you... The day I went to your father. You mean after you were released from jail? Yeah. But I'd already asked for... He shakes his head once. I just wanted to do something right for once. Then I tricked you into marrying me without ever asking you or giving you a ring or doing all those traditional things that I know you dreamed of. So I bought this ring, knowing that I probably would never be able to give it to you, and that it would burn a hole in my pocket for the rest of my life. Which is what? Me never getting to ask you that one question after selfishly not asking you before was... His eyes flick back and forth between mine. Exactly what I deserve. There have been many moments like this with him, where he breaks my heart while simultaneously healing it, and I still haven't gotten used to it. I still have no clue as to how to handle all these emotions at once, so it pains me to say, I can't. He blinks, as though stricken, but it only lasts momentarily, because after that a resigned expression washes over his face. Like me breaking his heart is okay, It's what he deserves, and gosh, that chokes me up so bad that a tear falls down my cheek. And I vow, even though he's told me that he wouldn't make any promises himself, that one day I'll make him believe that he's worth every inch of my love, that he's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. For now, though, I wipe my tears off and cup his jaw. Because we're already married. He takes a few seconds to respond. Then, what? I never signed the divorce papers. Again, a few seconds of pause before he repeats, You never signed the divorce papers. Slowly, a smile blooms on my lips. I lied.
You lied.
Again.
Again.
Nodding, I ask, Still think I can't handle your ugly parts, Ledger Thorne? Slowly, his mouth stretches into his signature arrogant smirk.
You're a firecracker, aren't you?
No, I'm a firefly.
My firefly.
And you're my thorn. This time, I go in for a kiss and devour the delicious smirk on his lips. And of course, he devours me back. And of course, our babies have to create a ruckus because they're like their mommy, I think. Always dying for daddy's attention. Who goes to grip my belly and rub it, trying to soothe them, trying to tell them that he's finally here, that he will be here for the rest of our lives. Which reminds me. Breaking the kiss, I whisper against his lips. By the way, I know what we're having.
Chapter 43. Her beautiful thorn. There were silvery lines on the bottom of her rounded belly. I think they came back when she was 15 weeks or so, and while back then they were hardly visible, I can see them clearly now. I can see clearly how her body has changed ever since I last saw it. How it has grown and stretched to make a cozy home for our babies. And so, I kiss it. I kiss every single one of her silvery stretch marks. Lying in my shitty bed, all naked, she giggles, her belly shaking, which makes them shake as well, and so I watch very carefully as they roll in her body, just underneath her creamy skin, making it flutter and twitch, exactly like two little butterflies. Does that hurt? I whisper, still staring at how they're moving and flitting. In fact, I've set up camp by her belly, my head propped up on my hand as I examine her new moles, new freckles that she's gotten in the weeks that we've been apart. Yes, her brother, who's somehow become a friend, still fucking surreal to say that, kept me updated about her health even though I told him not to. I told him it was an invasion of her privacy, but he wouldn't listen. And I can't deny that I soaked up every single thing he told me. But it's nothing compared to actually seeing it with my own eyes. Seeing her, our babies rolling around in her magical, goddess-like body. She curls my hair in her usual way.
No, not yet. It tickles sometimes.
At this, the left side of her belly moves and she chuckles again. And I go in for another kiss, making her moan. Then she asks,
So, you never said what you thought of the names.
I look up. Dove Thorne. She nods.
For the girl, yes.
And Warren Thorne.
Well, War.
She corrects me.
For the boy.
Dove and War.
Isn't that perfect? Dove stands for peace and Warden means protector. So, people may call him War, but on the inside he's going to be the biggest softie, and he's always going to protect his sister with everything he will be. Like his daddy.
Like his daddy, I whisper. Something digs into my throat.
Like his daddy, yes,
she replies with shiny blue-gray eyes. Swallowing, I rasp. I love them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I love you. The more I say it, the easier it becomes. The easier it becomes to believe that this may not be a dream after all, that she's really here. She really is wearing my ring on her finger, that she still is my wife. I know I have a long, long way to go when it comes to dealing with my issues, and again, it's surreal to say that I'm liking talking to Dr. Mayberry, but I'm willing to put in the work. If soccer has taught me anything, it's that hard work and focus always pays off. So, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to focus. I'm going to fight my demons. But most of all, I'm going to let her hold my hand as she guides me in our new life. I'm going to let her protect me like I'm going to protect her. I'm going to let her keep me and our babies safe like I'm going to keep them safe. I won't be irrational and fuck up like I did before when she was trying to protect me from her father and put her in jeopardy. I still can't believe that she was trying to do that, though. For me. But she was. And that's because she's my family, isn't she? Her and these babies. Dove and War. I love you too, my wife whispers, making my fucking heart race. And I go back to studying her goddess-like body, ripe and swollen and flushed. The dark line going from the top of her pregnant belly down to her pink-as-fuck pussy, her engorged tits and darkened nipples, her cute swollen toes and fingers that I kiss probably for the 10th time in the last half an hour. I kiss and worship every part of it until I'm settled between her thighs and I'm devouring her sweet cotton candy mouth until I'm sliding into her pregnant pussy, making her moan. Against her mouth, I say, mine. Looking up with dazed eyes, she whispers, yours. My wife. I groan into her mouth. Gasping, she replies, my husband. At which point, I kiss her again, with love, with relief, with fucking peace that I will get to kiss her for the rest of her pregnancy, for the rest of our lives, because she's mine, isn't she? My girl, my firefly, my wife, and I'm hers. Her man, her thorn, her husband. And we have both war and peace between us. This concludes You Beautiful Thing You by Saffron A. Kent, narrated by Amelie Griffin and Alex Kidd. Copyright 2023 by Saffron A. Kent. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Saffron A. Kent, care of Bethany Weaver, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.